All right, we'll get started in just a few moments. Good morning. Bonjour. This is our first official meeting. We had a special meeting a couple of weeks ago, so it's good to see a lot of people here this morning. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies.
The City of Ottawa is located on the territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation.
December 2019, we had a report from city planning staff with preliminary policy directions for the official plan. And there's a line in that report that's always stuck with me. It said, there is no automobile-centered solution to maintaining livability while growing to 1.4 million people and beyond. And this is one of the foundational ideas in the new official plan that Council approved last term. Transit is essential to our city. Without transit, this city does not work, and I'd argue that it's as important as water and electricity to keep Ottawa functioning day to day. Plus de 3,000 employés, opérateurs, mécaniciens, nettoyeurs, agents spéciaux.
Over 3,000 employees, operators, red vests, and thousands of people must move around every day throughout the city.
No real downtime ever. And in those few hours overnight when Transpo vans and trains and buses might be stopped, there's staff at the garage maintaining, cleaning, and inspecting the vehicles and getting ready for the next day of service. And I was reminded this weekend that OC Transpo does more than just mobility as well. We had an overnight fire in Stittsville on one of the coldest nights of the year, and an OC Transpo bus was on the scene providing a warming center for firefighters and first responders. OC is an essential service to so many people in our community. And we have a huge responsibility as members of this committee this term. When we're here, we have to take off our ward councillor hats and put on our city councillor hats. We'll use our experience as ward councillors and we'll listen to residents and customers from across the city, but we have to think on a citywide network level about how the city and OC Transpo can better serve customers. Au cours des 2 derniers mois comme président,
over the past few months as chair, I was witness of the commitment of Renée and her team toward our transit system. Our task as a commission is to provide them the support they need and our direction over the next 4 years.
OC Transpo has the resources they need to serve our community. Alors, c'est parti. Let's go.
Let's go.
We'll start with the roll call. Eric, if you can help with that, please.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
See.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Morning.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Vice Chair Curry.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Eric. We have no regrets today, but I will note there is a police board meeting today, so 2 of our members will need to leave. I believe it's at 2 p.m. So just so committee members here are aware of quorum. If there's any other reasons to leave, please let me know. We'll try to manage that. Also, if there's any motions today, we have a really busy agenda. If you have yet to share your motions with the city clerk or the clerk's team, please do so as soon as possible. Also like to welcome, I think there's an Algonquin class here today who's observing our commission. So welcome and thanks for being here. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Okay, I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. We have 2 meetings to confirm minutes. The first is for September 14th, 2022. Are the minutes confirmed?
Confirmed.
Confirmed, thank you. And for January 27th, 2023, are those confirmed? Confirmed, thank you. We have 2 responses to inquiry. There's one on Herdman Station and one on emergency intercom buttons at on the Confederation Line train. Any requests to hold those items or read those items? Councillor Brockington?
Chair, yes, I request that we pull the Herdman Station response, please.
The Herman Station. So we do need 2/3 of members in agreement. Would members agree to pull that item for discussion?
Agreed.
We will come back to that. I just want to go over the agenda and how we're going to run today. So we'll come back to
Chair, it's Councillor King.
Councillor King. Yes.
I'd also like to have the inquiry around the emergency intercom button held if possible.
Okay. So with the concurrence of 2/3 of committee, can we hold that item as well? Okay. Thank you, Councillor King.
Thank you.
Item 5.1 is the transit terms of reference, and we do have speakers for this, so we will hold that item. Item 6.1 is a OC Transpo update for rail, bus, and para Transpo. We have speakers on that in a presentation from staff, so we'll hold that item. Item 6.2 is the report on the Line 1 service disruption in January. We have a presentation and speakers on that, so we will hold that item as well. Item 6.3 is a zero emission bus infrastructure update, and there's a staff presentation. I'm actually going to propose with the will of committee that we move 6.3 ahead of 6.2. I think it just will flow a little more naturally. So we'll go 6.1, 6.3, and 6.2 if everyone's okay with that. Nodding heads. Okay, thank you. After we're through those three items, we will take a short break because item 7.1 is the budget, and there are a number of speakers for that. So we'll take a short break before the budget item. Item 7.2 is delegation of authority contracts awarded for the period of January 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2022 for Transit Commission. Staff is available to answer questions on this. There's no speakers registered. Would the committee like to hold this item? Anyone on committee or council? Or can we carry this report then? Is this 7.2 carried? Carried. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's the agenda. It'll be a busy day today. So let's go back to the first item that we held. This was item 4.1. It was a response to an inquiry on Herdman Station. We actually have two speakers who had registered for this, should it be lifted, and it has been lifted. We have John Reddens and Miranda Gray. Eric, are John and Miranda online or in person today?
They're online.
They're online. Okay, so we'll bring John into the room first if he's available. Good morning, John. I can see you.
Oh, finally joined in. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say something. I've been paying attention to meetings and paying attention and attending these meetings since Diane Deans was chair. I'm very disappointed at this report of the Herdman Station. We had these issues at Herdman Station has been going since we went into revenue service. We still have no answers. It's frustrating to see that. We also have problems with the washrooms in there freezing every winter. Nothing's done. We have problems with the tiles in there that makes it very slippery. Also, we have problems with the escalators. These are all issues that have to be decided on, and further talks and communications at the subcommittee of the LRT. How much are these really going to cost us? I really like to know, and I think the citizens of Ottawa would like to know as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, John. Thank you very much, John, for your comments. Are there any questions for John from committee members? Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just briefly to John, I guess, John, what is it that you want to see ultimately at Herdman? I know the issues that have come up. Obviously, working bathrooms. I know I've been seeing they haven't been working. They've been frozen over. It's frozen pipes or other issues where the bathrooms aren't working regularly. I know the scaffolding's been up, and there's not a determination of whether that stays up or there's some permanent solution for what has been quite a substandard station, I suppose, since it's been built. So for you, ultimately, what are the things you want to see?
First, I want to see respect to the customer. Secondly, I want to see safety. Putting cheap floor tiles is not safety. Are these patterns going to continue into the new LRT? This is a good question for the subcommittee on the LRT. The tiles are very slippery. My landlord has the same type of tiles in our building and had to put carpets on them because it was so slippery for people with, especially with me, that I have to deal with mobility issues using the walker. The also is, we're in a business. You say we're a service, but we also provide a business. And we're not providing a business if we can't provide the service of helping our customers basically enjoy their comfort. I'm new to Ottawa still. I consider myself, I've been in Ottawa for 20 years, almost 20 years now. I started coming in here in 1985 when my brother was going to Carleton University, and these stations were welcoming. They were, we can count on good transit, and a good welcoming station. I've also heard in the last year that Herdman's going to be outdated because our communities are growing. We're going to be building more buildings not too far from Herdman. So the size of that Herdman station is now outdated with the long-term building plan. So you have to look at that fact as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for John? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you, John, and I know we'll see you later this morning as well. Our next speaker on this item is Miranda Gray.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
My name is Miranda Gray. I've been using Herdman Station for 30 years, so this is my third major configuration of the station. My comment on the inquiry response is that it is disingenuous. Nothing substantive has changed about that station since it opened. It's not like the wind directions have changed or the weather, our climate has suddenly become moderate. All the issues about comfort for your riders and safety on the bus platform remain. The only thing that has changed is that the temporary scaffolding has become permanent, has begun to degrade, and there needs to be a permanent fix. So I did not find this response very helpful in that it's really setting us back to where we were in 2019 when there were serious concerns about how that station had been built, maybe even 2018 when it first came into service in that new location. So it's lovely that you're going to do more work, but realistically that work could have been done at any point in the past 4 years. So to say that you're going to look at something is not very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. Are there any questions for Miranda? Councillor Brockington? No? Okay. Any questions for Miranda? I'm seeing none. Okay, thank you, Miranda, for your comments on this. And I think we'll see you later on this morning as well on some of the other items. We'll move now to questions for staff on this item. Councillor Brockington, you asked for this to be held, so you're up first.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge we have a busy agenda today and will not spend too much time on this item, but I guess the main point I want to stress for staff today is that our passenger experience at Herdman continues to be challenged. There are a number of concerns that continuously come up with the station. Obviously, we're not going to solve that today, but we need to have a better understanding. I think OC Transpo needs to have a better understanding of passenger experience at the station, and whether or not we do a blitz and you survey passengers at Herdman to try and better understand from a larger sample of passengers truly what the issues are. Some issues in the past have been with the actual building itself, the station. I've raised complaints about how the northern side of the station is exposed to the elements. You have snow and weather coming on concrete steps and making the experience unpleasant for travelers. Others are more aesthetic in nature, the passenger comfort and experience that I think we need to look at. And that's on the bus side. Once you leave the actual LRT station and you go down the long corridor, Mr. Chair, there are a number of issues that people continuously raise. I'm committed to working with staff on these items. Again, it's not something we're going to solve today, but since this station reopened as part of the LRT, the experience has not been where it should be. And that's the point I've been trying to make here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard.
Thanks so much, Chair. And just as the local council for this station, obviously I hear these concerns a lot as well. Appreciate Transit Commissioner Brockington having raised this previously with staff. It's an ongoing issue. In the report back to us, staff indicate they're going to be conducting assessments regarding improvements to Herdman, which I'm appreciative of. One of the items they talk about is installing permanent weather protection along the bus corridor. So perhaps I could just get a comment from staff on where some of these elements stand that the delegations raised around the bathrooms not working and not being operational and freezing, the floor, the tile, and then some requests for benches, as well as the scaffolding corridor, and what our timeline might look at to make something more permanent but improved permanence from what was there previously. If I can get a comment from staff.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, as outlined in the response to the inquiry, we are planning to assess whether the number of benches should be increased, whether there's any ability to provide more sheltered waiting or walking area. There's a separate recommendation before you today regarding the temporary scaffolding that was installed in the winter of 19 and 20. If it's the desire of the Commission and Council, we could do a project and bring back a cost estimate for any other enhancements to this or any other station on the line for consideration in future years' capital budgets. I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Troy Charter, who can probably speak better than I can about the maintenance of the station by our contractor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I believe everyone is aware that the RTM, the group that we work with, they're our maintainer of the line, the systems, the stations, and we're working very, very closely with them on making some improvements in terms of the washrooms and just general cleanliness in the general cleanliness. One of the things that we are working on them right now is that there have been a few occasions where some vandalism has caused those washrooms to be down for extended periods of time. So we have a project where we're going to be implementing some changes in terms of the infrastructure in there to help prevent some of the downtime with those washrooms, and we think that'll have a positive impact. So that's one of the things that definitely has impacted our customers is those. We know that those washrooms being down for periods of time, so we're working closely with our team on getting that rectified.
Okay, thanks very much. And Chair, I think I will just give direction, if it's okay with you today, that staff do come back with suggested improvements and the cost for those in future years on the capital side. So exactly what Mr. Scrimger was saying, I think it makes sense for us to get an estimate to what those would cost and see if it makes sense for future budgets to install those. If I can give that direction for staff to come back, it would just be an information piece for Commission to consider.
Does staff accept that as a direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Hi, thank you. When I read the inquiry, I was also surprised about the fact that there's been no determination on making the scaffolding in that area permanent. As someone who is a regular, Herdman Station is my transfer point. And back when when that station opened and LRT came into effect, 2019, that row behind the bus where the scaffolding is did not exist. So when you would exit Herdman Station, the only way to get to the very far stations was to walk either where the people were waiting for the bus stops, or we would all walk in the busway. And so it's not optional for that to be made permanent. And it is disappointing after 3.5 years that it is not being made permanent. There's lots of other issues at Herdman. I mean, even where the scaffolding is, the vinyl colored panels are falling apart. My colleagues have spoken to the other issues, but I do believe that that scaffolding issue needs to be made permanent. There's no way you can do without it. The station is so long. And I would also just say from my point, if you keep the same configuration and you make that scaffolding permanent, I'd also recommend putting a defibrillator along there because it is a very long run when you get off the Herdman to the end of the 44. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wouldn't normally do this during an inquiry, but the issue of scaffolding has come up and I thought I would address it during the budget discussion. But my understanding is that staff are proposing to remove the scaffolding at Tunney's Pasture Station as well as one of the efficiencies measures, and I'm concerned about that. Councillor Menard has provided direction to staff to take a look at station improvements at Herdman that would include presumably some kind of permanent shelter for the people who are making that long walk, and we have the same dynamic at Tunney's Pasture Station. I'm wondering if staff would be willing to broaden the direction that came from the chair and Councillor Menard with respect to finding a permanent solution for scaffolding at Tunney's as well.
Staff accept that as a direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And will, when you're presenting on the budget, will there be more discussion about the Tunney's scaffolding? I'm seeing nodding heads. Perfect. Merci. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Just on that note, and I don't speak for my colleague here, Councillor Carr, but I think when she said maintain the scaffolding at Herdman, what we really want to see is a permanent structure. Scaffolding should be a temporary solution. There's nothing pretty about scaffolding. Scaffolding was never meant to be used for a covered walkway. But the ultimate goal is, because the length is so long and people are exposed to the elements, is to have a permanent structure in place that blends in with the look and feel of the station. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions on this item? Okay. Since this is not a report or a recommendation, we don't need to receive or carry this, so we will move on to 4.2, which was also held. 4.2 is the response to the inquiry on the emergency intercom button Confederation Line train. There's no speakers on this one. Councillor King, I believe, held this item. Councillor King, do you have questions for staff or comments on this?
I do. Thank you, Chair. I'm appreciative of the response to the inquiry, but I just wanted a number of clarifications. So I'm confused as to why the emergency button was perceived to have failed by customers on that affected train, even though the operator in the report is said to have responded within 30 seconds. So I wanted some clarification from staff on that.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. We had to, following a review of that incident, we did have to follow up with and make some adjustments to our training curriculum. Previously, the curriculum had indicated to our operators that to respond to the PEI when it was safe to do so. And I believe in that specific case, that inherently resulted in a bit of a delay in the operator's response to that occurrence. So we estimated that it was approximately about 30 seconds, but I recognize customers on a train, then when they're observing, a very distressing event such as that, 30 seconds is a very, very long time. So we've adjusted our training curriculum to ensure that operators are aware that, unless there's an immediate safety need, that they need to respond to that PEI as quickly as possible, almost immediately. And then I think that will give the customers the comfort and knowledge that someone is responding and is aware of the situation.
Well, thank you for that. So I suppose what we're hearing is that as part of lessons learned, the emergency intercom procedures have been updated, and operators must now immediately answer all of those calls. So what was the timing before this process was updated? What was the expectation?
Mr. Chair, the expectation before was to answer the PEI calls as soon as possible, but recognizing that there may be situations in which that might prevent them to answering immediately. We provided clarification through our training program that there's very, very limited number of circumstances that would prevent an operator from responding in a very, very short period of time. And one of the primary examples is if that train is coming right into the train platform, like it's literally about to pull up to an area where there's potentially hundreds of people waiting for a train, that would be an appropriate time to wait the 5 seconds or so until the train came to a stop, because we want to make sure that the operator is watching for people on the platform. But in all of the circumstances, that operator should be immediately picking up answering the passenger emergency intercom button. So effectively taking away some of the subjectivity to it and ensuring that it's an immediate response.
Okay, and I just have one final question, and maybe that could be submitted in terms of a written form, I guess with the will of the committee. But I was wondering if you could share the fully updated instructions for operators, which go beyond answering immediately. I think that we heard very clearly from residents that there's an expectation when the button is pushed that there would be rapid response in emergency situation. So I would feel more comfortable if both council, the committee, and the public have a good sense of what the instructions are for operators.
That's a great question, Mr. Chair. We'll follow up with our chief safety officer, ensure that it's okay to provide that information. But maybe one other piece that I could share is that every year we do hundreds of exercises and drills where the passenger emergency intercom is part of that drill and exercise. So we're not only assessing that the intercom is properly functioning, communicating with the operator, and the operator can communicate back, but also as well that the procedures are understood with our operating staff. So I just share that with additional information to provide some comfort that we know that our maintainer checks the intercoms every day, but in addition to that, we're doing hundreds of checks with our operators as well to ensure that communications are understood and that the equipment is functioning properly. But we'll follow up with the chief safety officer, and we can provide that information hopefully.
I appreciate that. And just one quick final question. My understanding was that every time the emergency button is pushed, there will now be an internal review. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the dynamic nature of a lot of these situations where the operator kind of has to juggle a lot of different things at once, whether it's operating the vehicle, answering a call, etc. So given this new change in policy, what would happen, or I guess training, what would happen if the operator does answer the call and, unfortunately something does happen? Like will that jeopardize the safety of the vehicle, the people on the platform, the guideway itself?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our operators have access to our Transit Operations Control Center that works 24/7, 365 days a year. So we want that operator to immediately respond to the occurrence, find out what the nature of the occurrence is. That may require stopping the train immediately and attending to the person. But first and foremost, we want that operator to communicate the information to our control center, who have access to all the other emergency response providers, whether it be fire, paramedics, and police. We're very much connected with them. We get great response times from our partners. And that operator is the eyes and ears there, and they can ensure that they get the necessary support. That's obviously in addition to our frontline staff that are trained in things like first aid and CPR. And they can attend to various situations as well too. And we're a lot of times we're one of the first ones on scene, and then followed up by our emergency response personnel. So it really is, as to your point, it really is a dynamic sort of situation. It can change quite a bit, but we want that operator to immediately respond, assess what the situation is, notify the control center so we can get whatever help is needed, and we can relay the accurate information to that response personnel. So when they arrive, they know exactly what to do.
Thank you. So if I'm interpreting that correctly, they kind of like bus operators would, if unsure, stop, basically, the vehicle.
Yes, Mr. Chair. They have that ability to stop the train wherever. Ideally, it would be, best to get to a station because that's the quickest for our emergency response personnel to get. But they do have the opportunity, the ability to stop the train at any point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from councillors on this item? All right, then we'll conclude this item 4.2 and we will move to item 5.1, which is the Transit Commission terms of reference. There's no presentation. We do have one speaker registered. That's Miranda Gray. We'll bring Miranda back into our room here.
Hello, sorry, the delay is always caused by returning as panelist.
No problem. Welcome back.
Thank you. So I would ask you to consider returning this document to staff for further work because it does not refer to your new subcommittee on stage 1 LRT issues and how you will relate to them. This issue has already come up on your agenda this morning. The questions on Herdman relate to both stage 1 development of the LRT station and the bus platform, which would remain in this committee. So while this work is well done by staff, it was done before the decision of council to make that subcommittee was done. So it is now not fully comprehensive. So I would ask you to return it and bring this up at your next meeting because it is not covering the new situation you've created. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miranda. Are there any questions from councillors on this item? Miranda raises an interesting point that we actually ran into with another committee that's had a bit of a mandate change, and that was planning and housing in terms of some of the affordable housing responsibilities. And what we did do was we delayed bringing the terms of reference for planning and housing until the same council meeting that the terms of reference for community services was considered. I think that's right. Councillor Leaper's chair of that committee. Now, we did approve the terms of reference for planning and housing at the Planning and Housing Committee. It's just a matter of when they rise to council in case there were any changes that might need to be made as a result of the deliberation of the community services community. The LRT committee meets next week and their terms of reference are on the agenda for next week. And I think both would rise to council regardless of the following council, which would be February 22nd. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. And so if there are any issues that arrive that would create a conflict or a need for change, I think we'd be able to do that at council. Are there any questions from councillors or any clarifications needed today on the proposed terms of reference for this committee? I'm seeing none. So the report recommendation is that Transit Commission recommend council approve its terms of reference as outlined in this report and attached to document 1. Are those report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 6.1. This is the OC Transpo update for rail, bus, and paratranspo. We have a presentation from staff to begin with. We have one speaker registered, and councillors will have an opportunity for Q&A with that speaker, and then Q&A with staff after that. So turn things over to Renée Amilcar. Bonjour.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and all commissioners, and hello to everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you this morning.
Eric, maybe you can start sharing, please, to put the deck. So I'm very happy to be here as usual, and this is our second Transit Commission meeting of this term of council. It's a pleasure to work with you, Chair Gower and Vice Chair Curry, as well as the Commission members. We have an exciting 4 years ahead of us. My team and I are excited to work with you on many upcoming projects and initiatives, ones that will benefit our customers greatly. And as we move forward to make those things happen, I want to reassure you that OC Transpo's business decisions are and will continue to be based on data. My commitment to you is that we will manage and improve our service for our customers by measuring data. That means we will use key performance indicators to track our progress. Together, I know we will do great things over the next 4 years. At every Transit Commission meeting, I will provide an update on new and important OC Transpo initiatives. My team and I will also give an update on our many lines of service. We will then, of course, be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Next slide, please. As you know, more federal public service employees have started returning to the office. We have more than enough capacity on our system to welcome back new and returning customers. December ridership data shows that we are at 60% of pre-pandemic ridership level. We expect to see that number increase in January, with more federal workers returning to transit. We have a communications campaign aimed at public servants returning to the workplace. The campaign will help educate new and returning customers about how to use the system and how to plan their commutes. We will also highlight new system features that we have added over the last few years. We want to make them aware of the flexible and convenient public transit options available to them. This campaign will run over the next several months. Staff will continue to monitor ridership demand, evaluate new ridership trends, and make adjustments if necessary. As you know, the funding model and business case for zero-emission buses passed at Council on February 1st. I thank you for the opportunity to brief you on this file at our Special Transit Commission meeting 2 weeks ago. We are now in the procurement phase for charging infrastructures, facility upgrades, and our new electric buses. We will work with the Toronto Transit Commission's preferred zero-emission bus supplier to secure the first tranche of 26 buses. The switch to zero-emission buses will move the city closer to achieving its greenhouse gas emission reduction goals and will help transition Ottawa into a clean, renewable, and resilient city. This is exciting news for our city and for sure for OC Transpo. Last year, our bus operator recruitment campaign was a huge success. Thanks to our incredible team, we met our ambitious goal and hired 290 new bus operators. This year, our goal is even more ambitious, and we aim to hire another 3,060 operators by the end of this year. In fact, 60 will start training this month. The reason for this recruitment push is largely due to stage 2 train preparations. On top of hiring more bus operators, we'll also be hiring additional para-transpo operators, customer service representatives, mechanics, and apprentices. Our recruitment goals are directly tied to our service reliability goals. We hope the more we can be prepared for upcoming operational changes, the better our customers will be supported through those changes. As you know, this past fall, we developed a severe storm schedule pilot to prepare our bus service to severe winter storms. Although we have had some large snowfalls this winter, we have not reached the threshold to implement this adjusted schedule. During some storms this winter, we did replace articulated buses with 40-foot buses and some double-deckers. We saw both the reduced number of stock buses in the snow and also an improved return to service time, which has improved service delivery. We are pleased with the results of our pilot so far, but we will continue to monitor throughout the winter and determine if it will become permanent. Next slide, please. It's very important that we hear from our customers so that we can make adjustments and improve our services. Customer feedback is critical to our continuous improvement. We will be conducting a regular customer surveys to better understand travel habits, overall satisfaction, perceptions of safety, awareness of our existing and future services, and insights on our communications tools. Feedback will help us better understand that adjustment we can make to improve service for our customers. The first survey of the year will be launching this month and is being conducted by Nanos Research via telephone. The next topic I would like to provide an update on in the Displaced Persons and Refugees Past Pilot Program. This program was approached by Council in April 2022, and OC Transpo launched it in the following month. This pilot program provides no-charge 6-month transit passes to displaced families and individuals coming to Ottawa. The passes are provided to various agencies and the Community and Social Services Department, who then distribute them to their clients. As of today, over 3,200 passes have been distributed. To help address concerns from clients wondering how to get a transit pass after the 6 months are up, OC Transpo held Train the Trainer sessions with over 30 staff from 9 settlement agencies in Ottawa. At these sessions, OC Transpo provided information about our reduced fare options, including the Equipass and Community Pass. The agencies are now equipped to share transit information with their clients. Implementing this program was quick and has been very successful. This program has been included in the 2023 draft budget, and so, if approved by Council this afternoon, it will move from being a pilot project to being a regular part of OC Transpo's system. This past December, we launched a live texting service for Transpo customers. This new service allows customers the option to receive information about the estimated arrival time and their Transpo vehicle, make a direct cancellation for an upcoming trip, and ask questions about Transpo. The launch was smooth, and the new service has been well received by our customers. I would now like to briefly speak about our travel training. We have a dedicated and passionate group of employees at OC Transpo who deliver our travel training program to school boards, hospitals, day programs, and a variety of agencies who serve people with disabilities. These organizations and community partners then go on to deliver the travel training program to their clients. Their clients learn how to plan transit trips, recognize route numbers, stops and schedules, get on and get off buses and trains, and stay safe when using transit. OC Transpo's travel training program is a great resource that helps trainees overcome barriers and gain travel independence. We worked with BBC Storyworks last year on a promotional video about this program. The film is presented by UITP, the International Association of Public Transport, as part of an online series called The Way We Move. Last week, the film won a first place award in the American Public Transportation Association's 2023 Awards competition for communications and marketing. Je suis vraiment fière. I'm very proud. So proud to OC Transpo team who helped make this amazing project a reality. It is one example of our marketing initiatives that help promote awareness about the services we provide to audiences in Ottawa, the rest of Canada, and around the world. Next slide, please. Would you mind playing the video, please, Epic?
I love Ottawa. I have a lot of freedom. I can go anywhere I want. My name is Daniel Pesino. I'm 41. I love Ottawa because it's a big city, so I can bus everywhere too. I take the bus to work. I work at the bakery, and I've been there for 8 years. My girlfriend is Laura. She's a person with a disability also, but she also have Down syndrome, like same as I do. She knows how to bus herself too, so we can bus together, drink together, and bring her back safely on time.
Initially, when Daniel moved to Ottawa, he lived with me and my family for about 7 years. So he was sort of dependent on me to sort of help him to plan his voyages and his trips.
Daniel's sister first contacted me 10 or more years ago when Daniel moved here from a smaller community. She took on some responsibility when his parents were aging. He came here not knowing anybody, not having any type of a social circle. We introduced him to travel training and taught him how to take transit. The travel training program pairs people with disabilities with professionals in our community who then teach them how to take transit, and it just enhanced his life.
And it got to the point, you know, with the travel training program that he no longer needed me to help him to sort of know when to leave the house and where to catch the bus and where to make the connection. He was able to do all of that on his own. And so that makes us really happy. And I know it makes him really happy too. Growing up, Daniel and I were really fortunate. My mom poured her heart and soul into ensuring that Daniel had, you know, the best of everything. And she really advocated a lot for Daniel and really wanted him to be able to do what any other child would want.
I was very close to my mother. I was a mama's boy. So that was close, very close. My mother passed away since Family Day Monday, 2022. I was a bit of Terry, you know, talk about mom. That's all. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Having a mom moment?
Yeah, it's a mom moment again.
All the time. Come here. I didn't hear your whole interview, but it sounded good, what I did hear.
Thank you.
You know what? She'd be so proud of you. Sitting here.
Thank you.
Telling your story. Right?
Yeah.
She'd be super proud of you. You did great. Okay? Okay.
Thank you. I love it here. Give me more independence so I can go to places like far from here. Canada and Little Italy, downtown and the market. And I know we'd have to go meet up with my friends. It's a party central.
And if it wasn't for the travel training program, he wouldn't have the independence that he has today. So it's really opened up, you know, his entire world.
Even after a few years, he was able to move into his own apartment, independent of his sister. And now he's free to just travel the community.
I just hop on the bus and I know where to go.
We won the first place. Thank you, Daniel. Merci beaucoup. C'est très touchant. This film is playing around the world. J'étais à Madrid au mois d'octobre l'année passée. Mes collègues m'en ont parlé.
I was in Madrid last year and my colleagues saw it and talked to me about it with a lot of emotion.
I want to take a moment to acknowledge Kathy Riley. Next slide, please. Kathy Riley, our former accessibility specialist who recently retired, she was featured in the video you just saw. Kathy played an important role in the travel training program and developed close relationship with OC Transpo and various organizations throughout the city. J'ai eu la chance la semaine dernière, à la dernière journée de
It was
travail.
my I was fortunately able to meet Kathy for the first time in person last week, and we took a photo session. Uh, with people who require special training for people who have dogs. And Kathy was there as usual. She's so present. I was so happy to see her. She's such an engaged person. And even though it was her last day, she was still fully present.
Next slide, please. We will now review our key performance indicators, and I will pass the floor to Paul Trebutat, who will provide you a brief overview of our safety management system. Paul, please.
Thank you, Renee. Good morning, members of the Transit Commission. I'm Paul Trebutat, the Chief Safety Officer at OC Transpo. OC Transpo's, pardon me, perhaps change to the next slide, please. Thank you. OC Transpo's safety management system is a documented demonstration of our commitment to the highest levels of safety. The primary goal of the SMS is to reduce harm to people, assets, processes, and reputation. The SMS integrates safety processes into the day-to-day elements of operations, maintenance, and service. Il s'agit d'un système qui englobe tous les employés de l'organisation et qui
takes into account all of the employees of the association and supports a continuous improvement and an coordinated and structured approach, such as identification of dangers, investigations, processes for and reports, risk analysis, and corrective measures.
Within OC Transpo and other organizations and agencies that have an impact on transit operations. Lastly, it defines a structured approach for the implementation of safety initiatives, goals, and the objectives. On the top right-hand side of the slide, is the SMS structure. Le SMS est basé sur 4 piliers.
Our SMS is based on 4 pillars, and this allows us to have a structured and integrated approach for security and the management of risks. It establishes a global structure for the continuous improvement and the making sure that we have a completely secure operation as well for our clients as well as for our employees.
The 4 pillars are, the pillar 1 is the SMS policy and objectives. This identifies many of the key safety leadership elements and processes that are vital to creating a safety environment and culture across the organization. Pillar 2 is risk management. Risk management involves taking action to minimize the risks to safety. Informal and formal risk assessments, along with analysis of occurrence data, contributes to preventing reoccurrences and improving overall safety. Pillar 3, safety assurance, involves the systematic and ongoing monitoring of OC Transpo's safety environment and performance, as well as evaluating the safety management processes and practices. And finally, Pillar 4, safety awareness. OC Transpo aims to increase organization-wide safety awareness through position-appropriate training, safety-related communication, and employee participation in safety program development. As our general manager spoke to earlier, we are focused on key performance indicators in our safety management system. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see 3 of them, and I'll just briefly go over those quickly with you. The first one on the left is violent offenses. The objective here is to reduce violent offenses to 321. That is the KPI target that we have set for that. And we see in 2022, there were 430 offenses, which is higher than in 2021. Our Special Constables unit consists of sworn peace officers within OC Transpo. They receive their Special Constable appointment on behalf of the Ottawa Police Services Board. Our Special Constables proactively deploy to high occurrence locations to conduct focused patrols. The second KPI relates to vehicle collision rate. Here, our objective is to reduce to 1.273 or less for total collisions and 0.69 for preventable collisions per 100,000 kilometers traveled by road vehicles in OC Transpo. The 2022 total vehicle collision rate is 47% above that SMS target, and the preventable collision rate is 38% above the target. Every accident, every collision is investigated, and it is reviewed by a committee composed of bus trainers, safety investigators, transit supervisors, and the City of Ottawa's Fleet Safety Unit. Lastly, customer injuries. Our KPI there is to reduce to 1.036 or less per 1 million trips. The customer injury rate, it's important to note, is calculated on a basis of 1 million trips and is defined as requiring the attention of emergency services to transport a customer to a hospital. Although the customer injury rate for 2022 is less than the one in 2021, we still haven't been able to meet our SMS target. We've observed that on a fairly consistent basis, the top 3 customer injuries are: 1, injuries from hard brake events resulting from bus operation; 2, falls by customers while a bus is in motion; and 3, slip, trips, and falls, such as falling on stairs, escalators, or while a bus is not in motion, that is, while embarking or disembarking. So this concludes.
Thank you, Chair. So we can continue with Pat Scrimger to see the KPIs.
Thank you. And on Paul's behalf, thank you. I'll start on the next slide, 2 slides later, please, yeah, with just a snapshot overview of some of the measures that we've talked about earlier, or that we're going to be talking about in more detail in the next dozen slides or so. The Paratranspo response time on the phones, as you'll see coming up, is very good right now. People have a very short wait before our agents are able to speak to them. Paratranspo on-time performance has been pretty good and stable over the last few months. I'll show you more. Paratranspo ridership, very high and approaching pre-pandemic levels. O-Train Line 1 service delivery and conventional bus service delivery, we'll be showing you some figures there that shows that there's room for improvement. And as Madame Amilcar mentioned earlier, ridership on the train and the bus system remains around 60%, and we're expecting to see more customers as more federal workers return to working on site. So we'll just go through the next few slides, the same things in more detail. First of all, Paratranspo on-time performance in the month of January. We were at, I'm going to zoom in, 95%, sorry, and you can see we've been floating around 93, 95% for the last 6-8 months. It was higher a year ago when ridership was lower and when there was less traffic congestion on the roads. The next slide, please, shows The length of time that someone needs to wait if they're phoning to make a Paratranspo booking, that's now down to just over 2 minutes. And you may remember, some of you may remember a few years ago, we had strong direction from council to bring that down to under 15-minute wait. And so now we're down to about a 2-minute wait. So that shows that the large investment that council and the commission made into technology solutions and increased staffing levels in our call center has really made a difference for our customers. The next slide shows the degree to which people well, it shows you the number of bookings and then how many of those bookings are being made either online or by telephone. Now we're up to 7% of bookings are being made online. Clearly, there's still room for growth there, but even those 7% are really making a difference to the customers who, first of all, are able to book online because they can complete their transaction immediately, but they're also unloading the phone queue so that people who can't make that booking or choose not to make that booking online can get to an agent more quickly. And that, as you can see, the orange bar has been getting a little bit bigger over the months since that service was introduced. So we look for that to continue as customers wish. The next slide shows Paratranspo complaints about service, and you can say there's been a general downward trend in the number of complaints, the number of complaints per 1,000 customer trips as ridership has been increasing. And you can see there in the different colors the subjects of those calls. And interesting to see there that the proportion of calls that are about service delivery seems to be remaining about constant, the darker blue at the bottom, while the other numbers, questions about booking, questions about fares are really going down, and there's fewer calls and fewer complaints about those in recent months. The next slide shows Paratranspo ridership for the last 12 months, ending here with December. The January numbers will be available soon, and we'll share them with you at our next opportunity. And you can see when you compare the height of the black bars with the red X'd line, that ridership is getting very close in December to where it was in 2019. And so Paratranspo ridership has been rebounding post-pandemic much more quickly than conventional ridership. And the next slide shows Paratranspo fare revenue, also tracking the same way as ridership and very close back to expected levels. And we'll bring you January numbers at your next meeting. So with the end of the Paratranspo section, I'd like now to turn this over to my colleague, Troy Charter, to talk to you about buses and trains.
All right, thank you very much, Pat. Let's see. So as we look over the past 13 months of performance of the LRT line, there have been many months with strong reliability. Au cours des 13 derniers mois de performance, il y a eu de nombreux mois avec forte fiabilité. Generally speaking,
the reliability was very good.
Actually delivered. We want this graph to be, as flat as possible, and obviously as close to 100% as well. The flatter the line, the greater the consistency in reliability for our customers. Since March of last year, 8 of the 11 months are at or above 98%. And looking at 2022 as a total, and if we exclude that the lightning rail event, service delivery is approximately 98.4% for the year. Depuis mars de l'année dernière, nous avons réalisé 8 mois.
Since last March, we had 8 months at 98% performance, and generally speaking, the reliability is improved month after month.
January service delivered was impacted primarily as a result of the freezing rain event. Recovery efforts were immediately initiated with the city and RTM working cooperatively to restore service as quickly as possible. Joint working sessions were immediately initiated through the first night and continued until full service was restored. In total, over 30 working sessions were held between the parties, demonstrating a commitment to work collaboratively together to share information, to coordinate efforts, all with the ultimate goal of a safe and sustainable return to service resumption. As always, when rail service is unable to continue either along the entire line through normal operations or what we refer to as single tracking, that's when trains operate in either direction, but they on one track, but they alternate. R1 replacement bus service is initiated. R1 will never meet the capacity, convenience, and travel time as the train. However, when implementing R1, impacts on our customer journey, whether it be by bus or by train, is given careful consideration and is at the forefront of our decision-making. We do have a number of pre-planned R1 bus patterns that can be implemented depending on the unique circumstances, with each attempting to balance the impacts on our customers and travel times, the number of transfers that may be required, customer communications, as well as the impacts on the rest of the transit network as buses are redeployed to support R1 bus service. We know that with any implementation of R1, this can create frustration for our customers. And as we're always looking for, and we're always listening to feedback and looking for ways to better improve our service, we are coming back to the next Transit Commission meeting with more information on R1 implementation. You can go to the next slide, please. So looking now at our rail fleet availability, this chart provides some of the data and information that we use to monitor the status of our fleet of light rail vehicles. Currently, we have 44 vehicles in our active fleet, 34 from stage 1, and an additional 9 that have been introduced as we work towards the Line 1 extension in the east. It's important to note that this chart is really just a snapshot in time and changes not only every day, but changes throughout the day. As you can imagine, when managing a fleet of vehicles, whether it be light rail vehicles, conventional or paratransit buses, the fleet composition is always changing. Aside from the daily inspection regimes, every vehicle has a number of pre-planned inspections, preventative maintenance campaigns, as well as just general repairs. So on this day, so this was from earlier this week, there were 33 vehicles available for service. 4 were in for short-term maintenance, 2 were in for medium-term maintenance, and 5 were in for longer-term maintenance. It's very important to note that RTM has consistently been meeting our daily fleet requirements of 13 trains. But if you recall, we operate our vehicles as 2-car consists. So 13 trains or 26 vehicles at peak periods on weekdays, 11 trains or 22 vehicles on weekends, plus having spare vehicles available. This information included here gives us a lot of insight into the state of our fleet, RTM's planning and organization of the work activities, as well as upcoming campaigns. So for example, while still a few months away, we know that RTM has already started planning for the upcoming 400,000 kilometer inspections. Ces informations nous donnent un aperçu de la flotte de véhicules et nous donnent plus d'informations sur la façon
This
dont...
gives you more information on the organization of work.
I'll now move on to the conventional bus service delivery, which for the past year, if you look at the past year, service delivery ended at just under 97%. Leading into the winter season, we were experiencing a positive trend in our service delivery, largely as a result of the continued efforts to stabilize service and as a result of the robust recruitment campaign that Madame Elmokar has previously referenced. Service delivered remains high. However, we know that there's more work to do to get up to that 99% and more, what we want to achieve. The winter months do pose additional challenges on service delivery like they do every year. And thanks to my public work partners, they gave me some interesting information. So far this winter, Ottawa has received almost double the amount of snow when compared to the same time period as last year. And as Madame Elmokar has mentioned, while we have not had to activate our severe storm schedule, there have been a number of events where our team had to proactively implement other storm weather plans, including securing additional resources, changing out articulated buses with other bus types, and where possible, and adjusting routes. Again, as Madame Elmokar has mentioned, we are continuing with a robust and aggressive hiring campaign in 2023 to recruit upwards of 360 new operators with the overall goal to stabilize bus service and to be prepared for all the staffing actions associated with Line 2 opening and the Line 1 extensions. Comme Madame Elmokar l'a déjà mentionné, nous poursuivons notre campagne de recrutement pour
We are
embaucher.
continuing our recruitment campaign with new operators again this year to improve the bus service and also in view of the extension of the light rail.
We've seen a consistent trend throughout the year. The ridership, While ridership has remained below the pre-pandemic levels, which is the red line you see on the chart, and the estimated budget, the black line, we did see that month over month ridership was considerably greater when compared to 2021, with ridership reaching 50.1 million customer trips for the year, which is a significant increase compared to the 30.6 million trips in 2021. December's ridership of 5.1 million customer trips is approximately 62% of the pre-pandemic levels, which is a slight increase from October. At this time, data is not yet available for 2023, and you know, as we previously mentioned, with the return of the federal government employees to the office environment 2 to 3 days a week, we anticipate that this should have a positive impact on ridership and fares, and we look forward to reporting on this at the upcoming Transit Commission meetings. If we go to the last slide. With respect to the O train and bus fare revenue, we've observed similar trend to ridership. Month over month, there's been an increase in fare revenue when compared to 2021, with fare revenue for the year reaching approximately 108.6 million compared to 65.8 the year prior. So this concludes our presentation. Thank you very much. And back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I was just thinking, I've been a transit commissioner for 4 years. I think that was the first I've heard about the travel training program, which is a remarkable program and an excellent video. So thank you for sharing that. We have one speaker registered for this item, and it's John Reddens joining us again. So we're going to go to John first of all.
Can you see me now?
Hi, John.
Hi, all right, I'm back. All right, thank you for the presentation. I just have a few comments to make. How much bus drivers are we losing in retirement versus the hiring on Transpo and OC Transpo? How many buses are not working on the para fleet? Why are some operators being told by a supervisor, especially for Transpo, not to show up early? Last regular transit committee in November, head of customer service told the commission he's not responsible for accessibility transportation. That's right, he's not responsible for taxis, but he's also responsibility for the taxi service providing Transpo customers. When is RTG going to buy into our city? This is one thing that, if you want to work in relationship with our city, they have to start buying in the community. I know last term, commissioner brought that up, council member brought it up, that they have to start buying in the community. I don't see that. See, when has the safety committee taken rides in our paratransport buses and some of the para buses? Some of them are so noisy that they shouldn't even be on the road. We see number one, and one other thing too is, one thing that you don't see the figures is the number of complaints going down, because some people, some of my colleagues using Transpo feel they're not being listened to. And that's where the surveys come into point. We should have a separate survey for Transpo customers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Are there any questions for John from councillors? I see a lot of hands up, but I think it's for questions to staff. John, you've raised a few points, and I'm sure some of our colleagues here will raise those with staff during the Q&A. So thank you for raising those.
Thank you.
Okay, we will turn to questions for staff, and I'm just going to go in the order I see hands on my Zoom screen here. Vice Chair Curry is first up.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all of that excellent information. Very helpful. One of the questions I have is about the targets that we set for the safety measures. And, you know, when I ask you this question, I'm not actually expecting you to say that you're going to just do this, but why did you not set them all at zero, like a zero tolerance for any serious safety measures? And I say that because at hospitals, we set them at zero, not because many times we really expect that we'll get to zero, but just because when you set it at zero, you have different conversations. What would it take us, you know, for us to get to zero? Safety, zero violence, zero everything. The opposite being, why not 100% for another measure? It means that you sometimes have, you know, red. We at hospitals, we go red, yellow, green for how we're doing. So they often look red because we're not at zero. But I wonder if you had that conversation, should we go zero for some, 100% for others? And why you didn't make those decisions.
Mr. Chair, Patrick Boutard is my Chief Safety Officer, and he's very well aware about the safety management system. I would invite him to comment that, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm 100% in agreement with you, Councillor Curry. Zero is absolutely where we want to be and where we want to go. Coming into this role back in April of 2022, these were targets that were set prior to my time here at OC Transpo. That's not to say that I necessarily condone them, but I think we can see that we're not achieving the targets that we set out to achieve, even though they are above zero. And we have a number of programs in place where my organization is attempting, within the framework and construct of the safety management system, to influence culture, safety culture at OC Transpo, around creating that as a very high priority. We have a monthly safety campaign related to various facets of the Highway Traffic Act. As a case in point, myself, I take public transit to and from work 2 to 3 times a week, and I will take that opportunity to make observations when I see behaviors by our operators that are consistent with our safety goals and objectives. I go and I speak to the operator and say, you know, give them the positive feedback and try to create an environment where there's encouragement that's provided. As well, we have a number of other programs where we are aiming to advance safety within this organization. But to cap it off, zero is where I want to be. Zero is where we want to go.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm only one person, but I would encourage you to think about that, only because I think as commissioners, then we understand what would it actually take? What would it mean? Maybe it would mean considerably more funding, totally doing things considerably differently. But anyway, it's something that changes the conversation, I will say, when you set your targets at 0 or 100%. The other second question I have, and I only have 2, is I had a lot of the emails from people asking about the threshold for taking articulated buses off the road. And I was back and forth with Pat in email there, and I can't remember, I think it was 31 centimeters of snow, or I think that's the number. And I wonder if there's any consideration given to lowering that number of centimeters. I understand we can't go with none because we don't have enough buses, but is there any thought about changing that target to a lower number of centimeters?
Mr. Chair, we set that threshold on the basis of what we had seen for snowfall and poor service delivery in connection with snowfall from the last couple of winters. We just, you know, we expect we'll be moving that threshold up or down as time goes on, depending on experience with it. We haven't got to that level yet, and I don't think we've needed to get to that level with any of the snowfalls yet this winter, because we haven't had. I mean, the main purpose of keeping the articulated buses off the road is to keep buses moving through the day. The cost of taking articulated buses off the road is that we must reduce service because we don't have enough buses that aren't articulated buses. With the snowfalls that we've had this year, though there's been a lot, as Mr. Charter mentioned, a lot of total accumulation, each snowfall has been to some extent manageable. And we've never had days when there's been, not this winter yet, where we've had a lot of buses stuck in deep snow. But if we need to move that threshold down or up, that's something we'll be reviewing continuously.
All right, thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Madam Mulcair and your team for the presentation. It's insightful, certainly for me as a new commissioner here to get this State of the Union here. My question specifically is on slide 2. You spoke to the welcoming of federal public servants back and the increasing trends that you're seeing in terms of how, you know, the post-pandemic ridership targets are increasing. And I guess my specific question is, are we doing anything from a fare or subscription model perspective to incentivize those federal public servants to come back to transit. As an example, in my previous life here, I would take public transit downtown on a monthly subscription pass. But if we know for a fact that a number of these federal public servants are coming back 2 to 3 times a week, in many cases for them, that decision metric to go to a monthly pass it doesn't exist. And as a result, they're going to take the choice to take a car because they don't have that subscription pass. Whereas if we incentivize them on some kind of a partial subscription model to get that pass, then we may actually see them making those positive decisions about taking transit on a more regular basis and getting into that habit, or maybe even taking it for other mechanisms because they've got that Presto Pass in their pocket. So I guess my question specifically is, are we looking at some form of change to our fare subscription mechanism in order to further incentivize these federal public servants as they come back to work in a hybrid 2 to 3 times a week model?
Mr. Chair, the answer is yes. We are working on that, and we'll come back to the Transit Commission for sure for a few options. But yes, we are trying to do something to I don't find the word, pour les inviter à rester puis les encourager à venir. Merci.
To invite them to come back to transit. Thank you.
Ask for clarification. 2 things. When should commission expect to see any recommendations around that? And 2, I hope it's not just for federal public servants, because there are a lot of people beyond federal public servants who are returning to work more frequently.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're continuing to work on it. We don't have anything to recommend in the budget today, so we think we'll come back with something a little later in the year, certainly before mid-year, we hope, with some initial conclusions, some affordability, where such discounts might be funded from. And as with all of our fares, they would be available to any customer, not depending on what their job is or where they work.
Thank you. So before mid-year, and there are some other models other transit agencies have explored, so hopefully we can learn from experience there. Councillor Hill, I think that was it from you. So we will go to, thank you. We will go to Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. And I echo your sentiments for Kathy Riley. I had the pleasure of working with her for about 2 years before I was elected. And no, there's nobody else who puts in the same vigor and care for standing up for accessibility needs for the transit system. So there's going to be really big shoes to fill there for sure. I have a few questions about the service delivery numbers. I note that you said there, you have sufficient numbers of LRVs to deliver line 1 service. But my concern is that in that same slide, it also states that there are 11 unavailable LRVs, and that is the number of vehicles we actually need to provide off-peak service for stage 1. So is this problem going to, is this issue going to translate to stage 2, where we don't have enough vehicles to operate the entire line from Trim to Moody to Algonquin?
No, that's a great question, Mr. Chair. Right now we are seeing some fluctuations in the fleet account, but more vehicles will continue to come for stage 2. I believe it's a total of 14 that we require for the East extension. So we still are going to be receiving more and more vehicles as we continue. And, our TM at this point is taking advantage of the time that they have with these extra vehicles to get them into service, to ensure that they're going to be fully reliable for stage 2. And as well, just make sure that they keep up on top of all the maintenance campaigns that are required. So, but we do see fluctuations from time to time in the fleet counts. They're meeting our daily requirements right now. They've been meeting it every day. But as I said, that seems how they have these extra vehicles available to them. They're taking advantage of them being there in their shop. But we fully expect that we'll have more than enough vehicles when the first extension opens up in the East.
Okay. The second question is about the bus delivery. Those delivery numbers, are they just trips that have run versus trips that have been canceled with nothing else considered?
Largely, yes. I mean, trips canceled versus trips delivered. Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't take into account that sometimes when a trip doesn't get canceled, that it ends up running on the scheduled time of the next trip, or on days where we have multiple trips bunching together, et cetera?
Sorry, should excuse, Mr. Chair, this is purely about service delivery. It's not factoring in on-time performance.
Okay, and is there any appetite when it comes to this data to kind of weigh the numbers so that it more accurately reflects some of the missing service that the different impacts that it has on different people, different areas of the city at different times of day when some service gets missed? Because if we miss a trip on the 171, for example, that's a 60-minute gap on a weekday and the 6-hour gap on a weekend. But if we miss a trip on the 75, it's a 30-minute gap.
Mr. Chair, those we regularly report on those on-time performance and service delivery and average waiting time for customers in a couple of locations. In the last term of council, we had a semi-annual detailed performance report where we brought that number regularly. And we also publish that information usually twice a year on octranspo.com. But, you know, it hasn't happened recently. We're happy to talk to the councillor more about that as required.
And last question for me, this is back to the safety slide about the numbers of violent offenses. Are these general numbers, or are they specific passenger to passenger issues, or does this also involve assaults against operators and staff?
Thank you, Chair. These numbers are all inclusive. So it's with respect to passengers, it's with respect to operators, it's in totality within our transit system.
Okay, and then building on that, are there, I understand there are some, there's a portion of the fleet that still isn't outfitted with operator shields. Is there any are there any plans to outfit those remaining buses with the shields? I know they are nearing retirement, but are the shields too bespoke for those buses to be transferred to future fleet acquisitions?
Mr. Chair, there's a small number of buses that are late in their life and don't have the shields installed for the operators yet. So what we're doing is we're making arrangements that those buses will be out in service for the fewest hours each day, and generally they'll be out for rush hours only and then come back in the garage before evenings. We're not saying that that's the, you know, when incidents occur, but there's more people around, there's more ability to respond, and there's more, perhaps some of those events happen less likely at rush hours. So they're old buses. They're in their last couple of years. Some of them will fade away when these new zero emission buses arrive, and so they'll be, you know, just running the fewest hours of any buses in the fleet.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the detailed presentation. Can I just be reminded, we finished 2022 with was it 60% ridership or was it 62? I heard two numbers.
The December number was just over 60%. The December number was 60%. For the year, I will get that number for you, Councillor, what the cumulative was for the full year. I don't have that close at hand. I think it was closer to 50, but I imagine it'll show up in a text message on my phone in the next couple of seconds.
The annual average was in the 50s?
I believe so. I'll get back to you really soon on that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we in leading up to the 2022 budget, the majority of the commission and council believed that we were going to get to 100% pre-COVID numbers. It was a very ambitious target for us to consider, and we did not come anywhere close to that target in 2022. So you're saying today that we're going to go from approximately 60% to a 70% average, which I think is at least more realistic in the target, which is important for budgeting. Who are these people that will be coming to transit that aren't taking transit now? And that ties into my next question about your survey, because I think, first of all, I think the survey is very important. We have to understand people who used to take transit who aren't taking transit anymore. Why is that the case? And what will bring these folks back to transit? And the people who never take transit, maybe they will continue to never take transit, but this information and data is worth its weight in gold, because you have to understand, particularly the people who used to take transit, who are no longer taking transit, what will it take to bring these folks back onto the system? Probably a less hard sell than the folks who are just adamantly opposed to begin with. But you're telling us we're going to go to 70, so I need some assurances that you've got a plan, that there are people out there who are going to come back, that you've got intelligence from the federal governments and other large cohorts who are going to be taking transit in 2023 who aren't up to that point. So share with me your thinking in this regard, please.
Chair, merci pour la question. Premièrement, c'est une discussion que nous allons avoir
Thank you for the question. This is a discussion that we will have when we share the budget. We don't have the information yet, but I can tell you that last year, when it was time to prepare for the budget for this year, we listened to the suggestions carefully that you gave us during the budgetary preparation for last year. So with our team, with Pat, we carried out a survey with our users, and we asked them a lot of questions like, are they users of this OC transport? And since COVID, were you using it? What intentions did they have with the fact that we know that December last year, nobody thought that Omicron would happen. So our predictions for 2022 had been erroneous because of this. So we asked them also, when the pandemic is finished, are you going to come back and all that stuff? So all those questions were asked, and it was because we wanted to figure out how things would have to do with 2023, and would they be, not speculation, but something reality based. But we used other data. We used facts also, like how many students were in school, 80,000 were back. And the good news also that we learned regarding to the fact that 2 or 3 days a week, we might be seeing federal employees going back to work. And somebody else had said, are there going to be incentives and stuff? So this is what we are looking for, to get that 70%, which is more realistic in terms of ridership. And it's the same case, all over the world, and particularly in big cities in Canada. It's really like that. This is what we're doing. We're really banking on the fact that the federal employees are going to be going back. So 70% for the rest of the year. Thank you.
Okay, that could be ambitious, because if we start the year off at 60%, and we're finishing the year with a 70, that means our final months of the year should be closer to the 80% to get that balance. So I'll have questions about reliability and investments to improve reliability when we get to the budget, because I think that's where it's best asked at that point. My final question at this point, Mr. Chair, is regarding daily bus run cancellations. We certainly see a lot posted online. Transit Commission really has no idea about the number of daily bus run cancellations. We need to be able to understand sort of what the average is, what is a reasonable number. The target should always be 0. What are the factors influencing these cancellations, and whether that's something the Transit Commission can influence, or whether it's construction projects, traffic issues. So can you give us an idea, a sense, on average, how many bus run cancellations exist? Comment on that number, and what's our goal to continuously reduce the number of bus run cancellations?
Merci beaucoup, Chair. Alors, plusieurs facteurs rentrent en ligne de compte.
Lots of factors come into play when it comes time to delivering the service for our users. First of all, of course, we need to have the number of bus drivers necessary. Last year, we did a big recruitment campaign. This year also, and there was a question raised a while ago. So how many people are retiring? 10 to 15 people are retiring every month. So this means for us that we have to replace them. And there's also people who are being promoted inside, which is fabulous, but we have to replace them. And of course, everything that has to do with the opening of future train lines. That's one thing. The other thing is that there's everything that has to do with traffic unpredictability. We saw during traffic, there was less traffic during COVID, but now it's back again. And so already we've seen that the schedule for the month of April is that we've had to inject different methods to allow the bus drivers to be on time. So these are things that we do. We do this as long as we have the data. The other reason, as you know, is that we had to implement the CLC bill, which allows us to give we have to give them 30 minutes of pause after 5 hours of driving. So this has changed working conditions for the drivers, which means that we have to have more people doing relay on the same routes. And we've had an increase in the number of people who are not having their being relieved. So we're working with the union, we're working with the employees and the management in order to reduce that. And we're also going to be setting up performance indicators to make sure that we can figure out exactly what's going on with those relays. And for instance, it can happen, when we had that Arctic cold, we have a few less buses. So there's a lot of different reasons and that contribute. Every morning I meet my administration team. We look over all the figures and everything to look at what we can do to improve everything. So when we have a really good day, there might be 100, 150 cancellations out of the 8,000 routes. And when there's a really horrible day, it could go up to 400 cancellations of bus routes. So my goal is that 0 cancellations, it's much too expensive for taxpayers to even contemplate. But if we can have at least less than 80 from Monday to Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday, less than 10, that would be great. We're already reached that for Saturday, Sunday. So if unless of course there's Arctic cold, horrible snowstorms, then we can manage that objective, which is reachable. And this afternoon, when I'll present the budget, you will see I have a very ambitious objective. 89% service is not good enough. That's not good service. I have to give them 99% at all times, 90.5% at all times. And of course, that means more money injected into the budget. It means more drivers. We have to take into account that humans can get sick, and that in our budget has to be accounted for. And we have 500 drivers. Some of them could be sick. Some of them might be absent for other reasons. And we have to have a budgetary model that allows us to nevertheless continue to have operators no matter what the number of people required every single day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. That's maybe one of the best answers I've heard in a long time, because we have to really get a grasp on this reliability issue for this transit to be successful. It's one thing to fix the LRT issues, but if we cannot get a grip on the bus reliability matters, you've clearly stated what they are. And it's our job to follow those metrics and make sure that our GM has the resources needed, because that's what our people need. If they cannot get on their local bus to get them to the LRT or transit way, the system will not work. And so I very much appreciate that answer and very much look forward to the budget presentation. Thank you.
Councillor, Mr. Scrimger.
I've got an answer to a question that the councillor asked earlier. In 2022, for the full year 2022, our ridership was 52% on the conventional system of what it had been in the year 2019.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Et merci, Madame Amilcar, pour cette réponse.
Thank you so much for your answer. It's like my colleague said, it was a very comprehensive and complete answer. Thank you.
I'm actually going to pose the question now that I was anticipating posing during the budget discussion. In order to have a reliable bus service, fewer than 80 cancellations per weekday seems like a reasonable number. We have to keep in mind that on many routes, when the bus is canceled and it's half an hour until the next one comes, and your experience of the transit system is such that you don't actually trust that that one in half an hour is going to arrive on the half hour, or if it's going to be 10 minutes late, you drive, you find an Uber, you find some other way of getting to work. And we're not going to get our ridership back until people trust the system. And they simply are not going to trust the system when there are, thank you for this statistic, 400 cancellations sometimes on a bad day during the week. That's thousands of passengers who are being affected. You mentioned more drivers. We need equipment that is reliable. Does the budget that is proposed today give you the resources you need to get to a target of 80 cancellations per day?
Mr. Chair, the answer is yes.
So it's not a large increase in operating expenses. Is the budget that we are being asked to pass today going to provide you with enough drivers and enough equipment?
Mr. Chair, yes.
What do you think? No, and that's, I appreciate the straightforward answer. It's difficult for me to imagine when the system is running as poorly as it is today, that a relatively minimal increase in operating funding is going to fix it, to bring it from 400 cancellations on a bad day to 80 consistently, or less than 80. Your goal is obviously 0, taking into account the drivers do get sick, and there are issues in the city sometimes. I appreciate the straightforward answer. Just some help for me. You hired 290 operators last year. The slide said 60 start training this month. Does that mean that there are another 230 who have yet to begin training?
Mr. Chair, tous ceux qu'on avait besoin l'année dernière.
Everybody we needed last year, we've already hired. We even have a graduating class yesterday. 33 drivers graduated yesterday. And we have another one that is going to begin next week with 60 drivers. And so we are starting to go and get all the people that we need for the opening of lines 2 and 4 of the train. And also to answer your question, in order for us to be able to deliver the necessary service, we need to make sure that we have the necessary resources when we know that nature means that, things can happen, that sometimes people can't get to work for some reason or another. And sometimes we have drivers who become supervisors, so we lose them. And sometimes we might need more temporary trainers who are themselves drivers, who are going to be sent to a secondment for a year. So my commitment is that we're going to continue to do everything that we have to, but we're going to continue to have the necessary number of drivers so that we can give the kind of service that we need, so that I can reach my 80 and less cancellations per day objective. Thank you for these answers.
If I can return to the violent offenses statistic that was raised earlier. I just want to make sure I understand that statistic, that in 2022, there were an absolute 430 violent incidents. Or is that a proportion number, a fraction of something?
Mr. Chair, that's Paul Trevitat here. That's an absolute number. That's a count.
How are those defined? That's a concerning number.
Well, they're defined as being offenses where perhaps there's medical services that needed to be attended to. It involves striking a person. It involves quite possibly a weapon. It's essentially anything that is beyond, let's say, shouting at a person can be considered to be a violent offense.
And what is the strategy for bringing that number down?
Well, our strategy is around trying to understand where the preponderance or the propensity for violent acts to occur, and targeting our patrols of our special constable units in those particular areas, as well as ensuring that there are OC Transpo employees that are visible and present. It's around creating a deterrence so that if a violent offense does present itself, that we have the best opportunity of being able to respond to it effectively and to minimize the potential for harm.
I've only got a couple more questions, but to what degree is this number being shared with other city departments who have responsibility for addressing vulnerable people in the city? Like the spike from 2021 at 242 to 430 in 2022 speaks to a city that's not okay. And the answer can't just be enforcement and deterrence. How is this information being shared with, for example, our Human Needs Task Force? Or is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are also engaged with our other city partners, trying to get a better understanding and grasp of other ways in which we can create an effective deterrence. For example, downtown station, Rideau Station, we know that we have a persistent set of challenges there. And we are working with the Rideau Center, their security details. We're also working with the community engagement team. We're also working with the Unsheltered Task Force, trying to find ways in which we can, address these situations so that we minimize the chance or the opportunity that escalation could occur, and at the same time to ensure that our users of our transit system feel safe in some of those areas when they go into our stations.
I know it looks like Councillor Menard is up next, and he may want to talk about things like using peer workers and alternatives to policing in order to help people feel safe on our transit system. I only have one other question. There are 5 vehicles, LRVs, in long-term maintenance right now. 2 is the target. Is there a concern here, or is that an anomaly? I know it's a snapshot, so.
No anomaly there, and these things can shift. As I said, it's very flexible. Sometimes a vehicle goes in for short-term maintenance, it's going in for an inspection, and they find a component or part that they need to replace. Then other times it plans to go in for longer-term maintenance, in which they were able to do the quick inspection and it comes back. So we set these targets. They're really just to guide us a little bit in the decision making. If we were to see that over a consistent long period of time, it would be a concern. Yeah. Right now, we went through a cold snap, and there are a few extra vehicles in that they're having looked at with what we call their high-speed circuit breakers. But we anticipate that those should be back in a short period of time. This is RTM managing their fleet and making sure that they meet our fleet daily requirements and planning properly. We don't want them to put a vehicle on a hoist and take up that hoist space for 3 or 4 or 5 days. and then miss service when they could have put 3 or 4 other vehicles on that hoist when they could have put 3 or 4 other vehicles on that hoist and got those ones out. So it's about planning the service. Nothing to be concerned about at this time. But we do see those fluctuations from time to time. But a lot of it right now is just a result of that cold snap that we received, and they just have a little backlog of some work they need to get caught up on.
Okay, I appreciate my colleagues' indulgence in a number of questions. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to staff for the presentation. A number of questions I'll run through with you. On the LRT shutdown that happened 37 days ago for about 6 days, is there a substantial root cause analysis that's been produced?
Mr. Chair, yes, and we'll have a deck in a few minutes on that.
Okay, that's coming up. Sorry, Chair, that's in the next segment.
It's actually, we're going to do 6.3 and then come back to 6.2, which is the report you're looking for.
Okay. Chair, I have other questions about LRT, and I think they're on this section, but you just tell me if I need to wait to the next section. On the root cause analysis for other previous incidents, not the one 37 days ago, is there a chance that Transit Commission can get a full analysis of sort of the core infrastructure issues we're looking at? My concern is around not just maintenance issues we've been seeing with the operator, but on what core infrastructure issues may be pervasive in us having issues on the line, whether it be track laydown, overhead catenary, some of the other issues that we've seen with major infrastructure issues, not just the maintenance. So is there something like that can be produced for Transit Commission that provides us with more information on the actual infrastructure issues, not just the maintenance side?
Mr. Chair, yes, it's possible, because this is something that I'm doing with my team, so I can have a summary of those situations and we can bring it at TC.
Okay, that's very appreciated. Thank you for that. I think that'll be helpful. On the train availability, because I've been seeing the numbers of percentages come back. Are we measuring the train availability based on the 15 trains originally in the project agreement, or are we measuring it based on the 13 peak trains when needed?
Mr. Chair, the percentages are based upon the schedules that we're running now. So 13 train peak periods right now, and then on weekends it's 11 trains, primarily throughout most of the day.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And I'm just on does the monthly contract get adjusted to reflect the change to the train availability? So, obviously original project agreement had the 15. And I guess I'm getting at, whether this is affecting missed train availability, our run kilometers, service intervals. Do we adjust the payments based on the change to the project agreement for that percentage of availability of train vehicles?
Mr. Chair, la réponse est oui. La nuance est...
Short answer is yes, but there's a nuance compared to the last answer, Councillor Menard. What we're asking RTG every day are 15 trains, but as to the ridership, we need ridership for 13 can only be used, but we measure out of the 15 that they're supposed to deliver every day, and we pay them on the 13 that they are actually driving. So at no time are we going to be paying for services that have not been rendered, but we want to keep the maximum amount there because we want to prepare ourselves for stage 2 and also potentially for all federal workers to come back at 100%. If that should happen. So 15 trains would be necessary per day, and we then manage that just fine. And we only use actually 13 in the morning and 11 outside of peak times.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That's appreciated. On the slide about the trains that are out of service, Councillor Leeper mentioned this. The more surprising stat to me was the trains in the longer term and medium term out of service. So I guess just the question is, how many, do we have vehicles that were intended for stage 2 being subbed in now for those stage 1 operations? Is that what's occurring, and that we're able to run this fleet based on stage 2 vehicles that were delivered in advance that we're using for stage 1?
Mr. Chair, the answer is yes. We are using those stage 2 vehicles right now as part of our service delivery. It's important to get these trains exercised. The last thing we want is to have a train available to us and not be used for extended periods of time. Just like any other vehicle, they're meant to move. But to answer your question, yes, we are using those stage 2 vehicles that are available to us now in the service delivery.
Okay, just on that, when we get line 2 up and operating, it's a different vehicle, obviously. But when I guess the extension to the east first, and then to the west opens up, is there any concern that vehicle availability, based on what we're seeing now with some of those offline for medium or long term, that the vehicle availability is not going to be there for that stage 2 operating, given that we're subbing in those stage 2 vehicles for stage 1 now to kind of make ends meet, I guess? Is there any concern about when those operate in the east and west that we're not going to have the vehicle availability that we've purchased?
Mr. Chan, the answer is no, we don't have any concerns.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. Would be interested to get a fulsome report on why there's those longer term vehicles out of service, and I guess any recourse we might have. I don't know if there's something where we get a recourse as a city where they've delivered vehicles that are obviously not up to standard. How does that work in terms of maintenance payments or other warranty options there for vehicles that have been delivered to the city that are not in service now?
Mr. Chair, it's an all-in service contract with our maintainer. So, they are responsible for managing the fleet and making sure that they meet our daily service requirements every day. If they are unable to meet those daily service requirements, there are penalties that we would apply throughout the contract, and they can be fairly significant and add up fairly quickly. There are, there are warranty aspects and all that they have internal to their subcontractors and the team that they work with. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they're responsible for managing the fleet and making our daily service requirements, and then we apply the contract to manage that accordingly.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to switch gears to bus service, and specifically around Carleton University. And I want to just tell a short story, because this came through to me just today as this commission was happening. And so I guess a member of the public had booked a paratransport trip yesterday at Carleton, and they called at around 1 o'clock for a 4:30 p.m. pickup at stop number 19, Resident Commons, on the Carleton campus, going to the address at Lees Avenue. And I guess due to the cars that pull up to drop people off, this individual isn't able to see the vehicles coming in, so she waits outside for her paratransport vehicle. Again, this was a call for 4:30. At 5:30 p.m., the individual called paratransport to ask where they were, and they said that they would be arriving in 8 minutes. And by 5:45, the individual had told her partner that she was still waiting, and her partner called OC Transpo. Paratransport said they should be picking her up soon, but they were not there by 6 p.m. Then she should call again. By 6 p.m., her cell phone had died, and the paratransport picked her up at the end of the day at 6:11 p.m. And so obviously a long wait for a 4:30 p.m. booking when you're at 6:11 p.m. Afterwards. And we also hear reports from Carleton University about overcrowding on buses. Nice to see that people are wanting to take the bus, and obviously the U-Pass is available to students. I know staff have been reviewing bus service to Carleton. I'm just hoping you can comment on both regular bus service to Carleton and the paratransport service that, the story I just mentioned to you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. We're very sorry to hear about that poor experience with their service yesterday, and we'll be happy to look into it and find out what went wrong, fix it, and make things right with the customer. Councilor Benar, I think your office is sending us the details, and we will certainly be following up on that.
Okay.
On capacity to and from Carleton University, yes, Carleton University is one of the locations in the city that's gone back to, in the region of 100% attendance at 2019 levels, and that's so that therefore it's a very important destination for OC Transpo. We're monitoring ridership regularly, and seeing if we had to add some capacity. We have already added some capacity to a couple of the routes that serve that location, and we'll keep monitoring and either putting on larger buses or additional trips as required to carry all the customers.
Okay, thank you very much to staff, and thanks to my colleagues for entertaining these questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I also mentioned earlier in your questions, Councilman Menard, I think you referred to it as core infrastructure issues that need to be resolved, and that will be a topic for the LRT subcommittee as well. So we'll have some details there in the upcoming meetings. But thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Great. Excuse me. Great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Some nice highlights in there for sure. And I want to thank Councillor Lowe for his questions regarding the criteria for bus delivery, because I was wondering the same thing. And I'll be honest, I was surprised to see that 97% in January figure. So I'm wondering if it would be possible for the future to further segment that data so that we can see peak versus off peak, or even perhaps by transect, because I think that citywide average, while that is positive to share, might be diluting issues we're seeing in specific areas. So is that something that would be possible to look at in the future?
Mr. Chair, it may be possible. There may be ways. We will have to think about it. We'll have to look at the way our data sources are recorded and flow through. We want to be sure we're not making any estimates, but we're calculating from real operational data every day. So we can, if you'd like, we can take that as direction to look at what might be possible, and engage with the chair further on what might meet the commission's needs, and propose something. I don't know for sure I think geographically would be very hard. Time might be easier.
Okay. No, I appreciate
route type might be possible. We could have a look at what's not only possible but also meaningful.
Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate that. And if you want to take that back and report back to this commission, that's great. I will share, I am getting a tremendous amount of correspondence about reliability, and appreciating that the majority of my tenure on this council has been throughout a period of decreased ridership that is, picking up. It does feel exceptional. And given the line of questioning today, I'm obviously not the only one that's hearing that. Just to illuminate this, because I do think it's important for residents and transit riders to know that we are aware of these issues. We're hearing their concern. We pulled reliability data for one of my routes, just looking at data for 3 Wednesday morning trips. So 12 trips in total over the last 4 weeks. Just that one route, just on Wednesday mornings, it was canceled 3 times. So 3 out of 12 trips. Twice due to a resource issue and once to run a priority trip. And then of those remaining 9 trips, we saw it running 21 minutes behind schedule, 15 minutes behind schedule, 12 minutes behind schedule, and so forth. So, and I know that's not the only route. There are other routes that are experiencing similar challenges. So, I appreciate that we do have some structures in place for reporting on reliability, but could I request that we receive a reliability report for January that could be circulated?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, wonderful. And again, maybe to take back that perhaps segmenting the data in different meaningful ways might be helpful there as well. And then lastly, so when councilor's office are submitting.
Councillor Kitts, just wanted to give.
Chair, si c'est possible, je veux juste être transparente aussi avec les gens.
I just want to be transparent with people. 97% in public transit is not good. So it's normal what you hear from your residents. That's why I said it. The objective is 99.5%. I know that when we were at school, we got 97%. It was good. But for buses, the service delivery, it's 99.5 minimum. And that's what we're working out on right now. When we reach our objective, then we may look at specific routes that we can decide upon together. We'll say, okay, despite the 99.5%, generally speaking, this route has a problem, and we can look at it precisely. But for now, we know that we have lots of work to do ahead of us. So I just wanted to be sure that this was clear for everybody. Thank you very much. It's really appreciated. I find this very encouraging for the commission, and it's nice to hear these comments. We know that you're working really hard, but it is a priority for us and for council. But it's really good to hear these comments today.
When councillors are submitting these concerns through the OC Transpo Councillor Inquiry, and I have to say your staff is really good at getting back to us with a lot of detail and responding directly to residents, so thank you. But is there a tracking system for issues on a specific route? And at what point would those be escalated perhaps to senior management to say, we're hearing a lot of feedback about this route and we're concerned about the reliability here?
Mr. Chair, yes, they're all tracked, all comments from customers, whether they come from councillors' offices, whether they come directly from customers. In addition, observations made by supervisors working in the control center or on the street, and operators and any other data source. And it all comes in, it is all tracked, and it is all discussed regularly. Every route is discussed by a team that gets together every week.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the detailed presentation. I really appreciated hearing some of the questions from my colleagues with respect to how we get people back on the bus. And I agree with Councillor Hill that having a different fare structure to respond to the new hybrid work model is important. I also heard Councillor Brockington, Councillor Leeper, now Councillor Kitts talking about the issue with reliability. And that's something that I hear that we're at 97%. We want to get to 99.5%. One of the things, and I think that's a huge factor in people not getting back onto the buses. And one of the things that I'm wondering about is, it seems to me that the cancellations can be sort of willy-nilly, or it seems to often be routes. And I'm wondering if there's a way, knowing that there will always be cancellations, to be a little bit more predictable in terms of how we select routes that will be canceled. For example, I often hear that the 46, which goes to the hospital, is canceled. Is there a way that we can communicate with customers that perhaps on Fridays or Mondays that these are routes that would be canceled more often? Because what I find is that people generally, the way that they find out most about cancellations is actually through Twitter or sometimes through the app. Not a lot of people, sometimes people that are bus dependent have no other way to have access to, not everyone carries a phone, not everyone follows Twitter or the app. And I'm wondering if there's a way to look at making the cancellations more predictable so people know that if they're out there on a Friday morning, there's a good chance that Route 46 may be canceled.
Mr. Chair, none of the cancellations are pre-planned. None of the cancellation, every cancellation that occurs, every trip that we are not able to deliver is a result of something that has happened on that day. In the most severe cases where there's the least lead time, that could be something like an accident that happens at an intersection and the buses have to be delayed, or there's a sick customer on the bus, and that once that happens, that trip and the next trip might not be able to be delivered. The ones where we can give earlier notification are ones where, for instance, one of our staff members is sick and not able to come to work that morning, and then their work for the day needs to be covered by somebody else, but there's nobody else available to do that work. And that's when we can give notification out, maybe in some cases a half an hour ahead. But for the most part, these are things that are happening live on the street, either with circumstances on the street or with staff who aren't able to come to work. What the reliability measures that Madame Amilcar talks about and what's baked into the budget is having more backup, having more reserve, having more operators who are standing by, sitting ready to jump into the seat of a bus if somebody else isn't able to come to work that morning. Having more buses that are standing by at places like Saint Laurent Station, Baseline Station, that are ready to go somewhere and cover a trip if there's a physical problem, a mechanical problem with the bus. That's the kind of backup that gives us the resilience. As far as customer information, we're going to work, and we're going to bring a presentation to you in a couple of months to explain our work and show you what we're using with some of the many capital resources you've been giving us over the last few years, and that we're asking you more later today in the budget, how we're developing, how we're making our customer information better, how we can bring it back to the best in the world, which is where we want it to be, back where it used to be. The world has caught up and got ahead of us in a few places in customer information technology. We know how to get there. For the most part, that's funded. There's additional funding requests this year, and that will, get us back where we want to be as having the best customer information system at an affordable price that matches with the budget allocations you're giving us.
Sorry, if I could just add into that a little bit, Mr. Chair, just a little bit more information. Pat had previously mentioned, we do have a working group of supervisors and planners and schedules that are tracking all these issues. But the also thing to keep in mind is that our control center does work with those resources that we have to try to fill in those gaps where some cancellations occur. But we also do prioritize certain routes, first and last trips of the day, school trips, or trips in which there's very few options for customers, are very infrequent. We try to prioritize those as much as possible and deliver those ones because we know we have as much bigger impact to a customers than a route that's running every, say, 3 to 5 minutes. So we look at those things. I'm going to take a look at the hospital trips that you're talking about, because that is one of our priority trips that we look at is people going to and from hospitals. So a few things to take away. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Want to follow up, Troy? We've heard this before. Is this written documentation around when bus routes get canceled or priority for cancellations?
Mr. Chair, it's a direction that we have with our control center. And it's all about trying to manage service. It's not an absolute, but it's what they try to do, the triage. And it's all about triage protocols and providing the best service possible. So it's a direction that we have with our staff. It's documented in that regard, but it's not a standard operating procedure or anything, but it's how they try to triage and provide the best service possible.
So it is documented in some way, although not a formal policy? Or
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. It's something that we go through with our training with our controller staff. It's an expectation, and it's something that our frontline supervisors, our managers, that they oversee when the controllers are covering trips and looking at those things. That they have they bring up they have a computer screen. They can see all the trips that need to be covered, and they work with the individual supervisors, controllers who are covering those trips, and they try to prioritize as best possible. And they're making decisions throughout the day. If there's something back-to-back trips, we try to avoid that as much as possible too. So it really is variable, and it's a dynamic environment as well.
It's something I think as a commission we need to be sticklers on in terms of documentation of procedures and policy and making sure you have it in place. So I'm glad that you do have that documented as part of the training. But I'm sure this is going to come up a number of times today and in future commissions, that making sure we as a committee, as a commission that has oversight, that we're confident that these things are documented and it's not just ad hoc practice. So I'm glad to hear that. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to correct myself. It's the 45 that goes to the general, sorry, the 46 goes to the Pearly Hospital. So it's the 45 that concerns have been raised about. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay. Wait.
Faut juste qu'on fasse très attention parce que chaque jour est unique dans le transport en commun.
We have to be careful because every day is unique in transit. There's no perfect day. We'll tell OCC what's going on around the hospital, the schools. We'll try as much as possible never to cut those routes. But we know that the service is every half hour. So we don't want people to wait an hour. So there are criteria to be taken into consideration, but the formula may change every day because we have to adapt. Another thing that's important, and I said it earlier to Councillor Kitts, is we want to reach the 99.5% service quality. Once we're there, it will be a lot easier for us to put in place what we call like a bus with a driver in it in strategic locations where we know that there are often issues at these locations. So when there's a problem, we will have a bus and a driver in there that are ready to go. Instead of cutting the whole route, the whole trip will cut maybe a small section. We're not there yet, but that's what we're aiming at. And to give OCC a chance when they have to deal with several things at once, if they have less cancellations during the day, it will be a lot easier to make the right decision. But sometimes, unfortunately, there's so many issues that happen that this doesn't work. So we're working on that to improve. It will always happen with transit. There's always problems. There's always issues, but we're working as best we can to be where we have to be and to be proactive. So because we know that every day we have to be proactive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When we're talking about route cancellations, and I'm liking some of the conversation here, but one of the main routes, the old 2, which got split into the 12, it's kind of the workhorse for the east end of the city. I'm finding we're having a lot of challenges on cancellations on that route, and why I bring that up, I don't know who the transit route god is that makes the decisions within the control center. But I remember when we added on Route 15, which is a relatively new route, it almost mirrors what the 12 does. But I've been watching time and again, Route 12 get canceled, which actually services the Montfort Hospital. I have a lot of RNs that require that bus. It services the Jasmine Cressman area, which is these people actually need that transportation. Is there no checks and balances to say, look, cancel Route 15. It's almost a mirror of 12. 12 is required. How do we ensure these kind of things get fixed?
Mr. Chair, I'll just a couple of preliminary words, and then Troy might be able to speak more to the decisions within the control center. Just at the current moment, Route 12 is not a mirror of Route 15 because it's still on a detour that was put in place for the Montreal Road construction. So because Route 12 right now doesn't go through to downtown, but only goes as far west as Saint Laurent, it has had considerably lower ridership than it would normally. It's very important, obviously, for Jasmine Crescent, but less important along Montreal Road than it would have been in the past and than it will be in the future. In about the third week of April, it's going back to its regular route, extending through to downtown, making the 12 and the 15 sort of the pairs of each other, and they'll back each other up for that trip through to downtown. But Troy might be able to say more about priority setting within the control center.
No, Mr. Chair, I'll have to look into that one a little bit more detail. Aside from the the criteria that I've talked about first and last trips and trips with lower frequency, that's the guidelines that they follow within the control center. So I'll have to look into that one a little bit more detail for you.
Okay, and I understand the construction schedule, Pat, but this has been going on a long time, and I have a lot of RNs that require that bus to get to the Montfort. And you've seen the emails. You know exactly the individuals that are emailing on a regular basis. I think there has to be I understand the construction schedule. I find I always had concerns about Route 15 even going in the first place. And I think we're seeing where the problems lie. Onto the 200 series buses that have been all canceled, and I don't ever think they're coming back. I just want to ask about the planning for the future in the East End specifically, because we're going to be moving to spoke and hub. I know you guys don't always like that term, but I love it. Where we're going to see more consistent routes, probably the same operators going round and round, which is great. When are we looking at starting that public consultation related to that?
Mr. Chair, we're furthest advanced on that work on the for the O train extension to the south because it's opening first. We're next furthest advanced on the O train extension to the east and the changes there. We're looking at a process to look at all our routes this year, and we've got a few benchmarks for consultation with councillors, with community leaders, and with customers through the sort of mid, I don't know the dates exactly, but we're sort of looking like a quarter of the way into the year, trying to wrap up some of this work by halfway through the year so we can feed it into our recommendations for you for next year's budget, and so we can feed it into implementation details with the opening of the O train to the south.
Okay.
So, in that May to July window is probably when we'll be ready to talk to councillors.
Okay, good. I'm just getting a lot of questions on that, and that's going to solve a lot of the issues we're seeing right now with routes in general, because it's going to be consistent. And Montreal Road Station will be the new home. And when people start seeing the testing of the trains in 2023, knowing they're going into service in 2024, we're going to get a lot more questions very quickly. So we're quite excited in the East. The other question, I understand that there's a plan to post emergency evacuation plans for people with mobility issues at the stations. Has that started yet? And when would that be completed?
Councillor Tierney, I'll have to look into that. I don't have a timeline for you. I'll come back to you with some information on that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff for the presentation, and thank you for having a really detailed and I think comprehensive State of the Union or State of Transit, as Councillor Hill said. And I prefer this. I think the public prefers this than the verbal reports. So I know it's some work, but I think it's well received. Certainly, I can say that. And I think it gives us, that broad perspective. I mean, we obviously hear from folks when things aren't working, but the report shows us that we are moving people on a daily basis, in an effective way generally. And, staff are working very hard every day. So I appreciate that perspective that we have today. Just wanted to talk about the O train, the old O train being offline. And is that contributing to our ridership numbers in the sense that as hard as we can to kind of replicate that service, we just can't compete, right? You can't replace a rapid transit service with a not rapid transit service. It's the buses are in traffic, they're exposed to all the potential delays that come with that, whether that be traffic light outages or in an accident. And I'm just wondering if I know it's hard to quantify and it's not a science, but do we believe that part of our ridership challenge, at least in that South End, is just because the O train is offline and it's really hard to compete with taking a rapid transit line off? It's just like when we have an LRT delay or an outage, the R1 can't compete. You can't replace a rapid transit system with a non-rapid transit system. So I'm wondering if we think that's happening there, and once we open the north-south Trillium line, that we'll see that resumption of traffic and ridership, especially around Carleton. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, yes, we do think that's happening. That's been happening in different parts of the city since 2015, as different sections of the rapid transit network have been closed for conversion. First, it was the transitway to the east. Right now, it's the transitway to the west and O train line 2 to the south. it does two things. One, it does one primary thing. It increases travel time and decreases reliability for customers traveling along those corridors. What do then customers then do? Some of the customers who are going to travel, some of them will go through that longer travel time or the higher inconvenience on that path. Some will choose another path. For instance, coming up from the south, they might take the transit way where they'd prefer to take the O train. Coming in from the west, there is very few other choices. And then will some of those people choose not to take transit? It's possible. They might choose to stay home work another day remotely. They might choose another mode of travel. They might choose to carpool or something like that. So it's definitely one of the costs, one of the prices of converting the rapid transit network to a higher state.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate the answer. I think sometimes it's easy to just look at our numbers and say, well, we're just not providing a good level of service. We're not funding it well enough. We're not focused enough. I don't believe that's true. I think we're all working hard to improve the service. But some of this is hopefully temporary as a result of what we're going through with the conversion. So thank you for that. That's all, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Lowe.
Hi again. I want to build on one of the questions that were asked a little earlier about trip cancellations. In mid-pandemic, Halifax Transit was experiencing a lot of labor shortages, and it became pretty obvious to them that they couldn't meet the service that they had scheduled. So therefore, what they did was they basically posted trips that would be canceled every day. So they said the 3 o'clock bus on such and such a route will not run until further notice. Is that something that we can implement or explore implementing, given that there are longstanding labor and or vehicle availability issues?
Mr. Chair, we have done that in the past, and when we've needed to do that, rather than posting them as cancellations, we've removed those trips from the printed schedules. So there was some trips during the period of time between September and December 2022 that when we were most significantly short of operating staff, and those trips we removed. They were never on the published schedule. People would have, and when we were able to respace some of the trips around them. So the service was less frequent on some of the more frequent routes. Routes were normally more frequent, but they weren't showing up as a day-to-day cancellation. And so we provided that information through the whole period. And then we're able to supplement that service when we did have more operators.
And how prevalent are vehicle and operator shortages right now? Like, are they predictable enough that we can go back to that model for some trips here and there?
So how they are important, as they're having an effect on our service reliability. As Madame Emilcar mentioned earlier, we're looking to hire a very large number of operators this year to replace those who've been retired and to replace those who are moving over to operate trains. There are no ongoing trips that are, as I said in response to Councillor Carr's question, there's no ongoing trips that are canceled every week, every day, anything like that because of operator shortages. But the more operators we have, when we can fill those standby operators, we'll be able to have more resilience to deal with the day-to-day problems that occur.
And I understand that operator shortages don't result in the same trip being canceled every day, but can we flip it around and cancel the same trip every day so we can address the operator shortage or vehicle shortage, whichever is the story of the day?
It's, Mr. Chair, it's an approach which, as I said, we've used in the past, and to some degree we make sure that we're working at several months lead time, but we try to make sure that the level of service that we're scheduling matches the employment level that we expect at that moment. And so it's ongoing, but generally speaking, we're responding to day-to-day when people can't come to work, it's not the same person every day that doesn't come to work, but it might be the same person every day who covers that work when their colleagues can't come to work. So we're usually dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. If there's ever a service that we we can't provide, and B, isn't as important to others as for customers, then that's a possibility.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Leeper?
Thanks. I was going to ask more about cancellations and the additions to the operator numbers that will help us to reduce those cancellations. But I think what I'll do is I'll hold off until the budget discussion. But when we have the budget discussion, I'll be interested in finding out if we are going to be losing say 275 operators to retirement this year, hiring another 360. How many more trips do we need to make in order to meet that 99.5% target level? And what's the relationship between those additional drivers and our ability to meet that? So some math later on this afternoon. What I'll ask now is just really quickly, you're doing a twice yearly customer survey, or not, sorry, a twice yearly resident of Ottawa survey from Nanos? And
Yes.
okay. And is it going to be, it sounds like it's going to be a random digit dialed telephone survey each time. Is that intended to move forward? It's not just the first one?
Mr. Chair, that's the method that has been recommended to us that's going to capture everybody the best.
Perfect.
So it does obviously contact a lot of people who aren't transit customers. We'll ask them one set of questions but we also make sure we make enough calls to get enough transit customers and ask them a different set of questions that we've been talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's labor expensive. It's labor intensive and it's expensive, but it's well worth doing. So I'm glad you're doing that. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
I was wondering, maybe I missed it because I absolutely set a bag of popcorn on fire while I was in the office here. But was it discussed that there was going to be a route optimization study undertaken in the next calendar year? I understood from some of our discussions offline that that was upcoming. Was that covered off?
We haven't, but if staff want to answer that or address it.
So, Mr. Chair, we mentioned earlier that we were looking at all parts of the system in response to new ridership patterns that have developed over the years of the pandemic to respond to current and what we expect in return to on-site work patterns among different people, different groups of people, and also looking at all of the routes that can and will connect to the new O-Train extensions. And we'll bring all of those together into one universal look at all of the routes across all parts of the system, with digging into it in different levels of detail where there's different need to do so. And we'll be coming back to the Transit Commission at future meetings to talk about this a lot more.
Okay, so there is going to be a study that will include all of this coming up in the next year, or
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I just wonder if I might offer, similar to what Councillor Tierney was nodding to, the relationship between transit services and affordable housing. So, in my ward, I have Algonquin College, firstly, so, a lot of students here, but I also have a lot of students that live in my ward, and probably very likely with other outer urban wards, people who are finding affordable housing and going to Carleton and going to the University of Ottawa and these other major institutions, and the connectivity is really, really poor. So how we can help people who are trying to afford to live in a reasonable place and afford transit to get to those institutions. Certainly students are struggling through that. And with the delays of the LRT coming to the West End as late as 2026, this can't be a 4-year gap to have to take 2 buses and a train for a 3-hour class and then have to come back and then maybe go have your precarious work in another part of the city. It's really untenable for those students that are struggling to make ends meet. And so as we do this route review, to be able to layer in where people can actually afford to live, because those are the folks that are relying most on our transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions? I had a few quick follow-ups if there's not. The January data, when are we expecting to see that? Will that be at the next commission meeting or by email?
Mr. Chair, the next Transit Commission will be able to provide the January data.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reddens had a few questions. I wanted to ask about paratransport service, condition of buses, and the number of buses that might be out of service. If we could just get a general answer on what the status is of the paratransport fleet and how that might be affecting service availability.
Mr. Chair, I believe we're still getting all the buses in service every day that we plan to. We can check this detail. The buses are getting closer to the end of their life, and you will see in later on today in our budget recommendations is a request for an allocation of funds to buy a replacement fleet of paratransport minibuses.
Thank you. The customer surveys that are being done, do they include paratransport customers?
Mr. Chair, yes, they because as Councillor Leeper asked, they're calling random digit dialing. We're calling everybody, and among them, we expect there to be some paratransport customers. We're also looking at what's the best way of serving, concentrating on paratransport customers directly, but that's not part of the calls that we're making right this month. This month is a general, which will include everybody, including paratransport customers.
On the safety statistics and KPIs, that was very helpful to see. In the future, is it possible to get, not necessarily with a monthly update, but at some point, where we stand compared to other Canadian cities as a benchmark? I think that'd be helpful data to have. Is that possible?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for this item? Eric tells me we do not have to carry or receive this. We can conclude the item here. Let's take 5 minutes just to give our staff a chance to take a bit of a break before we move on with the next items. 6.3 will be up next and 6.2 after that. So 5 minutes, back at 12:13 p.m.
Yeah, good job to you too.
All right, we need a few more members seated so we have quorum and we can keep going. Or close to their desks. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Yes. We got our, I'm not doing roll call. Okay, we are on item 6.3 and we'll be going back to 6.2 after. 6.3 is zero emission buses infrastructure update. And we have a presentation and Renee Amelkar again and Richard Holder, Director of Transit Engineering Services. So Renee, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. As I stated in my earlier update, we are now in a new phase of the zero emission bus program. We will continue to bring you regular updates on this exciting transformation project. Today, we'll provide you with an update on the infrastructure progress. I'll pass the floor to Richard Holder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bonjour, membres de la Commission de Transport. Bonjour à tous.
Hello, members of the Commission and Transport.
To the first slide, please. And the next slide. Thank you, the timeline. To provide some context for this very, very short presentation, here's just a reminder of the 4 to 5 year program that we're embarking on for the zero emission bus program. We have talked previously about the buses, and so this really is a bit of a focus on the infrastructure piece. So in Q1 2023, we're expecting to sign the procurement deal for the first 26 buses. And importantly for this meeting, we will be signing the agreement with Enviri. With those in place, throughout the rest of this year, we'll be making facility upgrades at 1500 Saint Laurent, and they will continue until 2026. In terms of the target milestones, we're expecting the first 26 buses to enter service in the first half of 2024. And the remaining procurement exercise will continue from 2024 until 2027 to build the fleet up of electric buses up to 350. Next slide, please. More detail on the infrastructure piece. En juin 2021, le Conseil a délégué à directeur
The Council delegated authority to transit services to be able to conclude an agreement with Hydro Ottawa.
Supply and the operation of the charging infrastructure. This includes on-site and off-site electrical systems, upgrades within the facilities, new transformers, generators, and bus chargers. On February the 1st, 2023, we received budget authority for the ZEP program, so that allows us to move forward with the agreement with Enviri. And throughout, well, over the last several months, and expected to be concluded within the next few weeks, we will finalize the negotiation with Enviri for the design build contract agreement in collaboration with City Legal, Procurement and Infrastructure Services. In terms of the status of that agreement, the contractual and administrative portion of it is at about 90%. What remains are the commercial conditions that are currently being finalized. Once the agreement is signed, we'll provide an update at this Transit Commission, and then Enviri will begin the detailed work for the design, the procurement, and the installation of the infrastructure to support electric buses. As a parallel exercise, the program of sprint audits by the Auditor General will continue. And that concludes my short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from councillors? Okay, I'm seeing none. So again, we don't need to receive or approve anything in this report. So thank you for the update, and we'll look forward to the next progress update soon. With that, then we'll move to item 6.2. Item 6.2 is the Line 1 service disruption from January 4th to 10th, 2023. We have a presentation that staff will be giving us first. We have one speaker registered, so we'll go to our speaker after the presentation, and then there'll be an opportunity for Q&A with staff and representatives from RTM, Alstom, and TRA are here as well for questions from councillors. So, Renee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on January 4th, we experienced a significant event that led to a service disruption to Line 1. This had impacts on our service to our customers, and we apologized for the inconvenience it caused. We promised council and our customers that we would share more details on the root cause of this issue. We will now provide you with an update on the Line 1 service disruptions that occurred from January 4th to 10th. I'll pass things over to Richard, and as Mr. Chair just said, we have Mario Guerra from RTM, Nicolas Truchon from RTG, and Daniel Ober from TRA. They are all present here to answer to questions you may have. Richard, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the City of Ottawa's preparedness, the city has a winter operating plan that has been prepared in conjunction with RTM. This is a robust plan that we have in place prior to any kind of winter event. Could we advance the slide, please? Quand il y a une tempête d'hiver, nous sommes prêts.
When there are winter storms, we are ready.
There is specialized equipment which is on standby. We have extra staff. We have an overall mitigation strategy for dealing with accumulation of snow and accumulation of ice on the OCS, which is to run trains throughout the night to keep the rails and the contact wire clear. In addition, we install snow fencing in those areas which are susceptible to blowing and drifting snow. And we have proactive arrangements with RTM where extra resources can be brought in to deal with the extra work that's required to keep special track work open and clear of snow and ice, such as the switches. Next slide, please. In terms of the system design, the project agreement that was signed with RTG back in 2013 had a number of protections for the system. Le système est conçu pour des conditions de gel.
The system is made specifically for freezing rain and others, but there are limits.
To be built to withstand up to 5 millimeters per hour and 30 millimeters per day of freezing rain. Now that's a requirement of the vehicles. And so that has led into the design of how the doors operate, how the windscreen wiper operates, how the batteries on the vehicle operate. That's a requirement specific to the vehicles. In addition to that, we have the requirement for the OCS to be designed for 12.5 millimeters accumulation of ice. And that's a structural requirement. So that means that the cable itself of the contact wire is designed structurally, as well as the masts and all the support systems for that contact wire. They're designed for that additional weight from 12.5 millimeters ice accumulation. From 2019 to 2022, we've had over 50 days of freezing rain events. And we can confirm that there have been 0 ice-related OCS issues. So the introduction to this presentation is really to provide assurance that we have plans in place, and up to date, we've done a good job in those freezing rain and ice storm events. Next slide, please. So what happened on January the 4th? So I'm going to talk a little bit about the unique environmental conditions that existed at that time. So leading up to January the 4th, we had 4 or 5 days where the temperature was above 0. So that's already somewhat unusual for January. The Environment Canada had reported that on the late evening of January the 4th, there were up to 4.3 millimeters of freezing rain per hour. So we were already getting close to the threshold of our design in terms of accumulation. On that particular day, the temperatures were much higher than we would normally experience. So the averages around that time are from -5 to -14 degrees centigrade. And maybe I'll jump to the photo on the right, which is a photo of the contact wire with the accumulated ice. And in the background, you can see the Rideau River. So the Rideau River was clear at that time, which was another unusual environmental condition for that time of year. With the accumulation of ice on the OCS, we ended up with trains being immobilized just to the east of Rideau River. In this area, adjacent or in proximity to the Rideau River, the ice buildup during this event was more significant than elsewhere. We believe that this is in relation to the specific environmental conditions at that time, that we had an ice-free river, we had high humidity, high moisture content in the air that led to further accumulation, not just from the freezing rain event, but also humidity condensing as ice on the contact wire. So these unique combinations of factors caused greater ice buildup in this area, greater than elsewhere that we saw on the system. Next slide, please. While we had unique conditions around the Rideau River, so between Lees and between Herdman, elsewhere in the system that were exposed to this freezing rain event, they maintained service. So in the East End and the West End, we were able to maintain service throughout this period. We had two trains that became immobilized, one on the eastbound track and one on the westbound track between Lees and Herdman. And as I mentioned, we believe this, we're very certain that this is this occurred because of the accumulated ice on the OCS contact wire. So the pantograph of the vehicle needs to make contact with our contact wire in order to receive electricity. What was occurring for the vehicles coming into this area was intermittent power being provided to the vehicle as the pantograph bumped over layers of ice. Ultimately, we had eyewitness accounts of arcing in the area, and ultimately the vehicles got to the point where they were no longer able to proceed, and the arcing became too serious for the vehicles to continue. With the stop trains on the eastbound track and the westbound track, recovery trains were dispatched. And the slow speed of those recovery efforts, so a vehicle trying to move back to the MSF for vehicle checks, resulted in very high energy arcing that occurred in a very localized section of the contact wire. So the contact wires basically melted. Normally, when a vehicle is moving fast and we get arcing, the arcing event is spread out over a larger area. With the vehicles basically stationary, that arcing all occurred in the same section, creating a huge amount of energy, a huge amount of heat generated, and the contact wire melted. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about some of the factors that contributed to the extent of the service interruption. So we had the initial incident with the vehicles that were immobilized. So that was January the 4th to 6th. And as part of the attempts to recover those vehicles, we ended up with downed OCS wire. The OCS wire failed. The initial recovery efforts were meant to utilize the electric vehicles themselves, and that was unsuccessful. So, and the reason that that was unsuccessful was because of the severe accumulated ice over that whole area. So it was necessary to break off the ice by hand over around 5,600 meters of OCS from University of Ottawa all the way back through Herdman to Tremblay. So that breaking of the ice, and when I say by hand, it is literally somebody in a high rail vehicle on a bucket breaking the ice off by hand. That took from January the 6th to the 10th. As a parallel activity, once an area of ice had been cleared around where the OCS was damaged, the repair of the overhead wires took place. The actual repair of the overhead wires was an activity that took 4 to 5 hours. What took a long time was the full inspection of the OCS. So as part of our safe return to service plan, we knew that the OCS had been impacted by the severance of the contact wires. So to be completely assured that that full section of OCS was not compromised, RTM completed a full inspection from pole to pole to pole, checking all the bolts, all the suspension equipment. That in itself took several days. But it was only at the point where we had full confirmation that the inspection had been completed and that no further issues had been discovered, that we were able to then test the OCS and finally put the system back into service on January the 10th. So it became an extended service shutdown, unfortunately. Next slide, please. So the city and RTM have established an OCS working group. Nous consultons des experts qui ont des dizaines d'années d'expérience.
We're consulting with experts that have a lot of experience.
Analysis has been provided by RTM, and the final report is being finalized. The OCS working group has met a number of times and has come up with some recommended mitigations. In terms of what we want to implement immediately, we have the increased installation of winter carbons on the LRVs. So the winter carbons are a brass insert that are installed into the pantograph. They have a slightly more aggressive metal edge compared to the usual pantograph strips. And so they are able to break through and shear off the ice accumulation. So RTM is sourcing enough winter carbons that we can outfit the whole fleet. What we are also implementing immediately is the additional staff to monitor the OCS, particularly in those areas where we are concerned about ice buildup. So this particular area between the University of Ottawa and Herdman. And we will also use the onboard train diagnostic system to give us advance warning of issues that are occurring with the vehicle. So if we see slip slide occurring, if we see voltage drops occurring within the traction power system, then that's an indication that the system is struggling, that it's under stress. For the short and long-term mitigations, so looking throughout the rest of this year, we are investigating the use of anti-icing treatments on the contact wire to be used in advance of freezing rain. So other jurisdictions that have similar weather, such as the TTC, they have a pretty extensive program for their trams, where they have vehicles out on the street continually spraying anti-freezing agents onto the OCS. So we're looking at the appropriateness of both the material from an environmental perspective and just the operating conditions that would allow us to do that, but we're exploring those options. The mitigation that we're looking at is to install a new condition monitoring system on the vehicle. This would be a small, independent, solar-powered system on the roof of the vehicle with sensors on the pantograph that would pick up accelerations. So it would pick up vibrations in the interaction between the pantograph and the OCS. And that system also would have a camera so that we can monitor live what the condition is, both of the OCS, but also pick up any anomalies between the interaction of the pantograph and the OCS. So we're just exploring there are a number of different technologies out there. We're exploring with RTM and with Alstom, what do we think is the best system for our system. The other item there for the long-term mitigation is to procure a non-electric recovery vehicle. So one of the challenges that we had through this event was that our standard operating procedure for recovery of a vehicle is to use another electric vehicle. And if we have issues with the power supply, such as what occurred in early January, then we cannot use an electric vehicle for recovery. So we're looking at how do we either retrofit current waste maintenance of way equipment, or look at the purchase of a new piece of equipment that is non-electric, expected to be a diesel powered kind of heavy rail piece of equipment that we can use for recovery. And then the other mitigations that are currently being explored, we're looking at installing an ice-breaking pantograph on top of a piece of maintenance equipment. So having a high rail pickup with a dummy pantograph in the back that would be used for scraping ice off the OCS. And we're also looking at the feasibility of heat tracing the contact wire at vulnerable locations. So again, this particular area. And we know that that is successful in other jurisdictions, but that's something that we're exploring. Next slide, please. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one delegation on this, I believe. Yes, Miranda Gray. So we'll go to Miranda first.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, hi Miranda.
Hi. So my first is sort of more like a point of privilege. To make sensible delegations on this, we actually, and for councillors to prepare, we actually need to see material in advance. When you present it live, it is very difficult to have a formative discussion on it as people are still grappling with the information. So my two comments are, there's no cost figures in this presentation, which tell us how much this incident cost us in terms of providing R1 during the outage, or the costs of the mitigation that is proposed. All of these ideas came up in Twitter during the outage among your passengers, wondering why none of these features were around. And so now we're curious why they weren't in the original cost of LRT and what it's going to cost to add them now. And of course, where you're going to find the money. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Miranda from committee members, councillors? I think the hands up are for staff then, is that right? Just want to make sure. Okay, thank you, Miranda, for raising those concerns. We'll go to questions from councillors, and Councillor Brockington is first up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff for the presentation, for providing us details as to the cause of this situation and some of the mitigating steps that will be taken going forward. I appreciate that. One thing that we learned was the design specs of our carriages and the infrastructure, the OCS infrastructure, and basically what were the specifications that they were built towards. Will the mitigation plan that you've proposed not only address what we've built, the carriages and infrastructure to withstand when it comes to freezing rain, but also the above average. We're going to get more freezing rain going forward, and we want to make sure that the system runs smoothly in all types of storms. So is that plan intended just to address average that we're built towards, or all types of storms?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. So the intention of the mitigation plan, both short-term and long-term, is that we are much better positioned to deal with the extreme events. And it's certainly the expectation that we will have a lot more of these extreme events, both in quantity of snow, big fluctuations in temperature as occurred just very recently, which demonstrated that the system was able to deal with some of these extreme events. So that is certainly the intention, that we will have mitigations in place for those events that have occurred and predicting what may come in the future.
Okay, and it's my understanding you do not believe that building any type of overhead infrastructure, kind of like what we talked about at Herdman Station, where we want to see a permanent covered path to protect pedestrians, but I take it it's not necessary to build any type of structure to protect the overhead cantonry system from the elements. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have looked at other jurisdictions and how they deal with concerns around freezing rain. And so there are some jurisdictions that will that install caps that sit on top of the contact wire at specific locations, so particularly around stations, and the caps prevent freezing rain from dripping around the side of the contact wire to the underside of the wire. So they are able to contact between the pantograph and the contact wire. However, they're used in very localized situations. So for when we considered that option, looking at 2,000 to 3,000 meters of OCS between Herdman and the University of Ottawa, the concern would be that those sort of installations, those caps, even though they're small and they're plastic, they themselves then are a surface to accumulate ice. And we then start to kind of challenge our criteria around, well, how strong is our contact wire? Mm-hmm. How much weight can it sustain? So unless we put a complete cover over the whole system, which is, very much cost prohibitive, mm-hmm. we have considered making, providing minor protective measures just for the contact wire. But at the moment, we're not moving forward with those considerations right now.
Okay, so we know that freezing rain is going to continue to be an issue, probably in greater frequency and quantities. So the intent would be to make sure the system that we have can withstand and sustain those types of weather events. How do we apply this to phase 2? The Confederation line in the east end may have unique big fields. The Ottawa River is maybe not right next door, but in the vicinity, west side, much closer to the Ottawa River. How are we taking what we've learned from this experience and making sure that this doesn't happen with phase 2?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So the consideration for stage 2 certainly applies to the procurement of extra winter carbons that can be attached to the pantographs. So we would be looking to ensure that Alstom, the vehicle maintainer, had sufficient quantity of those as we extend out to the east and the west. The other operational response in terms of running more vehicles more frequently would be something that we would consider as well, and that would be applicable to stage 2. And if we are successful with some of the built infrastructure that's been discussed, so for instance, the heating element, if that is successful and it and it is determined that there are other areas on stage 2 that may be susceptible to the same kind of unique conditions as we have around the Rio River, then we would look at having those installed as part of the build.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, just my last question is, according to your timeline of events between for that period that we were down those 6 days, on January 10th, we were still fixing the line. On January 10th, according to your words, we were recovering trains still on January 10th. We were inspecting the line on January 10th. Can you explain to me how we tested the line? I mean, you still had to do all that work. We opened at 8 o'clock. So was the line sufficiently tested and we were not being rushed to test because we had been closed for 6 days? Can you give me assurances that we did a proper test of the line before we opened to the public?
I spoke about, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I spoke about the return to service plan, and this was discussed with city staff, with RTM, and also with external consultants, both engineers with experience of the OCS system and also safety experts. So as has been the previous situation for last year, the city has a TIA involved in the process, provided expert advice on return to service matters. So one of the key pieces of return to service was this inspection that RTM undertook. Just as a reminder, it wasn't just a visual inspection; it was physically somebody talking bolts, checking every single fitting on every piece of OCS. So that was the first part of that recovery program. All those records that were created as part of that inspection program were reviewed by the city, as well as reviewed by Alstom to pick up any anomalies. As part of the regular standard operating procedure for undertaking a repair on a contact wire, then it is, once the repair has been undertaken, it is necessary to do a low speed and high speed test. So without passing, we run the vehicle slowly with people on the side of the track watching how that interaction is occurring. Once we're satisfied with the slow speed test, we then do a high speed test. So that's all kind of that's standard procedures for return to service around an OCS break. In terms of your question, how did this all happen at the same time? The timeline that I provided is quite general, and there is a lot of detail in there. So we had to fix track 1 first, get that up and running. So whilst we were doing some testing on track 1, there was the work happening on track 2. So it was the very final test that was the final part of the return to service program, which was a stress test of the system. So between Herdman and the University of Ottawa, we had 2 trains on each track, so 4 trains, and we moved them from the east end of that section to the west end of that section, as per normal service. So with 4 trains moving in the same direction, that put the maximum amount of current demand for the traction power substation. We had a number of repeat trips, east to west, west to east, east to west, west to east, with those 4 trains. So that was the final stress test of the system. Both not just it, so testing that the contact wire was integral, testing that we had no issues with the pantograph and contact wire interaction, and also testing the traction power substation that's supplying the electricity as well. So that was the overall kind of return to service testing protocol that we followed.
Chair, sorry, Chair, if I may. C'est important, c'est une question très, très, très pertinente que le conseiller Brockington a posée. Est-ce que j'aimerais...
Very good question, but I would like to add on. On the technical side, this is when we see how important it is to work as a team. It means RTM, RTG, the City of Ottawa, everyone worked together. When we saw that we needed a specialist advice that was not within Alstom RTG, we had an agreement and we'll call upon these specialists. And that's the reason why we were able to offer a safe service to our users. And it was extremely clear that the system was safe.
Okay, Councillor Curry.
Thank you for letting me go ahead here. I have to go to Police Services Board. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you very much for this report. It's very helpful, very thorough. It gives me a lot of assurances that everything was done properly and that there wasn't a rush, to Councillor Brockington's point, due to media pressure or anything else, that it was done properly and thoroughly. I also wanted to say thank you very much for all the responses during that time. I had residents writing in and saying, hey, have you ever thought about covering all the wires? And a response was given right away. I had residents writing in saying, have you ever thought of running the trains all night to make sure the ice doesn't stay on the wire? And there was a response saying, yes, we do that, and explaining that. There was another email that asked about what about snow and how is it cleared? And the responses came with photos of the equipment that is used. And I just want to say that goes a long way to giving people more confidence in the system when you respond that quickly and with that much information and with photos. And so thank you very much. One of the questions I have is, when I hear about the camera that might be on top of the trains, and I'm assuming I guess it would be on top, a lot of the video footage you give us on the LRT system is by drones. Can some of this not be done with drones to just continually check to see if there are other areas that may be acquiring a lot of ice?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. That is something that we can also consider. It hasn't been considered up to date in our discussions to use drones. There are a number of different types of camera surveillance that have been discussed. So the one that I mentioned earlier on, which would be able to monitor the system all through the year, which we think would be very, very useful for us to understand are there any issues coming up with the contact wire pantograph interaction? But the other consideration for surveillance is to have a camera mounted at the MSF that would be focused on the trains as they're returning to the MSF in the evening to check the condition of the pantograph. So there is an issue around installing these winter carbons. So they are brass. If there is arcing, if there's an arcing event, then they get bruised and scarred. And so they themselves can then cause damage to the contact wire. So we're certainly very keen on not trying to solve one problem and creating another one. So a camera installed at the MSF yard would allow us to check the condition as the vehicle coming in. So we've considered that. The idea has not been discussed yet, but I will add it to the list. So thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I'm certain, a great deal of appreciation, certainly from my residents that I've heard that this issue was managed in the timeline that it was, and it didn't get drawn out to, a 2 or 3 week event. And I know, seeing the slides previously about, the clearing by hand, the ice up there, it's greatly appreciated the work that went in behind the scenes in order to address the issue as it came up. This is a pretty simple question, I think. I saw a number of mitigating solutions to potential ice buildup. My question is, are those mitigating solutions incorporated into the 23 budget?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The condition monitoring equipment, which
So just to follow up then, when I saw a number of other mitigating options, that is considerations perhaps for 24 and beyond that's not included in the budget, or those are ideas that are setting the conditions for budget discussion? I just want to understand what this means in terms of cost potential and where we're at in this subsequent budget discussion.
So most of the elements, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Most of the elements for the mitigation recommendations would be for RTG to implement. There is a major cost associated with the purchase of a diesel recovery vehicle. That will be something that it's not included in this year's budget in terms of any consideration for any support from the city on that. That would have to come back to future budget discussions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will hold that line of discussion then for after our external representatives have their opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Councilor Leeper.
Thank you, and forgive me, I've got some questions just to make sure I understand what happened. The ice, I guess, accreted to more than 1.25 centimeters, 12.5 meters. There was greater accumulation on wire than that in that section.
We don't know exactly because it was not measured how much ice were accumulated from reviewing the photographs that were taken. We're looking at 7 to 8, 9 millimeters of ice.
Okay, and then when the how much barrier of ice can there be between the pantograph and the overhead catenary before the steady supply of power becomes challenged?
Any amount of ice accretion on the underside of the contact wire is going to impact that interaction between the pantograph and the contact wire. What occurs when that accretion of ice is very, very thin is that the pantograph itself will scrape off that ice, or the arcing that occurs also destabilizes the ice. And so we're in a situation where there is a certain amount of ice that can accumulate on the system, provided we have vehicles running regularly with the strips, then we don't experience major issues, as has been demonstrated like over 50 times over the last 3 years. What is the precise number when the vehicles stop? I guess we tested that and we got there in January. So when we got up to the 6 or 7 millimeters, it just became unsustainable for vehicles to do what they normally do, which is to shear off the ice, break the ice, create enough arcing that destabilizes the ice.
Okay, and then when that arcing is occurring, the train stopped. Was it the driver who stopped the train, or was it physically incapable of going any further because it's no longer receiving power?
Well, we had the situation where vehicles were stopped. They were immobilized, and there were faults that occurred on the vehicle because they'd lost power. Technicians were dispatched to the vehicles. They checked the vehicles out. They did a reset, and then as part of trying to move that vehicle on, the vehicle draw power, but there was too much ice accumulated on the OCS. We had massive arcing because the vehicle is trying to move from stationary to a very slow speed. And in that moment of the massive arcing, that caused the intense heating of the contact wire, which ultimately melted.
Okay, and I wanted to make sure I understood that one properly. It's not moving at slow speed. In this case, there's an accretion of too much ice, and so when it's moving at slow speed, that's causing the arcing, which caused damage to the wire. Ordinarily, if there were no barrier between the wire and the pantograph, slow speed would not create a problem, right? Why did the trains stop?
Mr. Chair, the trains came to a stop because they lost power and there was fault codes that popped up. It wasn't the operator that stopped the train.
Okay.
It's because of the ice accumulation and the loss of power. That's why the train stopped.
Is that an algorithm or is that mechanical?
Mr. Chair, we have Mario online. I will invite him to comment on that one, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, the vehicles actually reacted as they should. When this type of situation occurs, and we had such a huge amounts of current being drawn, the vehicle was shut down to protect itself from any damage to any of the equipment on board. So in actual fact, the vehicles reacted as they would in that type of situation.
Okay. So in very simple terms, it flipped a switch somewhere. Something was wrong, and it's like
yeah,
in your house when the breaker trips. So the damage to the wire, and forgive me, are the wires copper or are they steel? They're the catenary wire?
It's copper, I believe.
Copper.
They're copper. So that energy that was being generated when the trains attempted to move again at slow speed, there was the barrier, there was the arcing. When you say it basically melted the wire, I just want to sort of understand, did the wire remain connected from the mast to mast, or?
No, the wire actually came down.
The wire came down. Okay. Was there any question of the when attempting to move the vehicles, was there any question of yanking the wires out at all?
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Sorry.
So you've got an ice breaker or an ice scraper on the pantograph, and as it's moving along, I'm just curious to know, at any point, did that create a pulling force on the wire that caused any damage?
No, I would say the damage was due to the arcing and the extreme temperatures as a result of it.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, maybe just to add a bit more information to that as well. So the contact wire has a breaking strain of 18,000 pounds, so up to around 6 US tons. But in terms of its melting point, it has a melting point of around 1,000 degrees. And so we know that when arcing occurs, the arcing temperatures are well in excess of that. So there's just some kind of physical characteristics of the material. But that's also combined with the kind of what the team saw had actually occurred. We have severed ends of the contact wire, and the arcing and the carbon deposits from that high temperature, as well as the stretch portion of the contact wire where it literally melted and pulled apart. We have the evidence.
Okay, and I think I'm pursuing that because I'm just trying to understand the wire wasn't yanked out when you were attempting to recover. The wire melted due to the energy being conducted into it because it was not supplying power correctly, and there was the arcing, so that a non-electric recovery vehicle would have avoided that problem.
That's correct.
Okay. Bear with me a moment. The 5 millimeter per hour tolerance for freezing rain, do we know where that is that normal in Ottawa? Like, I'm just wondering what the average, what are the range of ice storms that we get in Ottawa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would have to get back to you with that environmental data, that meteorological data. What I can say is that data point was provided in the project agreement. And so as part of the design and also the testing of the vehicles, that was a key metric that we were very interested in monitoring during the design and testing process. So the vehicles were actually tested at the NRC test facility in Ottawa, where they're able to mimic ice accretion. Both, as I mentioned, the doors, a safety critical component of the vehicles. There was a lot of interest to ensure that the doors would still operate with that much ice accretion, as well as the ability of the windscreen of the vehicle to stay clear.
I'm just wondering if that was the right number, and how often we exceed 5 millimeters per hour or 30 millimeters per day.
We can come back with that information.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to build on what Councillor Leeper was asking about concerning assessments of the wire. I'm just wondering if that's part of the project agreement, whether we are doing assessments of the high tensile strength properties of the wire.
It is. It's part of our preventive maintenance and inspection regime that we conduct regularly.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm just wondering if those assessments are bearing out whether this type of wire is the correct one based upon the changing climate, based upon the weather conditions that we have in Ottawa, that we'll see more ice storms. And I'm hoping that obviously those assessments would inform the next stages of LRT. If this is not the appropriate wire to utilize, obviously in the next stages, we want to ensure that we're using a different product, a different alloy that would be stronger and would withstand the challenges that we're seeing. So I'm just wondering if there's any commitment to that.
Well, I mean, certainly we do look at, and we are actually in the process of conducting our biannual review. We believe that the wire was appropriate for its use, but it may be a little early in the project to determine that. Even in light of the storm, I think we need a few more years to determine what the life cycle expectancy of the wire might be.
Mr. Chair, as well, if I may just add some more information to my colleague Mario's answer. So maybe just back to the context. This is the first time it's happened in 3 years. We've had over 50 freezing rain events without issue. In terms of the particular wire that is used, the contact wire, we're at the upper end of the range of the wire gauge that is used across OCS systems across North America. I'm not even sure, I mean, I can check, I'm not even sure if there is a heavier gauge. We're at the upper limits. And even if we were able to go to a heavier gauge, this incident was caused by arcing, causing high temperatures within the material. And those material properties would not change even if we went to a larger size, a larger gauge of wire. We would still have this issue of the temperature being exceeded and the contact wire melting.
Well, I thank you for that answer, but of course, it's good that all areas are being analyzed, the strength of the wire, as well as mitigation techniques to ensure that there isn't that ice buildup that causes that arcing. So I just want to once again underline that if there are challenges with the wire, obviously in the next stages, we want to ensure that we're using the best alloy, the best products that can be deployed so that we can not have to just purely mitigate these issues as they come up, but that we ensure that we are doing our best in terms of preventative installation of materials and technology that would stop these types of issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Great presentation today. I'd like to see a lot of the new measures that are going to be put in place. The one that sticks out in my mind is the diesel tug. I think that's like I'm kind of shocked we don't even have one of those yet. So I just want to know, you have this laundry list of things you want to do. I see that as a super high priority machine that could assist not only for this situation, but previous situations we've had. Is this something that you're fast tracking? You're looking to move this to the top of the deck and get this thing ordered like yesterday?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I'd like Mario to provide a comment on that, because that is, you're correct, that this is one of the high priority areas that's come out of the OC working group.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're already out looking for a unit. You can appreciate our system is unique in terms of the envelope. So it's going to prove difficult to get something off the shelf that would fit into our system, but we're actively pursuing and looking now. We also have some equipment here that we think we might be able to alter for that purpose. So yeah, that's definitely something that we're on right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The R1 deployment, are there any lessons learned from the experience over this outage period?
Mr. Chair, it's a great question. The R1 service, as I said earlier, we know that whenever we implement R1, there is, there's potentially impact to obviously the riders on the train as well as riders on the service as well too. So we are going to come back with more information on R1, but one of the things that we did hear loud and clear from our customers is, in this case, we made an operational decision to try to minimize the number of transfers that our customer would have to face. But by doing so, that introduced quite a bit longer commute times, especially going through Herdman, Herdman to up to U Ottawa, that section there. So there's definitely some changes that we can look at there. But whenever we have to look at maybe running multiple patterns of R1, that needs to be balanced a little bit with the challenge of communicating communicating the service to our customers, when something's happening in real time, as well as balancing the draw on the rest of the bus network. So it's a bit of a balance, but there's definitely some takeaways that we can look at, and we are looking at those, and we look forward to having more of a discussion on that.
So another documentation question, is there a playbook or a policy or anything documented for how R1 is deployed in different situations with when trains are not available?
Mr. Chair, that's definitely what we're going to come back with and provide you with more information on for sure. Yes.
Okay, I think that'd be helpful to see and understand those trade-offs. Obviously, you could have a lot more R1 buses, but the impact on the rest of the network would be significant. So understanding how you make that decision and getting some feedback from perhaps from counselors as well in our experience. The final report that's being produced for this event, is that going to be shared with this committee or with the LRT subcommittee, or how will council see that?
Mr. Chair, we can absolutely share with this committee. Yep.
And is there any additional direction or resources that you need from the commission or council to move forward with any of the recommendations in front of us today?
Mr. Chair, we believe it's no.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, that brings us to the end of this item. Thank you to everyone. And thank you also to Mario, Nicolas, and David for joining online and being available for questions. We do appreciate your participation as always. We are going to take a 20-minute break so that people can get some lunch and move around a little bit before our budget item. It is 1:15 p.m. So if we come back at 1:35 p.m., please, and we'll resume from there. Thank you. We have quorum. Isn't that excellent? We can continue. Okay, quorum, by the way, is 5 of committee members, so we'll have to watch for that as the afternoon goes on. We are on item 7.1, the 2023 draft operating and capital budget for Transit Commission. We're going to have a presentation from staff to lead us off, and then we have 21 speakers currently registered, so we'll go to the speakers after that, followed by questions for staff. We have 2 procedural motions that Councillor Lowe is going to introduce for us right now. One is a motion to add budget documents, and the other is a budget roadmap motion. So we'll introduce those right away and come back to them at the end. So Councillor Lowe, the motion to add budget documents.
Okay. That's a longer one, right? Okay, cool. Whereas the 2023 draft operating budget and capital budget documents for the Transit Commission were circulated and published after being tabled at Council on February 1st, 2023, which was after the Transit Commission agenda publication date, and whereas a corrected Transit Commission budget book, English full and condensed, was distributed to Council and published on the city's agendas and minutes web portal on February 8th, 2023, therefore be it resolved that pursuant to subsection 89(3) of the procedure bylaw, the Transit Commission add the budget documents to the agenda, including corrected English full and condensed budget books for Transit Commission that shows on page 3, the quote, transit engineering service, unquote line.
Can we carry this one now? Carried. And the second motion is the budget roadmap motion that we can come back to that at the end, correct? We'll come back to that at the end, Councillor Lowe, so hang tight there. Can't carry it now anyway, so let's come back to it at the end. Okay, we will now go to OC Transpo staff for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So we will now present the 2023 draft budget. Eric, if you can, thank you. Each year, we present 2 OC Transpo budgets for Council's consideration. You can go to the next slide, please. First, the operating budget shows the annual cost of operating the transit system and sets the level of service that we will provide for our customers, plus the fare charges. Can you go to the next slide, please, Eric? Thank you. The operating budget is funded primarily from property taxes and fare revenue, with additional amounts from advertising revenue and from provincial gas tax revenue. The operating budget also includes the property tax revenues that flow through to the Transit Capital Reserve, which is used to fund the OC Transpo capital budget. This is our second budget. In addition to property tax revenue, the capital budget is also funded from development charges, federal and provincial gas tax revenue, and debt. It contains the summary of new capital projects which will start this year, or in some cases, it shows the funding which we will need to top up ongoing capital programs. We will provide a breakdown of these components in a later slide. There are many budget pressures that have impacted OC Transpo over the last several years, and this year is no exception. Although conventional ridership is rising and was sitting at 51.1 million for the month of December, it isn't back to pre-pandemic levels. In December 2019, ridership was 8.3 million. This means in December 2022, our ridership was at 60% of the pre-pandemic level. But we just said 52%, I think, right? Yeah, we finished with 62, but 52 for the whole year. Fare freeze is good for our customer. However, it also impacts our budget. They have a ripple effect and affect both current and future fare revenue. Inflation is impacting our customers as well as the goods and services we purchase in order to provide transit service. This includes fuel, wages, and vehicle parts, among many other things. COVID-19 has placed budget pressures on many organizations, but transit agencies around the world have felt deep impacts. Lower ridership and in turn, fare revenue is still down compared to pre-pandemic times. We are also preparing for the opening of Train Lines 2 and 4 to Lion Bank and to the airport, which has a significant impact on this year's budget. We have some savings. There are some savings realized that will help to cover some of these new costs. We have found savings in the amount of capital funding we need to spend in 2023. We have found some savings from aligning the size of our bus fleet to match current service levels, as well as some other cost savings. We have detailed slides on both operating and capital savings later in this presentation. Although we are encountering some budgetary pressures, the future is bright and we are moving forward with positive investments. Our zero-emission bus transformation is progressing well. The procurement for the next batch of buses is currently out to market. We are heading in the right direction. Moving to a zero-emission bus fleet will mean significant savings in the long term. And as I noted in our service update presentation, our goal is to hire another 360 operators by the end of 2023. More operators will mean more reliable service for our customers. We are also progressing well with our Stage 2 train readiness plan. We will share more details with you in the coming months. Next slide, please. Transpo is a business with moving parts. We have 855 fully accessible conventional buses with a plan to realign our fleet down to 738. This includes the 4 battery electric buses currently in our fleet. We have 80 Transpo minibuses. With the upcoming launch of Train Lines 2 and 4, we will be introducing 60 more kilometers of new rail service, along with the reopening of the existing rail line on Line 2. Our dedicated staff work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure our customers get where they need to go. Our incredible team is made of conventional bus operators, Transpo operators, rail operators, engineers and technical staff, control room staff, special constables, garage and facilities staff, including mechanics and carpenters, customer service representatives, engineers and transit planners, and the list goes on and on. It's a large organization and every single group is necessary to ensure service runs smoothly. And that project and improvement continue to progress for our customer. Next slide, please. I will now speak about the budget background. If you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you, Eric. As noted in the introduction slide, Transpo's budget is made up of fare revenue and property taxes. Fare revenue accounts for 39% of the cost of providing transit service and about 28% of Transpo's total operating budget. Property taxes account for 61% of operating cost and 55% of our operating budget. And the gas tax and development charges account for 15% of the total operating budget. The operating budgets found ongoing expenses, including staff salaries, diesel fuel cost, and an annual contribution to capital reserves. The capital budgets include one-time or continuing projects such as fare technology enhancements. A recent example includes the ongoing life cycle replacement of our old green fare readers with new red smart card readers. We also receive funding from other levels of government. A recent example includes federal funding for the zero-emission bus program. Next slide, please. The guiding principle in our budgetary process is that we want to ensure we are delivering what we promise. We want our service to be safe and have quality assurance checks and balances in place. We also aim to have service delivery rising to 99.5%. As you saw on the previous slide, in order to maintain service reliability of our customers long-term, we need to hire additional operators. Next slide, please. I would like now to go over some key points for the draft 2023 budget. First, like transit agencies all around the world, we still have lower ridership due to the results of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many people are still working from home. We are working hard to promote the benefits of transit and show people that we are ready to welcome them back. And hopefully we will see ridership growth as we move forward. As I mentioned earlier, Council has decided already that there will be no fare increase this year. This will hopefully encourage ridership, but at the same time, it will place budgetary pressures this year and in years to come. The city has told the province that we will need 53 million to replace the fare revenue we expect to lose in 2023 because of COVID-19. In this budget, we are counting on receiving at least 39 million in provincial Safe Restart Agreement funding. This funding is to help municipal transit system across Ontario address lost fare revenue related to COVID-19. We are now waiting on confirmation of the funding. Ocean line 2s and 4 are set to open later this year. Line 2 will run between Bayview Station and Limebank Station, and line 4 will be linked to the airport. This is very exciting news and will bring much improved service to Carleton University and areas in the south part of the city. Inflation has impacted every person and organization in some way. Everything is more expensive and people have to be selective with how they spend their money. As I noted earlier, inflation has also impacted our department as goods and services we purchase to run transit service has increased in price. The majority of our employees are unionized, and therefore there are collective agreements as well as legislated and contractual increases each year. And this does have an impact on our budget. Next slide, please. We estimate ridership will grow from 65% in January to 75% by December, for an average of 70% this year in 2023. This increase is due to more federal government employees returning to office work 2 to 3 days per week. And high school and post-secondary students are back to in-person classes full-time. This means ridership will still be down by approximately 30% when compared to 2019 levels. This equals a fare revenue shortfall of approximately $53 million. Je profite pour vous dire qu'aujourd'hui, l'exercice.
I take this opportunity to tell you that this exercise, this budget, draft budget, has been done extremely rigorously. It's my budget because I was there the whole year with my team, unlike when I arrived in the fall of 2021. And this budget was thoroughly thought out. It is very honest. It respects our clients. And it is also a budget which forces us as managers to do even better with taxpayers' money. My colleagues are with me. Pat and Scott are going to go over with you all the numbers. There's a lot of numbers. We're going to go slowly. What's important here is at the end of this meeting, you will have a very clear and complete and honest picture of what the situation is, extremely transparent.
We'll walk you through the details of our budgets. Merci. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame Amilcar. On the next slide,
Thank
please.
you so much.
We'll start by talking about the operating budget, and this I'll walk you through. This on your screens now is really a summary of what you see on page 3 of the big budget book, where the numbers are presented in more detail. What we're showing you here first is what was our budget in the year 2022, and then we'll show you what the changes are between 22 and 23, and then what that makes the 23 budget and how all these numbers add up. So just to walk through this page first, the 2022 budget had the cost of running the transit system at $539.5 million for that 1 year. In addition to that, passing through the operating budget were also $188.4 million from property tax going into the capital reserve, which adds up to what's called on the screen and in your book, the gross expenditure of $728 million. From that, then, some of the operating costs, $32.5 million, are actually funded from the capital program. In addition, there was $322.7 million in revenues, which are summarized down below. So when you subtract that 32.5 and the 322.7 million from the 728 million, you get to the net requirement of $372.7 million, which in 2022 was the amount of money that needed to be collected from property taxes. In the second chart on the screen, you see that the revenues were made up of 177 million in fare revenues and other and smaller revenues like advertising, 92.9 million in development charges and gas tax, and just under 53 million, which came from the provincial government as a special transfer through the Safe Restart Agreement to replace lost fare revenue and to cover some of our additional costs. So that adds up to 322.7, and you can see on the second last line of the top chart where that 322.7 fits. I'll go through the same pattern again in a few slides for the 23 budget. The next slide, please, Eric. Maintenant, je discuterai de quelques points.
I'm now going to talk to you about a few points concerning the new costs that we'll face this year. First of all, we're anticipating the opening of line 2 between Bayview and Line Bank, as well as line 4 between South Keys and Airport. And that would be around the end of the year. We need to set up 7 new trains and 8 new stations. So the operating costs of the 2 new lines for 2023 will be around $16 million. And that amount is included in the draft budget we are presenting to you today. The operating costs for a full year of the 2 lines will be around $48 million to operate. Costs that have to do with inflation will also have an important effect on this OC Transpo budget this year. They will be going to a little over $28 million. That includes fuel, wages, and contracts. And there will also be extra contributions to the reserve funds in order to support future costs of future works. And also modifications were made to the legislative, the labor code for medical leave. And we estimate that this is going to add $500,000 more to annual costs. Next slide.
In addition, to counteract some of these costs and to match the direction from council, from the budget directions report, we are also showing in this budget some operating cost savings. The largest of these, which we'll go through in greater detail later on, is reduced property tax contribution to the capital reserve, made possible by reducing our 2023 spending requirements from the capital reserve. The next is that we are proposing to reduce the size of our bus fleet from 855, the current number that René mentioned earlier, and which is the number of buses that were in service just before the pandemic began in early 2020, reducing that number down to 738 to match the actual service levels that we're operating today, with an allowance for more service to be operated later this year or into next year. And we'll go through these in more detail a little in a few more slides. Reducing the bus fleet size does not make any change to the service that we run. We will still have enough buses to run all our current service, enough buses to run all our future service, and to have the backups that we talked about in an earlier presentation for reliability. But by reducing those buses from the fleet, we can generate savings of $4.4 million in 2023 and $8.7 million for a full year. These are the costs of just maintaining those buses and keeping them safe and authorized to run. We're also at the end of the provincial funding for the enhanced touchpoint sanitization, the special cleaning that was brought in for COVID-19. And that will save also in some of our contributions, some of our operating costs. And we also will have some small savings by having lower fees payable for fare collection, primarily through the Presto system, to match the actual ridership level that we're expecting this year. So when we then go to the next page from there, these are the cost changes between 22 and 23. We have the inflationary cost to maintain the service, increased costs of diesel fuel, increased costs for wages from collective agreements. That's $28.1 million more that we need to spend. There's also an inflationary cost in the contribution to the reserve, where we have to contribute $6.2 million more to ensure that the capital reserve can still afford to fund all of the future projects that are foreseen in the long-range financial plan. For the growth of service, we have two categories there, both adding up to 16.7. First of all is the $16 million for the operating cost in the last third of the year for O Trains Line 2 and 4 when they open. And there's also about $700,000 in additional operating cost to increase service to serve high schools as requested by the school transportation authorities. You won't see it on this slide, but that $700,000 of additional spending is also offset by $700,000 more in fare revenue, which will be coming from the passes that the school transportation authorities have undertaken to buy from us. Finally, on our cost pressures, the legislative changes I mentioned earlier, the Canada Labour Code change will cost us about $500,000 a year. And then there's the operating cost savings. First of all, realigning the fleet size, the bus fleet size down from 855 to 738, saving $4.4 million this year. And the end of the program on enhanced COVID-19 cleaning on buses, trains, and stations, saving $13.4 million. And as a point of explanation, that last year and the previous year was fully funded by the province. So that takes us on to the next slide, which is the comparison. I'm sorry, we've got more detail on the revenue savings. So normally we would bring, this is to explain the shortfall in fare revenue and how we're dealing with that. If we were at 100% ridership, if we were at 2019 ridership levels, we would be bringing in $210 million in fare revenue during the year 2023. But at an average ridership in 2023 of 70%, which comes from starting the year at an expected 65%, ending the year at 75%, averaging the year at 70%. That gives us only 70% of the customers for the year, and therefore only 70% of the fare revenue for the year, resulting in a shortfall of $53 million. Now, we've communicated that to the province, but the province, and so have all the other municipalities across Ontario as they go through their budget. The province has not yet announced how the Safe Restart Fund will work during the year 2023. So because of we're not certain what kind of funding we'll get from the province, we've identified these operating cost savings that I showed you on the previous page, adding up to $17.8 million. And we've also identified some ways by reducing our capital spending in the year 2023, to reduce how much money needs to flow through the operating budget to fund the capital reserve, reducing that by $42.7 million. Let's go to the next slide, please. In particular, one of the things that we're recommending here is realigning the fleet size, as I said earlier, from 851 buses down 851 in spring of 2020. Since then, we've got the four electric buses, brings us up to our current fleet of 855 buses. We're recommending bringing that down to 738. We've been following your direction. We've been adjusting service. There was a substantial reduction in service in mid-2021 to match ridership at that time. But we still retained all those buses in the fleet, expecting that at some point ridership would return. The economy would go back to the way it was before. It's since then become clear that that isn't happening as quickly as people thought a year and a half, 2 years ago. And especially with the federal government announcing that the foreseeable future, most of their workers will be working from home half the time. That really takes a permanent chunk out of transit ridership in Ottawa and the need for running a lot of the capacity. So we know that we can bring the fleet size down to 738 and avoid some costs. And that still gives us enough room for the future, for the near future at least. On the charts there, you can see that in spring of 2020, we operated 688 buses in rush hours, and we had 163 buses that were standing by to replace them as buses need to cycle out for maintenance work, or buses that needed to be substituted if something goes wrong. We're expecting to be running 615 buses in the fall of this year, and we'll need 123 to back them up, and that adds up to 738. So we can retire 117 buses, and we would choose those to be the buses that are either beyond their economic life already, of which there are some, or buses that are still in their economic life, have not yet have the major investment of a midlife rebuild, and which have very high maintenance costs, much above average maintenance costs. So there's a group of buses that have those very high maintenance costs. We have not done the major capital expense of the midlife rebuild. And by retiring those buses now, we can save the maintenance costs from the operating budget, and we can also save the need for the midlife rebuilds from the capital budget. These buses, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought for a little bit. Come back. It's coming. It's coming. I'm sorry. We'll go to the next slide and I'll get back on track. We mentioned earlier the COVID enhanced cleaning program is coming to an end. This was the enhanced cleaning that was funded by the provincial government. That provincial government funding was year by year. It was not ongoing. We continue to thoroughly and regularly clean all of our buses, trains, and stations. And the health and safety is obviously our first priority for our customers and our staff. And as a reminder, we and OPH continue to recommend wearing masks on board transit. Let's go to the next slide, please. And this, as I promised, is where it all comes back together again. Those increases, those savings come to a 2023 budget that is made up of, and this is again a detail that's on page 3 of the budget book, $567 million in the costs of running the transit system, $170 million in contributions to capital, flowing through the operating budget for a gross expenditure of $737 million. Then there's the recovery. Some of those costs, some of those operating costs are funded from the capital program. That's 30.7 comes off. And then there's the revenues coming in, expected to be 316.6 million in the year 2023 for a net requirement of property taxes of 389.8 million. Those revenues adding up to 316.6 million are 166.7 in fair revenue plus other small revenues, 110.8 million that's coming from development charges and gas tax, and the $39 million that we will need from the provincial government to replace lost fair revenue. And that adds up to the 316, which plugs into the top table there. So on the next slide, you can see how these numbers compare. And this is, I don't want to overwalk you through it, but this will be there for your reference later. This again is the same numbers that I showed you on these preceding ones, just comparing the numbers from 22 to 23 and showing on the right that our net operating cost after the savings and the added costs is $27 million more in 23. Our contributions to capital, $18 million less when you combine everything together, for the gross expenditure being $9 million more, the net requirement for property taxes being $17 million more in 23 than it was in 22. And that 17.1 million lines up exactly with the direction from council in the budget directions report and the overall affordability that Cyril Rogers explained to you at council last week. So at this point, we go to the next slide. I will turn you over to my colleague, Scott Laberge, who is Associate Director for Transit Customer Systems and Planning at OC Transpo, working alongside me for a 1-year period. Scott.
Merci, Pat, and bonjour, Monsieur le Président et le Conseiller. I'm Scott Laberge, Associate Director, Transit.
Thank you very much.
Dans le prochain dispositifs,
in the next slide, we will talk about the capital budget for 2023.
On pages 14 through 42. Capital projects last multiple years, and as shown listed on pages 45 through 48, at OC Transpo, there are $782 million in ongoing projects, with $204 million remaining in existing authority. We are continuing to deliver all of those projects. On page 15 in your budget book, there's a summary of the 2023 capital requests with details on each project listed on subsequent pages. New capital program requests for 2023 total $122 million and are categorized in renewal of city assets, growth, and service enhancements. For renewal of city assets, the projects total $97 million and include bus replacement for both paratranspo and conventional, lifecycle or infrastructure lifecycle rehabilitation, readiness for stage 2 O-train openings, and contractual lifecycle payments for O-train lines. In growth, the request includes $100,000 for operational support vehicle purchases. In service enhancements, programs total $25 million and include customer information system improvements, transit priority measures, accessibility improvements, and technology system improvements. All projects, once completed, will provide an improved experience for our customers. Next slide, please. As my colleague Pat referred to in an earlier slide, one approach to generate savings in the 2023 budget is to reduce capital spending with no impact to service. Staff have reviewed and reduced the capital authority request for 2023 to achieve a savings of $42.7 million in the contribution to reserve in the 2023 operating budget. Capital program spending reductions in 2023 include reduced spending on bus refurbishment, deferring until a year later some O-Train Stage 2 transition and readiness costs, reduced spending based on current service levels on bus service detours for O-Train Stage 2 construction, reduced spending on some programs based on supply chain constraints and the delivery of planned 2022 projects in 2023 instead. And finally, the removal of the current temporary scaffolding over walkways at both Herdman and Tunney's pasture stations. Next slide, please. Here, I'll dive in a little bit deeper with an example of how staff have prudently reduced capital spending to mitigate financial risk throughout the pandemic, thus enabling a reduction in 2023 capital spending. For the bus refurbishment program, capital approves authority each year. Throughout the pandemic, faced with labor shortages and supply chain constraints, staff have optimized the bus refurbishment program, leading to a savings and a $10 million unspent program balance. With the retirement of high maintenance buses, the unspent bus refurbishment budget previously approved is sufficient to meet the 2023 refurbishment needs. The $14.4 million that was anticipated in the 2022 budget forecast is not required, resulting in the 2023 savings of $14.4 million. In the budget book on page 23, where you look at our projections over time, you'll notice for the bus refurbishment line, there's a zero there with additional dollars in subsequent years for the bus refurbishment capital program. Next slide, please, Eric. In this final slide, I'd like to highlight that transit agencies worldwide are experiencing slower than anticipated ridership recovery since the COVID-19 pandemic. There's a continued need for funding from other levels of government. As you heard from Madame Amilcar earlier, in 2023, OC Transpo anticipates averaging 70% of pre-pandemic ridership, and thus the city is faced with a fare revenue shortfall of $53 million. The city has requested this funding from the provincial government. At minimum, we require $39 million to balance the 2023 budget. Should funding fall below this minimum, other options will need to be explored, including drawing from reserves to make up any shortfall, plus an adjustment to the 2024 budget, and/or bringing additional cost savings options here to Transit Commission for consideration. Next slide, please, Eric. Thank you very much for your time today, and we look forward to the discussion and any questions. Mr. Chair, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you very much for the overview. We're going to move now to our list of delegations. First up is Nick Grover, and then we have Sam Hirsch and Leo DeVries. Just wait to see Nick on our screen here.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Good
Okay,
afternoon.
great. Thank you. So I wanted to begin the delegation with a few items of context for anybody listening. And these are all objectives of the city at large. The first is that the city has committed to reduce the mode share of cars and to increase the mode share of transit use. The second is that we have declared a climate emergency, implying that we understand the gravity of our emissions levels and the need to reduce them. And the third one is simply the core values of pretty much everyone on council to fight for a more affordable city for everybody. I'm sorry to say I don't see any of those priorities reflected in this transit budget. Public transit is the city's biggest lever to reduce emissions, get cars off the road, and tackle the high cost of living by giving people an affordable transport alternative to driving. If we continue to cut and underinvest in good service, we will never unlock the truly transformative potential of public transit that other cities enjoy. So I don't strictly take issue with retiring older buses. I understand that they cost a lot to maintain. I do take issue with them not being replaced and then being deployed to areas of the city in order to increase capacity and service quality. And I also take issue with the celebration of how much we can save on capital funding instead of putting it to better uses. We know that frequency, bus lanes, comfortable stops, this is what gets people riding, and we seem to be moving in the opposite direction, which I'm sorry to say is an act in tradition. We've done this for a long time. The mayor said this budget is about belt tightening. I don't think it is. Road widening and expansion, which we know only makes traffic and emissions worse, is once again getting 50+ million, while the police budget's set to exceed 400 million. It seems that money flows reflexively to these areas, while any cent in proposed increase to public transit is heavily scrutinized. This approach of aligning service levels to better reflect current rider levels, I think gets it completely backwards. It fails to grasp why people aren't riding. Remote work only explains so much. Ideally, anybody who drives in the city should be able to look over to the transit system and take it instead. It should be an option. It's not that people don't want transit per se, they just don't want the current poor quality of service that's on offer. Rather than reduce or stop service in low demand areas, we should understand that people there are still traveling. We should just ask how we can replace their need for a car with bus service. Demand is not going to magically grow after we cut a route somewhere. Just look to Bradley Estates and Orleans. This would surely be considered a low ridership area now, but it's because they had one of their main routes cut in 2019. CBC reported on this, and residents there saying they feel stranded. I need to ask what we've done in 3 years to try and attract new riders beyond the federal worker pool. We can't just wait for them to come back. I know that some of them are, but we need to think about everybody else in the city. They are potential riders. Anybody who drives could be a rider if it actually met their needs. We need to get serious and put up the money to make transit actually functional. We need investments, not cuts. We need to make the rider experience such that people actually use it. Increase frequency so you can walk up to a stop and grab a bus without checking a schedule. Bus lanes to make buses faster without getting stuck in traffic, which creates delays for the whole routes. Lower fares and targeted free fares to those who are on low incomes and need it the most. A good transit system is in everybody's interest. For those who rely on it, it means being able to access the city around them. Groceries, jobs, appointments, recreation, new neighborhoods. Even for car drivers, is it really affordable to ask people to spend $10,000 a year to own and operate a vehicle just because there's no other option? It's not a choice in transport when driving is the only way you can get anywhere, or Ubering. We can say we care about climate change, but it doesn't mean much if we deny its reality in our policy. Transport emissions are 45% of our total in Ottawa. We will only reduce traffic by investing in alternatives. We can't widen or build new roads. We should be adding buses to the fleet and give them the infrastructure they need to serve the people of Ottawa. When we think about the city that we want, one that has clean air, safe streets, transit good enough that other cities look to us for inspiration, we have to remember that it starts now or it will never happen. I've been a bus rider in Ottawa for 10 years, and I can say that this isn't an exceptional period of time. Service has never been great. So we really need to start thinking about that and how we increase ridership beyond commuters and look at everybody's needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. I'll look to committee members and councillors. Any questions for Nick? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks for being first up, Nick, and for sharing your comments.
Thank you.
Our second speaker is Sam Hirsch.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Sam.
Great. Hi. So yeah, I just want to start off by saying that I think this item should have been moved to the front of the agenda. There are 21 delegates, as you said, on the list, and I'm assuming some have maybe had to drop off. And this meeting started at 9:30, and it's almost 2:30 at this point. And it's important to respect the time of folks who come out to delegate at these meetings. I'm not sure they're still here, but it's funny that there were students, at least from Algonquin, here today at the meeting, because I was tabling yesterday with our new Horizon Ottawa Campus Club at Algonquin College, and in trying to get students interested in municipal politics, the thing that constantly came up unprompted was our transit system. Again and again, the faces of students lit up with not with glee, but with anger and frustration as they remarked things like, "Oh yeah, our transit system is a joke," or "Yeah, my bus was late this morning and I was late to my class." And I'm sure all the students that were in the audience would probably agree with these words. Another piece in the Capital Current, another Ottawa student newspaper, the headline reads, "Problem plagued OC Transpo is teaching me to lower my expectations of public transit." Another headline from the Citizen, "We can work anywhere. Pity Ottawa's public transit can't." And dozens of Reddit threads with hundreds of comments on how OC Transpo just doesn't work. This is how the people of Ottawa, students, public servants, minimum wage workers, seniors, etc., view our transit system. And I want the members of this committee to sit with that for a second. And I don't blame folks for thinking this way, especially when they see that absolutely nothing is being done to address their concerns. And not only is nothing being done, but decisions are actively being made to ensure the continued erosion of our transit system. In other words, our system isn't bad because of the simple natural order of things. Our system is bad because of a series of political choices that have been made by many of the councillors sitting around this table, like the decision to refuse to have an emergency meeting after the LRT breakdown. We should not have waited 37 days to talk about the LRT breakdown. And now this decision before you all today to approve Mayor Sutcliffe's $47 million cut from our transit budget. Another political decision that, if approved today, will show residents how you really feel about their struggles with public transit. Why, when confidence in our transit system is so low, when residents think so poorly of our system, are we even thinking of slashing this budget and further delaying projects? Choosing to cut this budget while approving millions for the unnecessary road expansion projects like the Airport Parkway expansion is a political choice. And to Ms. Amilcar's arguments, or Mayor Sutcliffe's, that this won't affect service because it's the capital, not operating budget, or whatever, they're saying, well, it will. The further delaying of much needed infrastructure projects have ensured that our system continues to operate at half speed. The decision, for example, to take 117 old retired buses off the road without replacements will have grave consequences. Sure, I support taking old buses off the road like the previous speaker, but not replacing them? What about the next time the LRT goes down? And sorry, but it will. Will we have enough buses for our service? And I was guided to a plan from 2006 from the City of Ottawa before Larry O'Brien became mayor. The plan was to have 1,050 buses by 2021 in 2006. And now with the 117 buses off the road, we'll be at 740 buses. And, cities of comparable size like to Ottawa, like Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver, all have over 1,000 buses in their fleet. So, we're lagging far behind in this budget. Taking 117 buses off the road in this budget will even make us even further behind from cities of comparable size to ours. Service may not be at full pre-pandemic capacity, but continuing to gut services will not draw people back, and simply relying on the return of public servants alone will not save our system. The only way to do that is to improve our services is by investing in it. If people aren't taking the bus, it's because the services don't meet their needs. And let's talk about the extremely limited detail in what these efficiencies are and what little it was shared with residents, and the lack of detail where the rest of the $42.7 million in efficiencies are coming from. How do you run an organization by coming up with a number and then figuring out the details later? It's also unfair for councillors too to get this little notice before voting in favor or against these efficiencies. And lastly, of course, we need to address the assumption here by staff and Mayor Sutcliffe that there's money coming from the feds and the province. The importance of advocating for more operating dollars from different levels of government is one thing that I actually happen to agree with the mayor on. But let's be honest, we know this money most likely isn't coming, and it's unwise and disingenuous to base a large portion of the budget off of that. The mayor said that, big cuts would be made if these investments weren't made. But at the end of the day, big cuts are on you or on this council. You can't just shove the blame to other levels of government because you're budgeting for something that won't come. The decision today would not only be politically unwise, but would also lead to further erosion of trust. And yes, would affect services with the smaller fleet of buses that we have. We should be having more based off of our population. But, if members of this commission care about our transit system in any way, shape, or form, I would urge them to vote against these impractical cuts today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sam, and right on time. Are there any questions for Mr. Hirsch from committee members or councillors? Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you very much for the delegation, Mr. Hirsch. A quick question. You referred to the delaying of much needed infrastructure projects. I was wondering if you could specify which ones you're talking to, so I can look at those when we look at the budget.
Excuse me. I mean, I don't have any specific things off the top of my head, but there were mentions of it in the budget, like the refurbishment, the bus refurbishment stuff. And I mean, also in terms of, I suppose in terms of delay, I mean, there would also be a delay in when we would be replacing those 117 buses, because I assume eventually we're going to be replacing those buses with the e-buses, and we already have seen some e-buses coming in. But right now, taking those buses off the road without any replacements is unwise, and continuing to delay things like that, will lead to a further erosion of service. Though I know, we need more money from different levels of government, but that's going to take some time. So,
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hey, any other questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Sam, for joining us today. The next speaker on the list is Leo DeVries. I don't think Leo is online, so just want to check if Leo is in the room with us. I don't think so. So the next speaker then would be Aaron Galt. Again, I don't think Aaron is logged into the Zoom. Is Aaron in the room at all? Okay, we'll keep moving on. Anna Bramble is our next speaker. I believe Anna is online.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay. So I am a regular OC Transpo rider. I ride it to school, I ride it to work. And I do not have any confidence whatsoever that the budget proposed will fix any of the issues that I witness on a daily basis. So like I mentioned, I take the bus to school and work, and I frequently have to leave early to account for delays or cancellations, and I should not have to do this, and neither should anyone else. Clearly, the amount of funding OC Transpo receives is not enough, and it will not be enough for this year's budget as well. Cutting capital budget funding could affect Route 1 buses when the unreliable LRT goes down, and if there's no funding to support the purchase of new buses, especially if buses are being removed from service. Not to mention that the delays in stage 2 construction if funding is not adequate. Like Sam mentioned, what are you going to do when ridership is back to normal and you have already reduced the fleet size and gotten rid of the buses? Due to everything being so expensive, cars are unaffordable to almost everyone who does not already own one, and even to low-income people who already own cars, it's almost impossible to keep up with the cost of cars. It is much more affordable to take public transit, and it needs to be properly funded so it's reliable. And personally, I have had to spend extra money that I do not have on Ubers and Lyfts just to get to places on time when public transit has failed to arrive. And as I do not own a car and do not have the means to buy one, I really rely on public transit to be there. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee or councilors? I'm seeing none. Pardon me, I'm using the wrong microphone again. All right. Thank you very much, Anna, for your presentation. Our next speaker is Julia Brown.
Hi there.
Hi, Julia.
Hi.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Julia, and I'm actually a 20-year-old Carleton student. So completed the majority of my undergrad under circumstances that have been less than ideal due to the pandemic. One of the most frustrating and disappointing experiences of my time in Ottawa, lack of reliability of OC Transpo. In my opinion, no services into Carleton's campus that were previously advertised by the university or the City of Ottawa have implemented. After hearing the news and reading the new proposed Ottawa budget, I'm concerned about the future of my transit experiences here in Ottawa. As a full-time worker, full-time student, and someone with no driver's license or car, I rely fully on OC Transpo to get me places around the city. Traveling to and from school has become increasingly difficult. Regardless of living only a 10 to 15 minute from often takes around an hour to get there, including waiting for a bus, often being late, and even dropped off at non-designated bus stops. When traveling home after class, crowds of students wait for buses that often do not arrive. It has become increasingly common for buses on campus to remain out of service, yet running only meters away from crowds of students waiting below temperatures. Students have also become increasingly used to out-of-service waiting at the stop. Although I am required through tuition fees to purchase an OC Transpo U-Pass or taxis in order to get to school or work on time and to avoid waiting 30 minutes to an hour for a bus to arrive. Students and individuals who rely on transit for work or for school are at an extreme disadvantage that needs to be properly evaluated, assessed, and resolved. The city should be working in coordination with better understand peak transit usage times and popular routes on campus. It should also be a priority to make it safer for access services that they are required to pay for through tuition. An example of this could be running more buses on evidently busier bus lines to avoid overcrowding and having students wait in below freezing temperatures. The first question I have is whether there is someone appointed as a transit liaison with Carleton and any other universities or colleges in Ottawa transit need of students on campus. Is there any plan to implement a position like this or investigate transit issues on Carleton campus, especially based on the surge of student transit needs since the reintroduction of in-person classes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from committee members or councillors? Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Menard had his hand up first. I'm not sure if.
Well, go ahead, Councillor.
Okay.
Go to Councillor
Yeah.
Menard.
Perfect. Just a quick one, Julia. Thank you very much for your delegation. I can feel for you because I've certainly spoken to a number of Carleton University students who live out here in Barrhaven that have had a heck of a time trying to go, something that would otherwise be a 20-minute car ride that takes an hour and 15 minutes or so. Can you tell me, where do you normally start your travels from to get to Carleton?
I live in Centertown, just off of Bank Street.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that. It's certainly, I can assure you that this term of councillor, we're going to be looking hard in this commission at how we can improve that reliability. So I appreciate very much the sentiments of your delegation, and I'm certainly going to be working to try and rectify some of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yeah, thank you so much for this delegation. It's one of the issues we've talked a lot with staff about and students about. The Student Association, the Residents Association, the Grad Student Association at Carleton. I think your suggestion of direct liaison for universities and the municipality is a good one. I know our staff work with administration there, but with the introduction of the U-Pass at the major institutions in Ottawa, certainly a bigger student voice and a liaison directly with the municipality would make a lot of sense to me. So I appreciate you raising that, and I will raise that in an advisory committee discussion that we're going to be having later around governance. With regard to service on campus, I guess the question for you is, we're seeing these changes to the budget here, and I guess the issue is it's not reinvesting the funding necessarily. And so if it was to be reinvested, I suppose you would say if we're going to be looking at routes that are already crowded or not serving students on time, we should not just reduce the budget and say that funding disappears, but rather reinvest the savings that we're saying we can achieve this year into things like more service at Carleton. Is that accurate, or would
Yes,
you describe it another way?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay. Well, look, I appreciate the delegation, and Chair, I think that's the crux of the issue today is how are we reinvesting dollars that we're finding savings for when we know the system is not performing as needed across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Julia, for joining us today and sharing your experience. Next speaker is Evan Burry. Is Evan with us online or in the room? I don't think so. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. It's Richard Langlois. Richard is online, I believe.
And can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Richard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm here because I received a notice that the current budget before this council includes 47 million in cuts to OC Transpo, including retiring 117 older buses from its fleet, without any commitments to replace those retired buses. Having watched the entire budget meeting since about 10 o'clock this morning, I can see that most of the council appear to support public transport as a concept. But I'm nevertheless very concerned about the fact that what we're doing here is reducing service to meet what we all acknowledge is a reduced need without making any commitments or plans to improve the service and thus increase ridership, because ridership will not go back up unless service improves. I exhort you to not reduce funding for Ottawa's public transit service. I am a lifelong public transit user. I've never owned a car, and I'm perfectly content to never own a vehicle. Continuing our urban and suburban development practices as if the car were the singular concern of every aspect of development has led us to the situation we're in, this rampant urban sprawl that has been slowly choking our cities under a haze of smog and inaccessibility for decades. If this council's desires to reduce traffic, to reduce gridlock, to improve Ottawa's air quality and the quality of life of its nearly 1 million human residents, then investing more into public transit is the necessary and only solution. Public transit is a public service. You would not expect public healthcare to make a profit. We do not look at our public education and complain it isn't making money. You don't expect road maintenance to break even or for public parks to earn their keep. Why then do we have this double standard when it comes to public transportation? It is a service. Services do not make a profit in and of themselves. They provide benefits in other areas. Increased citizen mobility results in decreased healthcare costs and less work hours lost to illness. And since everyone is so capitalism focused, less work hours lost due to illness or inaccessibility should be a good driver for everybody. Decreased traffic and gridlock results in better air quality, resulting in, again, decreased healthcare costs and less work hours lost to illness, as well as a higher citizen satisfaction in their city. Study after study after study has proven that we must improve public transit and move away from this 20th century old-fashioned emotional attachment to individual car ownership. We must make public transit so easy to use, so affordable, so convenient that the default assumption would be to use public transit. And individual vehicular trips would only be used for those rare and major renovation projects or huge shopping trips where you're coming in with 20 bags from Costco that just don't work on the bus. Reducing public transit funding in the name of fiscal responsibility is plainly unsound long-term fiscal policy. The knock-on effects of worse public transit will result in increased costs almost everywhere else, and the budget as a whole will wind up further in the hole. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions for Richard? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you, Richard, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Michael Fakuri. Is Michael with us online? Is Michael with us in the room? I don't think so. Okay, we'll move on to our next speaker. It's Sarah Donnelly. Sarah's online, I believe.
Good afternoon, Council.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome, and please go ahead.
I am very glad to be here today to discuss the proposed budget regarding transit in this city. I am a recent resident of Ottawa, having moved here to attend the University of Ottawa in September 2021. One of my first memories of having moved here is being very glad about having a functioning public transit system. I come from a small town, and because of COVID backlogs, I cannot drive. So being able to travel around the city I was now calling home was an opportunity that I was very excited to have. However, very shortly after having moved here, September 19th, 2021, was when the LRT went down for the first of many times since I've been living in this city. It was the first issue in a long list that I've encountered with our public transit system. I've been living in Somerset Ward for almost a year now and rely on transit to take me everywhere. I frequently find myself being worried about getting to class or doctor's appointments or work on time due to relying on buses to come when scheduled.
I'm nowhere near being the only citizen in this city who relies on our public transit system for everything, and I'm nowhere near being the only citizen who worries about being late for plans every time I'm waiting for the bus. I'm tired of having to be at the bus stop an hour early to account for the bus being late. I'm concerned with the efficiencies being proposed in this budget. I'm concerned with the 117 buses being taken out of the fleet. We've been promised it will not affect service, but I do not feel reassured by this promise. I'm aware of any new buses being purchased that they are supposed to be zero-emission buses, and we are supposed to be receiving 26 of these buses this year and 77 next year. But the question is when this year and when next year? There was a plan created that in 2006 that was brought up a bit ago that stated by 2021, we would have 105 light rail cars and 1,750 buses. This plan was never implemented. It never came to fruition. There are currently 38 train cars for Line 1 and 12 for Line 2. In both cases of buses and train cars, we currently have less than half of what that plan projected. That plan was never greenlit and never expanded upon. But it's still sad to see what we could have had. Ottawa used to have one of the best bus-based rapid transit systems in North America, and the introduction of our Line 1 LRT system has been nothing if not unreliable and a constant problem. I'm all for the investment into an introduction of zero-emission buses. However, if we're talking about sustainability in our transit system, we need to talk about reliability. If we want to increase ridership, we need to make transit more reliable. If we want to reduce emissions, one of the best ways to do that is by getting cars off the road. We can do this by increasing the reliability of our public transit system. We should want to make it appealing to everyone to the point where even if you have a car, you opt to take the bus instead. And if public transit allows cars to be taken off the road, it will decrease the frequency of delays due to car congestion. If the goal is a sustainable transit system, it needs not only to be green, but it needs to make people's lives easier and better. If we want to have a sustainable public transit system, it takes more than electric buses to make our transit system sustainable. I encourage you all to take public transit to see the extent of the issues plaguing citizens that take public transit for everything in their lives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Councillor Hale has a question for you.
Sarah, this is a quick one. You mentioned that often you have to go really early to get to the bus stop in order to not miss it. What system do you normally use when you're confirming your bus system? Are you using the OC Travel Planner or other apps? How do you get the communication so that you know when to go, and how is it inconsistent?
I frequently use I usually text the bus stop to let me know when the bus is coming, and I find that frequently it works, but I think oftentimes it is telling me that the bus is going to come later and later the longer that I'm waiting at the stop. And then I am waiting there and just thinking about I'm going to be late if I do not leave right now. I'm going to be late if I left 5 minutes ago, and then I'm sitting on the bus on my way to my doctor's appointment being like, I am going to be 10 minutes late for my doctor's appointment.
That's great. Thank you very much, Sarah. I'm going to address the issue of communication later on.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Our next speaker is Aaron Coffin. I believe Aaron's online.
Can you see me and hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Aaron.
All right, thank you. Greetings from my basement in Canada South. Thank you very much to the Transit Commission for allowing me to speak today. And I also just want to say up front quite quickly, thank you to the chair, Councillor Gower, for showing up to the Ottawa Transit Riders Forum in Canada. I know we were a small group, but we were mighty and we had lots of information, and your attendance and participation was quite appreciated, and I believe news spread that you had attended. So that was great. Thank you. I have ridden the bus for many decades. Right now, as you can tell, I'm in my basement, so I'm not using the bus as much as I used to. But I'm also here to communicate to you some of the concerns that my neighbors have and how the budget will affect them. I have a couple of stories from neighbors. My neighbor Maureen, she is concerned that her 256 Express has turned into a milk run. It takes her 90 minutes to get either direction on the express bus. Her husband, who can drive and has a car, it takes 30 minutes for the same distance. So she finds that quite challenging. And apparently, according to my neighbor Laura, this is also a situation that is much worse in the afternoons. Laura also mentions that when she's at Tunney's, the buses, because they don't come regularly and they get canceled, then when the bus does come, it is full and she's stuck at Tunney's and can't get on. With the winter, especially the cold snap, she's finding that the shelters, which I guess are still scaffolding, are just terrible. You can get frostbite waiting for half an hour. Your feet are losing feeling, you're miserable, and there's really nowhere to go because you don't want to miss your bus. So she's very frustrated as well. Stephen, my neighbor who lives a couple of blocks over, actually travels from Canada South to Chio on the opposite end of town because he wants to be close to his family. And also, sadly, he doesn't have a car and can't afford a car. And so it takes him 2.5 hours each way, so 4 to 5 hours a day to get back and forth Monday to Friday to Chio, where he's doing very important research for children's health. So Stephen would love to have something that works a little bit better. I also had comments from moms, fellow moms, Chantel and Karen, and I also heard from many of their kids and other kids who are going to high school and university and finding that the buses are not reliable for their children to get back and forth from high school or university. And also one of the really big concerns they have is their children's safety, because reliability does equal safety. So when your bus doesn't show up or you're stuck in a snowstorm or whatever, it's pretty miserable. And, this is really a problem. What I did find was interesting. One public servant who does live in Canada South, goes downtown regularly, says she would really love to support local businesses that are down in the Centre Core, but she can't because she must get the last bus by 6:15 to be able to get home to the suburbs, or she's stuck in a over 2-hour commute. So she ends up opting not to stay downtown, spend some money by getting some drinks and some snacks with some friends. And so it's hard for her to support. So if you want us to spend money when we're public servants downtown, we have to have more time than just the 30 minutes at lunchtime. So that's part of the problem. And, there's many other stories where people would really like to see change and reliability so they can actually use the bus from Canada South or also Canada North and go downtown to Barhaven, to Stittsville, to even Canada North. And the real concern is that if there are cuts, and so we're taking buses out of the system and there's no buses to replace them, then how are you going to entice them to stay using the transit system? How are you going to entice all the other folks who have given up and bought cars, which is also shown to be wearing down our roads, as well as populating our roads in parking spots, because there's a lot of street parking out here that wasn't intended because people have too many cars in their driveways because they had hoped to find another way to get there. So really, we want to make sure that while you are making these efficiencies, you have to consider that you need to do some wooing and encourage these folks to get on the bus. However, if it's going to work, going to school, going to social activities, and a reduction in buses is going to be a reduction in services. And while I appreciate efficiencies, we need to find synergies and be creative in the innovation of providing service for our city. So I very much encourage you to rethink this, put more money back in the budget for transit, and get people back in on the bus and off the roads in their cars.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Hey, no problem.
Are there any questions for Aaron from committee or councillors? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Aaron. Oh, I'm sorry. We have one. Councillor Menard.
I'm sorry, Chair. Yeah, I've switched devices here, medium, so I'm a little slower on the call here. But just wanted to say thanks to Aaron. And Aaron, I know you've been getting sent stories from people as well, just online, and I know you've detailed some of them here today. But the more I think people hear about those stories, the better. And I'm wondering if you'll be publishing them in some other way, or maybe you could send them into all councillors over email. Just on the things that you're hearing. I know every time I do a shout out for folks in our newsletter, we get a lot of stories back of how the transit system either has been serving them well or has been, falling behind, and that helps us improve service. So I'm wondering if you could send some of those stories to councillors over email prior to our budget.
Absolutely. In fact, I think Maureen's explanation of her 256 milk run was actually like a page and a half rant, which was quite entertaining, very descriptive and detailed. And I did not have enough time to explain it to you while also addressing everybody else's concerns. So yes, I'll be happy to do that. Also, I believe the Ottawa Transit Riders do have a report from the Canada feedback. Many people were unable to attend, but I did get a lot of people respond to me by social media, and I have every intention to make sure that their voices are heard from out here in Canada, for sure.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for joining us, Aaron.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Buxton, and Rachel should be online.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Rachel Buxton. I'm a professor at Carleton University in the Environmental Sciences Department. Personally, as a transit rider and a constituent in the Rita Vanier ward, I'm also consistently disappointed with OC Transport service. I'm a mom of two, I'm a professor, I'm extremely busy, and I'm also a transportation bus rider. The buses are consistently full around rush hour at Carleton. After I drop my kids off at the bus comes at all different times to my bus stop. So, you know, service is already unacceptable for me. You know, cutting the budget, cutting the number of buses is only going to make things worse. As an academic, I know the literature, and we know that one of the best predictors of transit use is the operational budget. So right away, by cutting our budget, we know, based on the literature, based on a large amount of science, that there's going to be a lower amount of usage. And as an environmental scientist, I can name many, many reasons from the literature that a decreased amount of ridership on public transit is going to have trickle-down effects into every facet of our society or of our functioning as a city. I will name three of the main ones from the literature. The first is effects on climate change. In 2019, Ottawa declared a climate emergency. And one of our best shots at emissions reduction is increasing the amount of people that we get riding public transit and lowering the number of people in cars. The second is mental health. So, you know, we just lived through a pandemic. We're facing all-time lows in mental health. There's a large body of research that shows that increased public transit ridership increases social engagement and reduces depressive symptoms in people. And then finally, of course, public transit is a very important equity issue. So that's all I have. Thanks a lot for listening. That's all for me.
I think you were muted there, Glenn, but I'm with you now. Yeah, thank you so much. And yes, I am still here. I thank you for your presentation very much, Rachel. And I'd love to understand from you, you said that you were a mom. And I think one of the other details is one of the best predictors of public transit use is public transit use as a younger person. So I wonder, how often do you get the opportunity to take your kids on the bus?
To be honest, I haven't since COVID, but before COVID, we were regularly using the bus. And I was using the bus to take my son to daycare. Now he takes his own school bus to school. So there's really no need for us to hop on the bus. And, you know, we fully intend, now that the pandemic is over and we're all sort of back to our new normal, to resume our taking the bus as a family. But we haven't as a family since then.
Thank you for sharing that. And, you know, I think it might be a little a little different with you coming from Rideau Vanier and myself being in College Ward, you know, the changing demographics out in the outer urban wards, again, relating to housing affordability when you're trying to start a family. We have a huge change in demographic from, you know, these sleepy bedroom communities to younger families. But because we've been designed, you know, for cars in mind, it can be really challenging to get your kids here, there, and everywhere for whatever activity they want, or that kind of thing. And you know, I think the more that we're able to imagine, you know, walking to the bus stop as part of daily activity, instead of having to get in our car to go somewhere to get on a treadmill or to play soccer over there, and we build in those thoughts or those patterns for young people as part of their daily life. You know, the bus is part of that. And it is a way for us to increase our physical activity for young people, even as they're trying to access transit. So these active transportation linkages for young families, I think, are really important as we build out our designs. Thank you so much for being here today.
I fully agree, but I do want to say that if I was considering putting my kids on the bus for anything that's time sensitive, at this point, I would have a lot of trouble with that just because of the reliability of OC Transpo at the moment. Thanks.
I appreciate your adding that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rachel, for joining us today. We will move on to our next speaker. It's Kyle Humphrey, and I believe Kyle's online.
Hey, everyone. For those of you that don't recognize me, have you been sleeping? My name is Kyle Humphrey. I am a paratransport user, and I have been a transit user for the past 20 years. My first experience taking the bus was before the ramps. I had the girls' rugby team in high school lift me up onto the bus, and I thought, wow, what an amazing experience! I can just hop in the bus with my friends, go wherever I want to go, and get there on time. As the months went on, I learned to take something called paratranspo, and that got me to my co-op, my high school co-op that I went to for several months, and getting there was great. And then the years went on, and I started working, and paratransport would get me to my job, and the service was wonderful. And then college came, and I took OC, and I had the 125 that would get me from my house to Herdman, my parents' house to Herdman. And I'd get from Herdman, and I'd grab either the 118 or the 95 at the time. And it was great. It was wonderful. Sometimes drivers wouldn't let me on, but that's since changed. It's been great. And then after college, I started using paratransport again full time, and trying to get to work and trying to get out to meet friends. And it became a chore. It became a task to sit on hold. I have a screenshot of me sitting on hold for 5 hours, waiting for that phone call to be answered. And I had to be part of a group of people that fought for online booking, even though we've lived in an age of online applications for since I was in grade 10. I think the iPhone came out when I was in grade 10, and that wasn't yesterday. So with that in mind, and with the number of things we have access to, all of these items and the buses being late led to me struggling to keep my job. I've been working at Amazon now for almost 2 years, and unfortunately, what happens with being late is you're expected to use your time off to supplement when you're late. And so every time I'm late, I now have to pay for it out of my own pocket. And so there's no forgiveness. So there's no option for me to leave earlier. I leave at 6 o'clock, which is when paratransport starts. And there's no guarantee that I'm going to get to my spot on time. There's no option to say, hey, I've travel planned my booking, and it says I should leave at 10:30. Maybe I should leave at 10 o'clock. I should leave half an hour earlier to make up for a late LRT. There's no option for me to do that. There's no option for me to say, hey, I'd like to get to somewhere on time. I'd like to get to the Sens game. So maybe I should book for a drop off at 6:45 to get to the 7 p.m. game. That I have to book 2 hours in advance of whatever event I want to go to from east to west. So with these things in mind, and with the decline of service, and with the number of times that my bus personally has been late more than an hour, I'm just wondering, first of all, where those numbers came from that we saw earlier that said paratransit buses weren't that late, because I can tell you firsthand that those buses have been late several times, and maybe all of those times that the buses have been late have been on my account, which would make sense because the person I took the bus with the other day, the bus was 8 minutes late for her and she was upset. So I'd love to live in her world. But in a world where so many people are upset that the LRT is 10, 15, 20 minutes late, as I believe the numbers were quoted by one of the city councilors. I'm not sure who that was. I'm sorry. But 15 minutes late isn't late with Paratranspo. Excuse me. 15 minutes late is still on time. I'm not allowed to call and find out where my bus is until my bus is half an hour late, which for all of your city, almost all OC Transpo conventional rides is exactly one trip. So
Kyle,
I'm trying to figure out where it comes in.
I'm going to stop you there, Kyle. And
Absolutely.
Councillors, at least one question for you. Councillor Leeper.
Yeah, Kyle, thank you very much. I've very much valued your perspective today. Just going to take this off. Kyle, unfortunately, you're not able to ask OC Transpo executives questions in today's meeting format, but if you could, what would be the questions that you would pose to OC Transpo's executives in the context of this proposed budget?
What do they need to make the service run as efficiently as conventional OC Transpo? And that's saying a lot compared to how many people have complained about conventional service today.
That's an excellent question. And I think you can look forward to that being posed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Kyle? Okay, thanks very much for joining us today, Kyle.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Laura Shantz. Laura is online, I believe.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, Laura.
Hi. Nice to see everyone at Transit Commission again. It's been a long time, pals. Hopefully meetings are going to happen a little more often now. I know there's been a lot of transit riders with questions and concerns for the past months, and the frequency of meetings is something I hope that will improve going forward. But we're here to talk about the budget today. And when we're talking transit budget, what we really want to see is a budget that is designed to give us an affordable, reliable, accessible system that goes where people need it to go. And I think basically everybody can agree that those would be the essential building blocks to a good transit service. The challenge is, how do we get from where we are to what we need in order to make transit not only a good choice, but the best choice for more and more people across the city? Because frankly, at the moment, transit is not always the best choice. It's not always the fastest way to get around. It's not always the most convenient. And frankly, if you need to be somewhere at a certain time, transit is often not going to be your first choice. And when I look at this transit budget, I do see many positive things. I see investments in new paratranspo buses. That's super welcome, because we've heard, and I believe my friend and colleague John Reddens is going to be coming on later to tell you more about the para buses, because he's had some really challenging live experiences, just like Kyle just did, who gave us an excellent delegation. Super happy to see that, and investments in the accessibility of many transit platforms. We know there's still quite a number of stops across this city where, for example, a walker wheelchair user cannot actually access conventional transit because there's no pad, or you're dropped on the side of the road where there's no safely way to get across. A lot of these issues that really need to be addressed to make sure that our system functions for everyone. In terms of reliability, I do have a question about how much bus we're producing here. If we're going to be pulling buses off the road, I understand the logic, of course. If buses are old, if they're difficult to maintain and repair, and when we're looking at slowly bringing on these new electric buses, of course, it makes sense to life cycle our fleet to have new efficient vehicles. The challenge will be, of course, to make sure that we have the capacity in place that should we need to be running R1 bus service, that we have the buses. That should we need to, address issues like if there's a snowstorm and we don't want to be running articulated buses, do we have a good capacity with our remaining fleet to offer the service people need? Those would be some of the questions that come to mind. I'm also really taken aback by this $39 million, hey, province, we want some cash, hole in the budget where there's actually been no promise to the province, from the province, that we're actually going to see that money. When I do budgeting, whether it's for an organization or for myself, I generally don't rely on money that I'm not sure is coming. I know we have reserve funds, absolutely have reserve funds, but it just seems a little challenging to say, okay, here is a large pot of money that we're going to hope is going to come through. And if not, I guess we'll figure it out as we go along. Pull some out of reserve, start chopping routes for next year. This is a challenge because we really want to make sure we're offering a service that people can feel confident about in terms of the fact that it's going to run the way they want and need it to run. I was very, I'm hopeful because this is not the same budget that we saw in the early 2000s when I was a university student and route optimizations cut my way to work. And all of a sudden I found myself very much challenged and unable to take enough shifts. And we know that there's going to be people in those positions should we have route optimizations, especially that are cutting evening or weekend service to suburbs and other low service areas, because even when buses don't run very frequently, the buses that do run are often essential transit for people. So I guess I'm coming here today to say I really want to see us budget with certainty. I want to see us budget for the transit system we want to have. If we want people on transit, it needs to be good quality service. And if we're not willing to fund that, then we've only got ourselves to look at and ourselves to blame if we don't see the ridership come through that we want. So I would encourage you to make budget choices today and through this term of council that reflect the transit service and the transit ridership that we want and we need to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for your presentation. Are there any questions from councillors? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks, Laura, for joining us today. We'll move next to Thomas Ledgley. Thomas, are you with us online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Thomas.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tom, and I'm here today because I want to express my concern about the draft transit budget and the apparent disregard for the value of public transit from members of this city council. I moved to Ottawa in 2017 to go to Carleton, and like most other students, I've spent a lot of time on the bus, and I can say with confidence that it needs a lot of work. After residence, I intentionally moved to a place near a transit route, but what I found out after moving in was that the service was sporadic, with buses sometimes not even showing up. Timing became a big issue for things like classes and work because I would have to not only factor in traffic delays, but also give myself enough time to account for a late or missed bus. I've lost pay and been reprimanded for showing up to work shift late, thanks to the unreliable transit system. And this is not just my experience, but that of many other transit riders, many of whom you've already heard from today. In fact, Kyle just mentioned exactly what I just said about missing out on income because you're missing work time. So we've heard a lot that ridership is down, and I assume the city wants this number to go up since there's a lot of benefits for everyone. More people on the bus means less traffic. The city raises more funds through fares, and it gives everyone decent, affordable, and accessible transportation options. Owning a car is really expensive, and I really appreciate Councillor Johnson's focus on this connection to affordability. So while I fully support anyone who's willing and able to make that investment for a car, there's a lot of people who could use a few extra $100 per month right now. And unfortunately, the transit system is just so lacking that many people, including myself now, choose to drive and take on that cost of monthly payments, gas, and repairs. Realistically, people are always going to choose whatever method of transportation makes the most sense for them, considering both cost and convenience. With the current state of transit, the cons outweigh the pros for most people, so they're just going to choose to drive, adding one more car, contributing to traffic, noise pollution, and emissions. I was excited when I heard that candidates were running for mayor and city council in the last election who were talking about these issues and promising not only to maintain our current transit fleet and make sufficient capital investments, but to go even further and expand the system to make people's lives easier. Unfortunately, it seems that this energy has been overshadowed by an agenda of austerity that falls way short of what I want to see from my city government. Getting rid of buses that we know we'll need for R1 routes as the LRT continues to be unreliable is incredibly irresponsible, not to mention the huge reduction in capital investment that will certainly negatively affect service in the coming years. We were told that we were going to see a balanced approach to transportation policy and a more transparent process. Instead, this feels like the same approach the city was taking in the last term of council. The justification we keep hearing for the austerity, not only in the transit budget, but across the board, has been that we're in tough times, we need to tighten our belts, we need to spend as little as possible. But when you neglect transit, it's the people who don't have extra money to spend on a car or on an Uber ride when the bus doesn't show up. Like, those are the people who are going to be hurt by policies like that and service cuts. So instead, we should be treating this cost of living crisis as a reason to ensure that services are as effective as possible, so we can help those who are hit the hardest. Investments that improve public transit are one of these services that plays such an important role. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thomas, are there any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for joining us and for sharing that with us. Our next speaker is John Reddens. Hi, John.
Hi, I'm back again.
Good.
We're doing pretty good compared to the online booking meeting the last term, but that one lasted 9 hours. Well, I'm glad I'm online because we don't have the same day booking. The same day booking. I would be there in person, but we can't guarantee what time this will end. Transpo, thank God they have capital budget shows for buses. Last purchase of buses I was involved in, it took 3 years to get them on the road. We don't have 3 years for those buses. We're all dependent on the federal and provincial gas tax. What if we don't get that? What will happen? We have the Uber tax revenues. Where's that going? That's in another department under the services. If construction falls behind, what then? Secrecy between RTG and OC Transpo is we have to be transparent, no matter what. We don't have a price on the Herdman. We talked about that this morning. We don't have a price on the early presentation of the breakdown and revenue loss to the parts of the shelters. I want to go back to the same day booking. Last year, a year before, I emailed some of you with a very angry email. I lost a friend that used Transpo. 2 weeks before that, he lost his dad. He couldn't find a ride. His friends wanted him to go get some help and enjoy get him out of his house. He couldn't do that. The next morning, he didn't wake up. Now, it is a mental health issue. How would you feel if you need a quarter milk, you can't go out? It's a cost issue. I can go Mr. Chair, my doctor is in your ward in Stittsville. I live at Heron Gate in Walkley in here. I work I work in Canada and Lansdowne. I can get there, but I can't get, some people can't even get to their doctor's appointment in around Manotick. They have to pay $13 extra just to see their doctor. Is that right? It's time we start thinking about the paratransport. Mr. Leeper, that was a good question Kyle wanted to ask, and it's time. It has to be answered. We bring it up over and over and over again. That's why I stopped coming to Transit Commission meetings last term, because I'm wasting my time coming here over and over and over. It's time that you start listening to us. We're part of this city. And at times, you make us feel very low. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions for John? I'm seeing none. Thanks, John, for being with us throughout the meeting today. Next speaker is Miranda Gray.
Hello, Chair.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So I would share John's frustration in that I am a multi-year delegate to the Transit Commission budget process. I have said for at least 3 years, probably 6, that we are underfunding critical services that are required to meet reasonable expectations for a world-class city. And that continues. I saw last year some councillors take a stand and refuse to pass this portion of the budget. I need more councillors to do that. I understand that the whole city is pressed and that you can't pass a city budget that's in deficit, and that you can't pass a city budget unless you pass a transit budget. But at some point, we need to admit that we are underfunding transit, and that point is now. During COVID, I understood the decision of John Manconi to not let go of staff and that had costs. That was a good decision then, although maybe there were cheaper ways to make the decision to protect staff that didn't involve running so many empty buses, which has changed public perception. But the issue I want to speak to today is your document 3, the policy statements and principles for the service review framework. I'm speaking to it here because I don't believe it's going to come back. And I do believe the outcome of this budget process is looking at our service framework and reducing the service standards across the city. So here are some words I want to bring to you from your own document. Ratepayer, taxpayer, the public, the corporation, employees, the environment. Do you hear which one is missing? You have not mentioned riders in your policy statement for reviewing services for riders. There's no consultation mentioned in here. There is nothing from the equity lens. The environmental lens isn't specifically mentioned, but we have some issues related to services for buses that should be looked at with an equity lens. There is a different need for transit in high density areas where very few people have cars than in suburban neighborhoods where most people have cars. There's a difference when the average income in a neighborhood is lower on how many cars they can have and how much they're going to use transit. So I need you to not take a blanket approach and treat all routes as equally important and all areas as equally important. It is time to move beyond that. We need to consider the specific needs of rural transit people, the specific needs of the Montreal Road Core, the Carling Core, specific areas like Algonquin College and Carleton University, which have very different peak and off-peak hours than other areas and high transit use. So I need you to take a better look at this document and send it back to staff for more consideration. We are going to have this discussion, and the framework needs to mention riders and mention the equity lenses that all city policies are supposed to be reviewed under. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gray. Are there any questions from commission members? I don't see any. So with that, I'll ask the clerk to bring in Mr. Chris Rinn. Hi, Chris. Welcome to Transit Commission. You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. I'm pretty much echoing a lot of what a lot of riders are saying. You can't expect people to be attracted to a system that is just severely unreliable. As others have stated, I have to severely watch my route times to account for any potential delays. So this way I'm not, reprimanded at places where I need to be on a timely manner. And with a system like that, you can't expect to attract ridership and grow it when many of you mentioned that people look to other ways of getting around when there is a unreliable system. But the fact of the matter is that not many people like myself have that ability to actually choose other options to get around when it fails. So I think a lot of the approach, and that's my first budget meeting, so it is probably due to the fact that OC Transpo and public transit is really siloed. It's looking at how to make the best use of the budget for just public transit instead of using public transit as a tool to reduce the cost of other areas of the budget in the city. Because like others have stated, it does have more of a social impact than just numbers alone. It could reduce the amount of cars, which will, reduce the amount of spend in other areas of our city. But that can't really happen if we're not prioritizing public transit, if we're not creating dedicated lanes to make sure that people get there an appropriate and competitive time to the alternative, which is single-use vehicles, which is the typical, even though they are multi-occupancy, they're usually just one person driving around. And that creates gridlock, which reduces the efficiency even more of our public system. So by not actually prioritizing this system, we're already doing it a disservice, as well as not using it as a tool to actually, reduce the spend elsewhere. Instead, we're looking at cutting cost of it itself. Even like the simple thing of, Tony's Pasture Station with the current temporary, shelters. That's, even though it is a cost to us, unfortunately, the infrastructure doesn't protect the riders. Many times I use that just to kind of shelter me from the weather, considering there's such a long ways to go and people get poured on, they're not well protected. And then when they do get to the appropriate spots, there's maybe 2 shelters in place to accommodate where other people are kind of using the temporary shelters as a way to actually shelter themselves. But we're thinking of just completely removing that to help offset the spend with kind of detrimenting the experience even more due to the fact that unfortunately some of our stations are not equipped to actually create a good environment for riders. So that's pretty much what I have to say, that we can't expect people to use it, as well as I feel that we're not creating innovative ways to actually get funding. We're relying on things that we expect, like handouts from the government and stuff like that. Whereas there should be more mechanisms to fund a system that could benefit the economy, as well as, reduce the strain on the actual overall city budget by utilizing a system that other countries and stuff like that, put more priority in. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Are there any questions from councillors? I'm seeing none. So thanks, Chris, for presenting today. Our next speaker is Ole Hendrickson.
So good afternoon, Chair Gower and committee members. I am a frequent transit user for more than 30 years. I've never driven a car for meetings or shopping in Ottawa. I've either walked or cycled or taken transit. Research shows most transit users won't walk more than 10 minutes to access a transit station. But I've personally extended that to about 20 minutes because that's how long it takes me to walk to either Pleasant Park or Billings Bridge and get on the transit way. I'm a frequent user of the number 6 bus on Bank Street, which runs fairly reliably at 15-minute intervals and is well used by many riders. And I was on it yesterday after shopping at Billings. Before I retired 10 years ago as a federal science advisor and research scientist, I commuted daily between Ottawa and Place Vincent Massey in Gatineau. And I was lucky in my career to be able to visit a lot of foreign cities. And I've been on transit systems basically around the world. So I have some observations. Transit in Ottawa is slow. Travel times are always shorter for cycling. The LRT has not improved transit travel times, and changing from train to bus like at Herdman is not particularly convenient. Consideration should be given to reinstating or creating longer routes for 90 series buses. Bus routes should run the length of major north-south and east-west corridors. For example, the 6 could run down to Finley Creek at least at rush hour, rather than deking into residential neighborhoods or using really odd-shaped routes like the 55. Express buses with limited stops along routes should extend all the way from Orleans to Canada, including along the Queensway. Existing routes place too much focus on connecting shopping malls and not enough focus on continuous travel along major arteries. Connectivity between Ottawa and Gatineau is poor. The decision not to refurbish the Prince of Wales rail bridge as an interprovincial rapid transit connection was a big mistake. Access to via transit to natural areas is poor. Consideration should be given to improved access to recreational destinations like the Greenbelt or Gatineau Park, and perhaps with weekend bus service. So in short, Ottawa's transit network would benefit from a fresh look at network planning and design. And I recommend contracting for independent expertise in that area. Canada has world-renowned experts such as Gilbert Laporte, who's an emeritus professor at l'Université de Montréal. He won the 2022 Goodeve Medal in recognition of the most outstanding contribution to the practice of operational research. And his winning paper addressed the reorganization of the Italian postal service collection system, but he's also written about transit routes. And in the award that was given to Professor Laporte, the journal said, the method used by Laporte can be applied to a wide range of, quote, declining but essential services, which is certainly what's happening with transit in Ottawa. Rapid transit projects are major endeavors. They require long-term planning by politicians, urban planners, engineers, management consultants, and citizens group. Operational research methods such as Laporte's haven't played a major role in planning, but can assist the decision process and produce network designs that can be used by planners. So I urge the Commission in considering the budget for 2023 to recommend contracting for an independent expert review of the transit network, not just a route review, but a network review using modern tools such as operational research that can assist the decision process and be aimed at producing designs that will improve the quality of the entire network. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from councillors? I'm seeing none, so thanks very much, Oli, for joining us today. The last speaker on our list is Justin Kelly. Is Justin online? I don't think so. Okay, he did send in comments to committee, so those are available on the SharePoint drive. So that is the end of our delegations then. I do want to thank all of the residents who delegated today, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a very long day, and many of you have been waiting a very long time. What time is it now? 3:30. We started 6 hours ago, so thank you. Before we go to questions for staff, I do want to give a chance for councillors to introduce any motions. I know Councillor Brockington has some motions, so we'll introduce those right now and then come back to discuss and debate them later on. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks very much, Chair. Do you want me to just read what I have before me, or will the clerk put these up?
Eric will get them up for us, so we'll see which one's first.
Which one's going to be posted? Which one is this? The sponsorship opportunities? Okay, thank you. So these are when days during the calendar year we offer free days not related to LRT challenges or other. In the interest of time, Chair, I'm just going to read the therefore clauses and hopefully everyone will vote in favor then as a thank you. So therefore be resolved that the GM prioritize ways to augment sponsorship opportunities with outside entities, enter into an agreement if feasible, and report back to the Commission by October on what progress has been made, how other jurisdictions attract sponsorships to offer free transit, and challenges encountered to attract new sponsorships. So this is focused on raising revenues for the Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And your next motion, we'll bring it up on the screen. There it is.
Thank you, Chair. Back in 2011, we had a route in the heart of River Ward cut as part of the efficiencies process. And I've been working, Mr. Scrimger and I can write a book on the old Route 3 and all the work that we've done and review of data and try and put forward what I believe is a cost neutral proposal. The proposal before us today is simply that staff be directed to assess the financial feasibility of restoring peak period, peak direction transit service to the section of Prince of Wales between Meadowlands and Fisher, based on the current population, current and future rates of transit ridership, and funding available within the approved 2023 transit operating budget. Be it further resolved that staff work with the ward councillor to confirm the financial feasibility of the proposed new service and subsequently to confirm implementation.
Okay, and the third motion.
This is regarding permanent offering of free transit for children 0 to 12. There was some work and I believe unanimous support for the first phase last year as part of the 2022 budget. And there's some statistics about what other jurisdictions offer across Canada. Again, not reading over all the whereases. Finally, the therefore clauses, be it resolved that transit fares for children aged 8 to 12 shall become free of charge and go into effect on July 1st, 2023. So there's more information in the motion and happy to answer questions when we get to it, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to those later. Are there any other motions from committee members? Councillor Leeper? Oh, your hand was up.
Oh, are we going to questions?
We can. Oh, you're just being keen on questions. Any other motions? Okay, so we will go to questions for staff. Councillor Leeper.
May I ask questions of staff?
Yes, please do.
It's only 3:40.
Yeah. So I'll try to leave questions for my my colleagues, obviously. This is, I think it's a critical budget. My perception, having been a counselor now for 8 years, is that the volume of complaints related to the reliability of buses is steadily increasing. I'm hearing more about canceled buses. I'm hearing more about buses that don't show up on time. And it's a major impact on the quality of life of people who rely on public transit. We had an exchange earlier about the funds that you require in order to be able to provide the reliability that you would like to be able to provide. And Madame Amilcar, you said this budget provides you what you need. But I'm wondering if you can take me through how the net new number of operators, when you take out the number of operators who will be retiring over the course of this year, will translate into the achievement of a much higher percentage of your scheduled trips.
Thank you, Chair. La première chose, je l'ai mentionné un petit peu ce matin, va commencer par avoir.
Well, I said it this morning. First, we need to have the right number of operators. We have a budget for operators, and we know that when we have our operators, they can sometimes be sick or get a promotion and occupy other positions on a temporary basis. And then OC Transpo must rely on overtime, and that has to be changed. We're working on that. So when we know that an operator has to go for a year in training as a trainer, we will decide to replace this operator and not impose overtime. That's one thing. Another thing, and then you'll see this at the next commission meeting, I'm reviewing all the processes we have at OC Transpo to see what we are promising as a service and what we can deliver. A concrete example, let's say we need 1,500 operators. If we need 1,500 drivers, I need 700 drivers in terms of individuals. I need, of course, there will be days, as we saw earlier, where we're adding money so that drivers who are all our employees need to go to a medical appointment. So the day that this person is absent, I can't provide the service that this person was supposed to provide. So collectively, we must make sure that we have more people than required so we can fill those gaps. So this year, I'm not saying that we'll be correcting everything, but we will address these issues. And the budget I have in hand now, that's why in my introduction I said I consider this as my budget because I worked last year with my team on that, and I consider that to be my budget. What we committed to in that budget is to meet the needs. We must be prudent here. We can never settle everything. It would be way too expensive, but the 97% delivery service, we have to reach 99.5%. So we'll need to have the right people, the right number of people, and then we will have a better organization too for maintenance. We'll make sure that we have more buses at hand than required. Right now, we're hiring many operators, so we need buses to do the training of these operators. So we need more buses for that. If I can put more buses aside, I can continue to deliver the normal service and to have some in reserve in case I have an issue, maintenance, for instance, while continuing to train the future operators that we need. So we need to work even harder with our team, who is working very hard to find ways to ensure that we have more buses than required every day, more than what the schedule is asking for, so that we can face all the issues that may happen in a normal day. So with this objective in mind, and us, every morning, we, with management, we review the past day together. We're always reacting and proacting, reacting to what happened yesterday and proacting to what might happen today. In this way, we will identify many issues. And right now, I need to make sure that I have the right number of people that is needed, the budget required for that, but we just have to accelerate our recruiting. And we're going to be working, thinking outside the box to see how we can attract more people. The 270 operators we hired last year was an all-time record, and this year it's 260. So we will continue to put forward processes, initiatives, so that we can find the right number of operators and improve the reliability of the system upon which all our users are depending.
So I understand the theory. The numbers, I'm looking for a bit more comfort with respect to the numbers. You are delivering a certain number of scheduled trips right now, which is below the absolute number of scheduled trips that you would be if you were delivering 100%. So there's a difference between the number of trips you're successfully delivering versus your target number of trips to deliver. That seems like it's somewhere in the range of, if you're canceling, some of the numbers that you were talking about, say between 100 to 400 trips every day, I think was the number. You're looking at 60,000 trips a year that you would like to deliver, but you're not delivering. You have 290 bus drivers hired from last year, 60 of whom are starting training this month. You're going to hire 360 new drivers this year if you're successful in attracting that very ambitious target, and congratulations on setting a very ambitious target. You're going to lose about 275 drivers over the course of the year to retirements. There's so your net increase this year is going to be somewhere, you might end the year with 100 more drivers than you did end last year. Those 100 drivers are going to be what you're depending on in order to deliver thousands of trips that you would like to deliver, but haven't been so far. Can you help me understand how the math will work?
Mr. Chair, commençons par le nombre de voyages effectués par jour.
Let's go back to the number of displacements every day. We have about 8,000 trips per week, a little bit less over the weekend. Like I mentioned earlier today, it's difficult not to cut service somewhere. Sometimes there's an accident, sometimes something is not working. There will always be impacts every single day. My objective is to have a maximum of 80 cancellation per day over these 8,000 trips planned. If it's less than that, this is good, but I'm trying to be realist. Then, this year, the number of bus operators that we need will take into account the retirees. We have about 15 to 20 people leaving every month because they're going into retirement. Some drivers are having job promotion, moving to a different division within OC Transpo. Sometimes we need bus operators. Let's say they will be there for booking. They will support their other colleagues. These are many variables that we're playing with every single day. It's difficult to have the right number of bus operators to proceed with our 80,000 trips. So I will need 360 bus operators, and I take into account all of these factors. So yes, we need more bus operators that were coming from that pool that we have. At the same time, we want to make sure that retirees will be replaced. Not when they are leaving, but before they leave. This will be ideal. Just to make sure that we don't have gaps in between. Putting everything in motion, I think we will be able to deliver the service we promised. Yes, of course, this recruiting is a challenge. This is everywhere in the world. There's a staff shortage everywhere. And I think we need kudos for last year. Last year was very difficult. We worked very hard and we were able to accomplish many things. This year, we're even going further. We want to find new ways to attract riders. We will not talk about a bus operator, but someone that goes with me throughout my trip. It will be an experience. It's not just driving someone from point A to point B. How does this is integrated within the day of that person? What's the role of that bus operator? When the client step into the bus, it will start by a good morning with a clean bus, reliable service, compared to someone that just want to hop on and off. We'll change the way we treat the bus operator. The bus operator is not a driver, but is offering an experience to the rider. I do believe in that concept, and I think we will be able to attract more bus operators, and we'll be able to offer better services.
I'll ask two more questions. The first of which concerns the number of buses that we're removing from the fleet in order to achieve capital savings. The number of buses that are being reduced is to match current service levels, plus a buffer, taking into account that you need to run R1 service, for example, from time to time. I'm concerned that the language thus far has been in terms of capacity. If we have fewer buses in order to handle the same capacity, does that imply a reduction in frequency?
Mr. Chair, j'anticipais cette réponse. J'ai fait un petit calcul mathématique.
I was expecting this question, so I made a quick calculation. My colleague explained that in 2020, we had 851 buses. We used to use 688 of them, so we had 163 buses in standby. So which means 19% of the buses were on standby. This is expensive. These are buses on standby, but it's expensive. We don't have the choice because we have to respect some rules. We have to buy parts, proceed with maintenance, and repair these buses. What we are proposing to you today is 738 buses, of which 615 will be on the road. We will have 123 in maintenance. So this is a rate of 17%. When I arrived at OC Transpo, I talked to Jim Gears, and I wanted to decrease the 19% down to 12%. So we will have the same numbers of technicians working on a smaller fleet. I think we will be able to repair more quickly than the buses because our fleet will be smaller. So you don't have to look at the total numbers of buses in the fleet, but we have to look at how many buses are not used because we have to repair brakes, transmission, engines. If we can reduce the fleet and use the technicians to repair these buses, we will have many more buses available every single day. And this will help me. We need more bus operators just in case we have an issue. And if there's, let's say, a bus breaks on the road, we will be able to actually keep on going. We will be able to give buses to these bus operators for training, because we will always have buses available for training and for routes. That's the rationale behind everything. Maybe Pat can complement my answer, but I just wanted to make sure that you do understand how we calculated the way to reduce the fleet and what will be the impact of this fleet size, and this will be actually helpful instead of being the opposite.
With this proposed reduction in bus fleet size, there would be no change in scheduled service. And there is still room for growth for the other services that this budget would allow to be operated during the rest of the year.
Thank you very much. And that's a clear statement, and I appreciate the clarity of that. My final question, Mr. Kyle Humphrey was a delegate earlier, paratransport user. He's not allowed to pose questions to the executive in the meeting format that we have, but his question was, how will you work to ensure, what do you need, I believe was what he, the phrasing that he used, what do you need in order to ensure that Paratranspo operates as well, and I would say, as well as it needs to work, not just as well as the bus service, but deliver the kind of service that people who use Paratranspo deserve. So I'll pose that question to you, and I know Mr. Humphrey is likely listening.
So, Mr. Chair, there's probably different aspects to that, each of which would generate its own diagnosis, let's say. One of the things that has been positive and reassuring for the last 4 or 5 years or so, going back to before the ridership reductions of the pandemic, is that for the first time in many years, we have been able to consistently accommodate all of the trip requests that have come on Paratranspo. There are some days when there's particular supply problems or demand goes up, but those are very few. I think we had one of those days, maybe 2 in the last 3 years, where we couldn't accommodate all of the requests that came in. So for the first time in a long time, these last few years, everyone who requests a trip the day before is accommodated, and that's a big step forward, and that's thanks to the extra capacity that council has voted for Paratranspo in the last few years. When will the experience be the same? I think the experience of traveling on Paratranspo is so fundamentally different from the experience on traveling on the rest of the transit system. It's an individual service collectively with more than one person in a vehicle. It's not mass transit. It's not walking to the bus stop, waiting for the bus, checking your information. So we have a personalized service contact, whether it's online or whether it's individual. Every customer is has a one-to-one contact with the operator of the vehicle or the taxi as the minibus or the taxi as they start their trip. And every customer gets a complete trip to their destination without needing to change. So in those ways, it's different. There's clearly a an obstacle in front of Paratranspo customers because they have to pre-plan and pre-book their trip in a way that people who use the conventional system don't have to. And I think the questions of, what do we as a city and society want the Paratranspo to be are really fundamental and not things that can be answered so briefly as I'm trying to do right now and failing at.
I think what came out from his presentation to me was just that ability to be able to count most days on getting to work on time. And that's clearly a struggle for him.
And so, you saw the numbers earlier that we are delivering, I don't remember the number. I think it was 95% in the last month, and you could see it was floating between 93%, 97% over the year of trips where the pickup occurred in the promised window. So it's not as high as 100%, but it's also, it's at a certain stable and fairly positive, but not necessarily great level. Bring that number up would require there being more buffer time and perhaps slowing down people's trips in order to make a higher guarantee that you'll pick people up on time. You can always say, for instance, I'll pick you up in 15 minutes, but if you say I'll pick you up in 25 minutes, there's going to be a greater chance of me getting to your house to pick you up there. So there's a number of ways, and you don't necessarily always get the consequence you're looking for if you don't look at the whole thing together. For his early morning pickup times, anyone who's traveling as early in the morning, as Mr. Humphrey described, our Paratranspo or customer service representatives are ready all the time, every day, to help people who have that travel need. Some people have to travel before the service regularly starts in the morning. We will make arrangements with them to get buses there for them. Some people have trips that are getting them home late at night after the service would normally end. We work that out with them. Some people have emergency trips where something comes up. We will work that through with them. And one of the great things that you saw earlier is because our call queue is now down to a couple of minutes rather than the dozens of minutes that we had a couple of years ago, or the several hours that were mentioned earlier. We have the ability now for people to get through to us and talk to us about the specific needs they have that are out of the mainstream if the more and more people book their routine trips online. So if we want to have a fundamental rethink of how Paratranspo is to work, what it is to be, there's got to be a collective discussion between elected representatives, technical staff, and customers, all coming together to see how that balances out. We're delivering right now on the principles that council has set out for us, following the policies and the principles that are approved. And any change has many effects. And if there's an interest in changing that, making it better in some particular way, there's really a lot of discussions going to be required, and it can't just be by voting an extra X million dollars into the budget. It really takes a lot of thought.
Okay. I'll hop back on speaker list later to talk about Tony's pasture scaffolding.
Councillor Curry.
I'm here. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for all of this. I'm overall very pleased with what is in the budget this year. I will make a couple comments that your most recent comments, Madame Amilcar, were very important because some of it is straight out dollars and cents. And then a lot of it is how you treat people that ridership increases, right? And to the point you made about having personalized either the same driver or more friendly service that the person could greet them by name. I think about how critical that is on school buses for kids who love their driver and look forward to seeing their driver every morning, the same driver. So that is actually a really important thing that you can't put a dollar figure on, but may encourage people to continue to ride the bus. The other point you made about is reducing the need for overtime, and that is such a reality. That is exactly what we're talking about Police Services Board. That's what we talk about in hospitals for nurses. When you have people using a ton of overtime, not only is it costly, but people get burnt out, people get injured. In other professions, maybe more, and then they're off on leave, and then that's costly. So that is, it's not in the budget as this will equate to this many dollars, but it makes a big difference when you see the impact of making sure people are not doing as much overtime. I do want to ask a question about the assumption from other levels of government funding. And so if you put it in a budget and it is an assumption, can we believe that you're fairly confident that we will actually get that money if it's in the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if Cyril is online or maybe Isabel. Yeah. Can you help on
So,
that
I mean,
one?
it would be the same strategy as last year where we weren't sure. And we ended up getting funding. And I was just looking at the numbers. We put in the budget 52 million, we got 74 million. And we're still looking for the rest, the 25 million. They're looking at other municipalities, and if their demand isn't as great, they may have more to distribute. So, and at the time, what we said is if we didn't get it, we have other strategies. We could look at deferring other capital. We could look at discretionary spending. We could draw down on capital reserves, or we could draw down on or borrow from other reserves, but we'd have to pay that back. So there are multiple options, but then also looking at service going forward. So there's multiple things that we'd have to look at that point in time.
Okay, thank you for that. Good to have other strategies. I mean, just reducing service, none of us wants that. But yeah, that's a last resort. Thank you. The other thing I will say is that if I didn't make this comment, people in Canada would not be very happy with me. But, at every door I knocked on, people asked me, when is Teletranspo coming back? Back in the 70s, Canada had that shuttle service, and so did Nepean. And really, now we talk about it as being busing on demand. And so people want to know when will we actually talk about that, getting that back as a possibility? And is there anything in this budget that would prevent us from doing that, or would help us get to that conversation faster? And I only point out the Paratranspo buses that often people have talked about that being a model for the shuttle. It's a smaller bus. But, and I have to say this for Canada as well, the autonomous vehicle shuttle, you see how small it is. It's this little teeny tiny thing. Is there anything in this budget that would help us move in that direction or would prevent us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the next Transit Commission meeting, we will bring something here about the strategy of route review and the possibility to bring the on-demand service as well. We'll come back to you at the next meeting.
Wow. Well, everyone is very excited on that very topic. What's old is new again, So, okay, I think those are the only main questions I have. But I was really also pleased to hear about your concept of having fewer buses that mechanics could get to the ones faster and not having so many on standby, and how that may seem counterintuitive, but actually could help us. But anyways, thank you very much for all of it.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentations. I have a question that's more specific about an item that's in my ward. I'm getting a little bus lane that's going in on Strandherd from 140 meters east of Crestway to Crestway, and service as it stands now is only on Route 99, and that route runs every 30 minutes. There's also a school special, but either way, buses have to turn left, so they do move out of that bus lane anyway to get into the left turn lane. I guess, one question, no, two questions. How was the need identified for that extra little section of bus lane? And then two, I always thought bus lanes and infrastructure related to transit went to transportation instead of transit.
So, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can ask the councillor for a little clarification. We're talking about the westbound left turn lane on Strandherd to the entrance into Nepean Wood Station?
Yeah, so right now the 99 going westbound towards Barhaven Center travels in the right lane, and then after it services a stop at Strandherd and Cresthaven, which is where the Fresh Go is. has to move over into the left lane, and then, accordingly, the bus lane ends. The curbside bus lane ends, and then it goes into a bus lane in the left turn lane. But in the budget, there is an item that extends that curbside bus lane all the way to Crestway. So I'm wondering, how was that need identified? Is there a service plan to continue westbound on Strandherd in the future, or some sort of queue jump left turn that's going to go in there, or?
Can you direct me to the exact? It's one of the capital budgets?
Yeah, it's capital budget item 910875.
And that's on one of the later pages, eh?
It's towards the end.
Towards the end of
25, page 25.
page, 25, way up there. 45, I'm sorry. I heard 25. I'm lost now. Page 25, page 45?
Mine says 25. It's 25 in the complete book. It's probably a different section.
Mr. Chair, would it be okay if I talk to the councillor offline about this between questions, and we could, if there's something more, we can bring it back? It's just some general statements, which are that there is in the transit budget, there are new projects. There are also a description of works in progress that have been approved in previous years. In this project, there are in this book, there are entries for enhancement of some bus lanes. There is also some entries in here for life cycle maintenance of existing facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And the other general question is that there are, there's a division of transit priority investments supervised by the Transit Commission and by Transportation Committee, with the general being that when it's new facilities, new infrastructure, new linear, like a bus lane that goes from here to here, being in, thank you, being in transportation, some of the more tactical things like changing traffic signal timings are here now. I've just been handed the page that I think we're talking about, 25, 910, 875, Strandherd Drive westbound bus lane. This is for the resurfacing of the road, and I think Sue Johns is here from Infrastructure Services who can answer more questions on that specific. Coming up online.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Sue. Thank you.
I would take Mr. Scrimshower's suggestion to allow me to investigate further. This is absolutely work that Infrastructure Service will be implementing in terms of improvements to road surface that are used by buses. I'd have to go back to the rationale because that's not something that I don't think we would have identified. But I'm happy to investigate further as to the rationale supporting that improvement.
Thanks, Sue. So, Mr. Chair, this is about the resurfacing of a road. This is not an extension of any facility. This is just a life cycle rehab.
Okay, because if that's the case, there's no actual bus lane, unless that's referring to the left turn bus lane. Then
it doesn't. But yeah, we'll.
Yeah.
There is a westbound left turn lane for buses.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can take this off. We can discuss this offline for just so I can get some clarification, because the summary I got was that it was going to be a new bus lane. So yeah, it's probably maybe a miscommunication.
Why I couldn't find it on the book.
Yeah, that's okay. Second question, and hopefully the last question. The money that you're spending in for advertising public transit. What does the campaign exactly advertise, and why do we need to do that?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry, Councillor, I can't see you. I'm hidden behind a chair here. We had a marketing budget last year in 2022 for approximately $600,000 as well, and that was a sufficient budget for us last year. to implement a number of, oh, thank you, Councillor Curry. That's very kind of you. Hidden back here behind a chair. So that was a sufficient budget for us last year to implement a number of different campaigns. And this year we have a marketing campaign that's focused on a number of different priorities. So first of all, increasing ridership and some reputational brand work, as well as attracting new riders or returning riders. For example, the federal government workers that are returning to work and other employees that are returning to the office. And as well, doing a robust marketing campaign to target recruitment, because as Madame Amilcar mentioned earlier, we have another ambitious year from a recruitment perspective. So I could walk you through a high level breakdown of what those cost elements would be. But that's sort of the gist of it. Further to that, as part of the public inquiry report, there was a request for further transparency around communications and communicating with our customers. So we will also be including the development of a new transparency reporting section on octranspo.com to speak to that, to have a better documentation and information for customers. So that's it in a nutshell, but new channels, reaching new audiences, doing some micro-targeted campaigns as well, enhancing our website, promoting new and existing transit services, and yeah, that recruitment campaign. Last year, we spent only about $35,000 on a recruitment campaign, a lot of pre-existing materials. And this year, we're looking to amplify that significantly to really reach some new audiences to attract new operators.
Okay, so you're advertising aspects of the service and little bits of the service that can benefit people rather than the service.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me, Chair. It's a comprehensive marketing strategy as well as a campaign. So the purchase of advertising would be one element of it, but it's the creation of materials, the development of the products, the printing. That's the whole budget for the entire campaign for the year. Yeah.
Yeah, that was loud. Okay, sorry, that's what I meant. Like the overall messaging would be not the service itself, because I feel that's whatever. But okay, but specific aspects of it. Okay, good, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to start off just to follow up with a question that Councillor Curry asked about the projected deficit that we were dealing with last year, which was quite high when we passed the budget, and we were counting on upper levels of government to help contribute or offset that. So if I could just ask, could we clarify what that number was? And then all throughout the year, we were waiting for the check to come in, which I think only came in recently. So if I could just be reminded.
Yeah, so for last year, 2022, the overall deficit would have been 95 million. We received 11 million in January. And we were waiting for the February to December payment. We just submitted the claim last week, and that's for 63 million. And that leaves us short by 25 million.
Okay, and I just want to remind the commission that last year, the city treasurer said we would be getting full freight, and we passed a budget thinking that that deficit was going to be covered off, and it didn't. And when I'm at AMO and I raise this literally every single board of directors meeting, it gets bleaker and bleaker about how long upper levels of government are going to keep bailing out public transit agencies. So we're anticipating another deficit this year. We're hoping to get 39 million. I'm not convinced that will happen. To me, that's a risk in our budget, because if that is not realized, we have to come up with other ways to offset or balance that out at the end of the year. So to me, that is a major yellow flag in this budget. I want to go back and address reliability issues, because as I said earlier today, that's a main concern for my residents and residents across the city. And Madam Amical, you've been frank with us on the challenges and a plan to address some of them, but do you personally believe that OC Transpo is right now providing reliable service to the people of Ottawa? I want to get your frank take, yes or no. Are we providing reliable service to our customers right now?
Mr. Chair, I have been very, very clear that 97% for me, it's not good. What I'm looking for, it's 99.5. So that's, and I confirm as well that this budget, I worked on it, and we have what we need to be able to achieve 99.5. It will be a huge challenge, but we have the tools that we require.
In addition to the number of operators that you need to provide that consistency, we haven't talked too much about a scheduling, bus run schedule, the amount of time that we allocate when we start the route and when it comes to the end of the route. Every route obviously has different times, but one issue I hear over and over and over again is that the actual time provided to complete that run in many cases is not realistic. It's not the amount of time that's required. And of course, this contributes to the next connected run is running late, and then the next run is late, and it's just a domino effect. Is there any attempt to review the amount of time that we allocate for our runs to ensure our schedules are accurate and realistic?
Mr. Chair, the answer is yes. And I know that then I can ask Pat to comment on it for the next schedule for April. We have already had some extra time to help bus drivers to be on time on their routes.
And Mr. Chair, if it helps, I can give a little more information on that. That's work that's been going on since, well, forever, but especially in two ways. When the pandemic began, we were, you may remember, or some may remember, that we were having trouble at the time with too many buses that were running early in 2020 and 21. They were running early. People were coming out to the stop and the bus had already passed them. And that was the result, the combined result of having very little traffic on the roads in comparison to what had been there previously, and a limited number of places for buses to pull over and wait, because that's not something we really had to deal with before. So that we took running time out of schedules in 2021 to make them more reliable. We've now that many people more are traveling again, buses are busier and they're a little slower, cars are more numerous on the roads and the traffic's a little thicker. We are now inserting time back in. We have to make sure we get the right amount of time back in. So this is done, considerately, deliberately, and using data, as Madame Amilcar said earlier. Everything we do is using data. For the April schedules, we have new schedules going into effect on routes 12, 15, 40, 88, 168, 170, 171, 231, 261, and 263, with work continuing. Those were identified by our feedback from customers and by our feedback from operators as being the highest priority routes to concentrate on first. We know, you and I, Councillor Brockington, have corresponded about Route 111. That's also very high on the list. And so it's a continuing process. Those are already baked into the April schedules, and now we're working on the June schedules.
That's good to hear. Your budget presentation alluded to the LRT Phase 2, the opening later this year. Your budget obviously has to be fairly accurate on an opening date because there's new revenues coming in, there's costs associated. What's the date that you're using in the budget for this Southern Trillium Line extension to open?
Mr. Chair, la dernière date que nous avons eue est
Well, the last date we had was fall this year. So we're planning for this fall. Now, the LRT subcommittee will be giving an update on the stage 2 work to date, and that includes Trillium and the extension to the Confederation line. But for the Trillium line, we're scheduled to open service in the fall. But of course, we'll have to do a lot of testing. We don't want to go through the same experiences we've been through with phase 1, do we? So that's the date that's planned. But if it's not ready, we won't move forward. But we're pretty confident it will be.
You've mentioned the season, which is 3 months long, and that that's a big chunk in our annual budget. And I can accept the fact that you don't have October 1st circled on your calendar, but that's a number of months that could pose a gap in our budget. So I just want to raise that with you. And the subcommittee that we created, and maybe I'm just not totally immersed in that yet, is all LRT issues, or I thought it was created in response to the commission's report and next steps to go from there with respect to governance. Is LRT phase 2 governance still going to be carried under the formally named FEDCO committee?
Mr. Chair, I will refer to maybe the term of reference of the LRT subcommittee. And you had a question for me before that. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well, maybe the deputy clerk could clarify terms of reference.
If the councillor would indulge me by repeating the question, my apologies, Mr. Chair.
Just in the last term of council, LRT phase 2 matters were all dealt with at FEDCO for, the quarterly updates. Is that going to continue this term, or is everything related to LRT, including getting updates on phase 2, going to be directed to the subcommittee?
My understanding, Mr. Chair, is that all updates will be directed to the subcommittee with the exception of matters related to procurement and legal and litigation matters.
Okay, thanks very much.
Chair, if you may, I would like maybe to answer to Councillor Brockington question about the opening of the line 2 and 4. We anticipate to open at the beginning of September.
Opening for passenger revenue service?
Correct.
All right. September 1st.
But again, again, it's based on the last update that we had, and we'll continue to
having a date to aim towards is something to aim towards. Okay. Chair, I have many more questions, so I think it would be fair to yield the floor to my colleagues and come back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation from staff and delegations. I'll go through a few questions that I have. I'll just start and preface my comments, though, that the signal that we're giving to riders and the public at large is obviously important in this budget, and obviously saying this in a context where we've been struggling. We heard the 400 cancellations on a bad day statistic come out. And obviously the consistent reliability and regular LRT challenges that we've been experiencing. And so I guess my first question is around bringing in a new LRT line, because normally when cities bring in a new LRT system, there's usually a requirement for more buses. And that's to serve the connection with that LRT and to adjust to new demand that the LRT creates. And so, I have concerns about some of the reductions in buses, as every other city that has been looked at has usually increased that bus connectivity. And so I guess what's the difference with our system? Why do we feel that less buses will be needed when most cities require more buses with new LRT?
Mr. Chair, we have not reached that conclusion. And so there's no, I think at this point, no reason to think that we would, that we need fewer buses. We do expect that just as we saw for O Train Line 1, when we see the extensions east and west of the Confederation Line project, because we're replacing trunk operation on a rapid transit facility currently with buses, with rapid transit operation on a new facility primarily with trains, there will be a substitution there that allows one to replace the other. But on the extension of line 2 to the south and the opening of the new line 4 to the airport, there's a very small overlap between those new lines and the current routes 97 and 99. The bus routes that now operate in areas around the line 2 extension and line 4 can be altered to provide good connections to those lines, largely at the same cost with the same number of service hours and buses and staff as they're using now. If there is in future years new ridership generated from new areas of, for instance, Leitrim, Findlay Creek, Blossom Park, Riverside South, certain parts of Barrhaven, then we'd be watching those and we'd bringing recommendations for service increases to council at that time. There's a lot of territory that's served by line 2 that has not yet been developed, and where the capacity on the line is there to accommodate that future development. And we'll have to see how that development occurs, whether people are within walking distance of the train or need a bus connection.
Okay, I appreciate that. And yeah, certainly the line 2 and line 4 extensions are obviously different than the trunk replacement we did with the initial service. And so I think we're banking on new demand through the LRT. That was our strategy from the get-go. And if that occurs, it's likely to be expected that more buses than we have currently operating on the system will be needed. So I want to keep that in mind as we obviously move forward, given the news from this budget. On the R1 service, can you just explain to me what the anticipation is for R1 service and how that might change with the plan we've got in front of us?
Mr. Chair, R1 replacement bus service for O Train Line 1 operates during those rare times, we hope, when O Train Line 1 is not providing its proper service. The more reliable it gets, the less we will have to operate replacement bus service. But there will always be times when, even if it's a medical emergency or something, when we need to put that bus in order, there's some planned maintenance. There's no change to the way that R1 operates associated with this budget at all. There will be changes required to the way R1 operates when line 1 is extended further east to Trim or further west to Algonquin.
Okay, and will the R1 requirement expand in terms of demand, like a need for more buses when that extension happens?
Mr. Chair, à la prochaine rencontre de transit, mon collègue Freud l'a mentionné ce matin, on va venir.
During the next meeting, like we explained this morning, we will come back on what we're doing with R1. It will be too expensive to have buses and bus operators on standby. It's quite a challenge, of course. When we'll put in place this process, we will be better suited to explain you when we will be using the R1 compared to using the train. We will come back to you with a full explanation next time. We thought that we were going to be able to do it today, but the agenda was very long. We received many complaints from users and many questions from council. That's the reason why it will be relevant to come back and do a single exercise on that and provide you with the right information.
Okay, Thank you for that. That's helpful. On line item number 3 from the 2022 forecast versus the budget variance explanation, it says $4.3 million has been saved from lower compensation expense, mainly the result of positions held vacant to reduce costs. And so obviously we've been seeing buses with the now hiring signs and some buses that were canceled due to operator labor shortage. So just on that line alone that says that the lower compensation expense is the result of positions held vacant to reduce costs, can you give more explanation on that? And obviously we're trying to recruit folks and get them in, but just want an explanation on that line. It's line item 3 from that forecast versus budgeted variance explanation.
Mr. Chair, if I'm correct, that's a reference to the 2022 actuals rather than to the 23 budget. And yes, there was some gaps between when people, when vacancies occurred and when those vacancies were filled with newly trained operators. That contributes to some of that underspend. There's also been, as we've been doing since the pandemic first came to Ottawa in 2020, we've been very cautious, and if we don't need to fill a position, we'll hold a position vacant until there's a practical need for it. And that has allowed us to get some small measure of additional savings to offset other financial challenges that the city has had over the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair. But we are trying to recruit now, correct? We are trying to hire more operators at this point, or am I wrong?
Mr. Chair, yes, in the year 2022 and 2023, we've been very actively and eagerly welcoming many, many, many new people to work at OC Transpo.
Okay, on that, on the recruitment of drivers, I recall that the written test was an area where folks had either trouble passing the test or had to redo it. Can you is that something that is still posing a challenge? Is there more information about that in terms of, how we've been able to recruit new members to the service?
Mr. Chair, I will ask Paul Trebutat, who's in charge of the training department, to maybe walk you through the answer. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, we have as part of the screening, there's a number of steps, as I understand it, when it comes to recruiting new possible trainees for our training program as a bus operator. One of those steps is a drive able, which is a test that includes, there's a cognitive element to it as well as a practical element. So a requirement of being a successful candidate to become a trainee is that the person holds a Class G license, a valid Class G license. And so the Drive Able test is designed to measure and understand the propensity of the applicant or the potential trainee to take risks, to engage in what we call risky behavior. So the cognitive test will measure that, and then the other part of the test is to go out onto the road and do an actual driving test, as you would experience if you were going to do your complete your G2 license to get your G licensing done by an MTO tester. And the reason for this is because it came out of an OAG audit that was completed, as I understand, I believe in 2020. And one of the recommendations, of course, was to put in place an ability to understand the propensity or the tendency for a candidate to engage in risky behavior. And this is an important element for us to be able to gauge and to manage as we bring new drivers onto our workforce, because we know that as a bus driver, there's a tremendous number of pressures that are put upon you notwithstanding the fact that you have to drive a bus down perhaps a crowded, busy street with cyclists, pedestrians, traffic lights changing, schedule requirements to be adhered to, and a variety of other stressors that are involved. And we want to ensure that the drivers that we put on the road have the best training possible, but also too that we have some understanding as to their risk, their risk profile.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Are we still seeing people failing at that level more than the other tests, I guess? Is that still occurring?
Yeah, there is, admittedly, there is a pretty high proportion of people that are not able to make it through that stage. You know, this particular city, we've been through a couple of really serious tragedies when it comes to bus transportation and transit. One in 2013 and one in 2019. And as Chief Safety Officer, I want to make sure that we are putting the best people forward to entrust the lives of our family members and our commuters into the hands of those bus drivers as they move our loved ones from A to B in this great city.
Absolutely. And obviously, combined with that, we've had a tremendous amount of, stress on ridership. Confidence levels have declined. And we're in a world of hurt, I'd say, given where we've been with the LRT and the tragedies that have occurred. So, no, I appreciate that explanation. And just along with our recruitment drive, more information there is helpful. I'll continue on with some questions. Of the 4.4 million in operation savings, 1.518 is to be saved on overtime. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could the councillor help me by pointing at the budget book, what page and line he's looking at?
Let me try to pull that up for you. In the meantime, I'll just ask a couple other questions. Is the recent settlement with RTG contained in this budget, or is that part of previous, savings that would have been shown for not paying full maintenance costs?
Mr. Chair, le budget que nous présentons aujourd'hui n'a aucun rapport avec le.
The budget presented today has nothing to do with the agreement we have with RTG.
Okay. So where would that show up? That's just separate project agreement?
Mr. Chair, can Councillor Menard ask this question again for me, please?
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the costs with RTG would appear, and where we would see that on a regular basis.
I can respond. So we have been accruing since 2019. And so it would be showing up in the financial results 2019 to 2022.
Okay.
It would have been shown as a liability going forward in our financial statements from an accrual perspective.
Okay. Thank you for that. On the overtime line that I was mentioning, it's the full book document, page 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I found it, page 9 to about 2/3 of the way down. The number 818,000. As the change between 22 and 23.
I have a 1.5. I guess it's under the 2023 adjustments.
Yeah,
I've got
I have that number. Yep. So the line there is showing our total estimate for overtime in 2022 forecast, the 2022 actual, what the eventually the different components of it up and down, the budget of what we're estimating in overtime for 2023, and the fact that in 2023 would be budgeting $800,000 less. So this ties into a number of things. This ties into the changes in where our staff colleagues will be working, with all of the various changes here, to the bus maintenance, to the refurbishment, to the service increases, and it's a net result with our estimate of how many hours will be paid through the straight time salary budget versus how many are paid through the overtime budget. I'd suggest that the real thing that matters is the total hours of compensation to everybody, made up of salary, benefits, and overtime. And digging straight into overtime in isolation rarely gives a complete picture.
And we're on track to hire more drivers, is what we're saying. So I think, like, are there any current driver positions, whether vacant or full, that are set to be eliminated through attrition or otherwise?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that.
There's a net increase in this budget in the number of operating staff, both operators and maintenance staff, and a few other technical positions in this budget.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate these answers. The last question I have is really my determination on where I go with this personally. I just, on the buses being eliminated and the operational savings that we're finding, will those operating and capital funds that are being saved or found for efficiencies be reinvested back into the transit system this year? Or is it just a removal for us to deal with in future years? That's, for me, the concern is we've got a public that is very unhappy with our transit system right now, and removing funds and finding efficiencies without reinvesting into the system to make it better is where my concern lies. So are those being reinvested, or are they just being removed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, they are being reinvested. Substantially all of the savings that are found to operations are being reinvested to support the operation of the 2 new O train lines that will come into service later this year. These savings are, as we said earlier, possible because we currently have a surplus of buses. These are buses that never turn a wheel in supporting the current service, but that are consuming maintenance costs and requiring staff attention to them. And these are buses that ought to be removed from the fleet, because by the time ridership can increase back to higher levels, closer to 2019 levels, those particular buses will be beyond their economic life and should be replaced with new buses rather than reactivating old buses, which would not have turned a wheel for several years.
Okay, but those capital funds that are being removed, those are not being reinvested back into the capital budget this year.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that's a different question. The capital spending that we're reducing in 2023, that we're proposing to reduce, is to allow a lower contribution from the operating budget to the capital reserve in 2023. And that reduced contribution for this 1 year helps to make the whole budget balanced and affordable, and still to give us the costs to make those service increases to the high schools and open the new O train line.
Okay, thank you. That's my main topic of concern for this budget. I appreciate all the work that has gone in and staff's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Certainly my support of this transit budget is going to be squarely focused on our ability to tell the public and to own ourselves the fact that this is going to enable reliability for transit riders. Of the delegates that I heard speaking today, I would say that the recurring theme that I heard was one of concern that the way that this budget is postured is going to threaten reliability. And so I just want to understand clearly, Mr. Chair, that staff can reassure this commission that the current budget in the state that it's written is capitalizing on opportunities from fleet divestment, from life cycle management, from investing in innovation and technologies such as the new bus fleet, the opening of lines, the next phase of the LRT, and that in fact what we will be giving to the public is a more reliable transit system. So I'm not sure, staff, if you can just give me a simple yes to that, then you're going to get my vote. And if you can't, then I'd like to ask a few more pointed questions.
Chair, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, follow on. You've given us in this budget a good roadmap and an understanding of what the state is presently in terms of our fleet, our buses, ridership. And I've heard a lot of comparatives to 2019 in terms of 60% ridership, 70% goal ridership. And I guess, you know, without making your jaw drop to the floor, the number that I'd like to hear is 150% ridership. And I think that's, you know, what I'm getting to is where are we looking to the future in terms of our vision for public transit in Ottawa? And at what point do we see, you know, our demographic changes and our population growth and the investments that we're making through our transportation systems and new transit systems, you know, translating to Ottawa as a proud city looking to the future in increasing and motivating people to take transit. You know, I speak as a suburban councillor where we have significant growth and, you know, I'm watching suburbs, you know, neighborhoods up here grow, you know, hundreds of houses here per week. And, you know, when I hear that, you know, we need to get a 99.5% service goal before we're increasing routes, that's a concern to me because I think we have a real opportunity to look to the future and say, okay, you know, in 2027, we want to be at these types of numbers. And in order to get there, we need to posture our next budget or this budget or the resources in order to move in that direction. And I think having a positive vision looking forward, I think that's going to create some opportunities, some optimism in the public, as opposed to the continued, you know, look back at the COVID years and the decimation that we had to our transit ridership in that time frame. So I guess to summarize that question, what do we have to motivate, you know, suburban councillors in particular, that we're going to see the opportunity for investments in routes out here that will enable, you know, these folks that are living out here to take transit, as opposed to that awful dilemma that we put them in, whereby it takes 20 minutes to drive versus an hour and 15 minutes to take the bus.
Mr. Chair, just a few comments on that may be helpful to answer the councillor's questions. I'm very pleased to hear the councillor talk about having an ambition to get to 150% of pre-pandemic ridership levels, because you as a council have voted for, and we as staff are now building a transit system that actually has capacity to move about 250% of pre-pandemic ridership. We opened O-Train Line 1 at a time that we were carrying between 8,000 and 9,000 people per hour through downtown in each direction. And you built a railway line that has the capacity to move 24,000 people. So that will support growth of the City of Ottawa to perhaps 3 times the amount of economic activity that it had just before the pandemic, perhaps 2 to 3 times. Whether that economic activity is new jobs coming to downtown Ottawa, whether that economic activity is new people moving to downtown Ottawa, the transit system that you've decided to build and that we're now building has that capacity for the future. And the policies that council has approved through the Transportation Master Plan and the official plan and future amendments or the future iterations of the Transportation Master Plan all work on that basis too, that is the city that we want to build. When will that happen? is not in the hands of us as transit operators. We're there to support that as it happens. How do we get those businesses to come and rent the vacant spaces that are available or the spaces in the new buildings that are to be built? There's a lot of people have to work on that. How do we convince people, or do we convince people, that their best thing to do during the day is to work collaboratively in a common location towards the center of the city rather than over Zoom as we're doing right now? That's a separate societal matter that, it evolved very quickly over the last, over a few months, 3 years ago, and it may evolve differently in the future. The human species is an interesting subject for observation and a little bit of experimentation. Our job here is to deliver a transit system that allows everyone to travel reliably, conveniently, safely, into wherever they want to go, whenever they want to go, in whatever number they choose to travel. But we're not, we can encourage them to come, but we can't require them to come back to transit. I wanted to draw one other distinction between something that the councillor said earlier. I'm afraid the councillor may have misunderstood what we were saying. The service, we won't be waiting until we're at 99.5% of anything to increase service. When we're at 99.5% reliability, we'll be at our minimum of what we're trying to achieve with reliability. But when it comes to capacity on a route and making a route, allowing a route to carry more people by putting bigger buses on it or by running trips more frequently, we are usually watching ridership. When ridership is growing quickly, we can usually intervene when the ridership's up around 85 or 90%, get some more service on the road before it gets to 100%, before it gets anywhere near 100%. And this is something that we've been very good at in the past. We had some years in the past when the City of Ottawa economically was growing extremely quickly, and the transit system was challenged to keep up with that growth. We had to come to council and ask for many more buses, operators, and other support staff to be added to the budget every year. That was successful, and we will be successful again in the future when that kind of economic growth comes, and it will come.
Thank you very much. Well, you've told me that you're going to be increasing reliability. That's what I wanted to hear. And you've also told me that from a vision perspective going forward, the suburban routes are going to see the investment that they require in order to incentivize ridership, because that's the biggest problem I have out here right now, is the dilemma between somebody who could drive in 15, 20 minutes or take an hour and 20-minute commute. And the more we can incentivize people, the more people from the suburbs you're going to see. So thank you very much. I have one more comment on communications, but I'll save that for an inquiry at the end. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor King.
Thank you so much. I have just a few questions, and I have one on a item that I think staff mentioned maybe a scant 4 or 5 hours ago about ticketing and fare systems being upgraded. And I know we've seen the boxes going from green to red in the buses. So I was just curious about when the new fare systems will be able to take open payment, and whether that's part and parcel of some of the spending that's allocated in this budget this year, or whether though that spend has already been allocated.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That work is ongoing right now, and that work has been funded by Capital Authority, previously approved by council in preceding years. So those numbers are shown in the works in progress pages, because that work is indeed in progress. You'll have seen on the buses that the old green Presto readers are being replaced by new red smart card readers. Those new readers have a number more capabilities that the old one doesn't, in addition to just being newer, replacing some life expired old hardware. The new readers have the ability they have the financial security in them to be able to read credit cards and debit cards. They also have a barcode reader at the bottom that's able to read printed QR codes or other barcodes. All of these things open up future possibilities for our customers in parallel to replacing the smart card readers on all of the buses. We are also upgrading the back-end financial software that runs all of our payment processing system, so that it also has the financial security that's required to carry credit card and debit card information between the smart card reader and the bank and do the back and forth validation. So the question of when will this be rolling out? It is, you know, it's started already. The ability to pay with credit cards has been at many of the fare gates at O-train stations for a year or so now. We're bringing that to buses later this year, probably within the next small number of months. We don't know. There's just more software steps to cross over. But the order things will happen in is right now we are replacing all the old green smart card readers with the new red ones. At the same time we're working, but it'll be the ability to accept credit cards will come next after that. And the ability to accept debit cards will come next after that. And we do expect all three of these to happen not too late this year, and some of them quite soon. But we don't have definite dates yet for any of this, but we'll be eager and ready and bursting at the seams to communicate it as soon as we get these.
I appreciate that, because literally earlier this week, I had was riding the bus with another passenger wanting to tap to pay utilizing an alternative form of payment, and also noticing with the new red boxes that sometimes there's a delay in terms of the processing for the Presto card. So just some things to keep in mind, but I'm really pleased to know that work is underway. In the budget as well, there is a budget line concerning the replacement of operational support vehicles on page 31. I believe it's line 911034. Just wanted to ask concerning that, how many operational support vehicles are there, and how many will be replaced each year, I guess within this council term?
Mr. Chair, if it's okay, we'll get the specific information after this and relay it directly to the councillor of how many operational support vehicles there are. The budget on the budget entry on line 31 is to replace about 30 of those vehicles, but we can get some estimates together if that's okay with the councillor and provide them directly to him in the days to come.
That's great, because I have a little bit more detailed questions about whether the purchases are new or used or both, or whether we can consider hybrids for that. So I appreciate taking that question offline. I guess here is another specific question to the budget for growth in service to high schools to fulfill those requests from school boards and their transportation authorities. Noticed one of the lines in the budget kind of referring to those services. I was wondering, is this due to a lack of OSTA bus drivers? And if there are dollars that are being used for these to provide these high school routes, is there any option to recover that cost from the provincial government?
Mr. Chair, I mean, the short answer is yes. The long answer is that the budget sets aside, I believe it's $700,000 in new operating costs, $600,000 in new operating costs to operate some additional services to high schools requested by the School Transportation Authority. And also the budget also contains an equivalent amount of money, another $600,000 in monthly passes on Presto cards that the School Transportation Authority has agreed to buy from us. So they've agreed to buy the number of passes. The money that comes from the pass sales funds 100% the cost of running these additional services.
Appreciate that answer. That's fulsome. The another specific question I had was in regards to the listing of O-Train Line 1 professional services on page 12. I was just curious, what are those professional services? What are they in regards of?
Mr. Chair, I will ask Troy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a combination of things, but you know, part of it would be legal services, but a big piece of it is the engineering services, as well as we utilize some other subject matter experts from other firms that help us validate our operating procedures and help us conduct various drills, exercises, and audits. So it's a variety of services that we use, and it's all about ensuring that the system that we provide you know, is as reliable as possible, but that the staff are well trained and we have the right operating procedures in place. So we really try to make sure that we're learning from other properties, we're learning from other experts, and we're implementing best practices. So we leverage industry experts extensively to ensure that we have the right procedures in place.
I appreciate that answer, especially around the engineering. So, you know, earlier in the meeting, I asked a question around I guess the wire that's used, the high tensile strength wire, and I think that it's important for us to ensure that we are examining all of these elements to ensure that as the system expands, you know, we are moving towards more reliability. My last question, I suppose, builds on what Councillor Lowe was asking around the promotional plan. And I think he asked the majority of my questions, but I was just curious about what happens if we don't proceed with the plan, the 600K that's allocated there. Would the dollars that might not be used if the plan did not go ahead, would that envelope go into capital or operating?
Mr. Chair, yes, if any part of the capital approvals weren't adopted, but the tax rate remained the same, then the remainder would go into the capital reserve.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I am scratching my head about the promotional plan. I understand we do need marketing, but I think the best marketing is ensuring that we have reliable service. In my mind, the best marketing, the best two words in transit for marketing is good service. So, you know, I would prefer to see dollars there than being proliferated into a promotional plan. But I know that others have other questions. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Yes. So I was actually taking the tactic of trying to be the last one to ask the questions in the hope that everything else was asked. But I just have a really quick one that hasn't been asked already. And thank you very much for the presentation and all the information today. And I appreciate how long this day has been for everyone. Obviously, I wasn't a councillor last year, but I used to follow meetings and proceedings with relative enthusiasm. And last year there was a question, I think it may have been at council about fair inspection, and it was previous Councillor Meehan who had asked the question. And at the time, the fair inspectors were not, I think they'd been redeployed to COVID efforts or something like that. I wondered if the fair inspectors were back working, if they were, and if I take it that that's just thrown into the other revenue bucket, but I was just wondering if it does generate any revenue, and if you could just speak to that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it's Paul Surtat who's in charge of that, and I will give the mic to him.
Thank you, Chair. That's a good question, Councillor Carr. We have currently 4 fair inspectors that have been reactivated, so they've been brought in and they're working as in that official capacity. And and in terms of the numbers of revenue that they may generate by their activity, I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer. I apologize. But they are back in service and they are working to ensure that people riding in our transit system have paid their fare.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions, then we'll go back to Councillor Rockenden and Councillor Leeper. There's a capital project, transit priority and road signal project, 2.3 million. What results or what will be the outcome of that in this year, or is that more of a funding for future years?
Mr. Chair, we have an ongoing transit priority program that funds things. The part that, as I was saying earlier, in response to a question from Councillor Lowe, the part that flows through Transportation Committee funds the longer corridors, bus lanes. The part that's funded through, that's approved through the Transit Commission funds the more tactical things like traffic signals. There's some current work that we're planning to complete in 2023. Signage at particular locations, line painting in certain locations. We're working on improving the detection system for buses so that it's done by GPS rather than coils in the road, and hooking that into all the systems. So it's work that's continuing, and this is the recommended amount to top up that continuing fund.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, in the context of one of the biggest challenges you've mentioned several times today, traffic and buses stuck in traffic, those transit priority measures seem to be a good payoff for the investments. In terms of the contribution for the provincial government, can you put in context how does what we're asking to compare? How does what we're asking compare with other cities in Canada, if you're aware of any others?
Mr. Chair, I think the most direct comparison is with other cities in Ontario, because cities in different provinces are funded different ways. It would be difficult to make a comparison with a city like Montreal because they get provincial funding for operating costs regularly, and cities in Ontario don't. But there's differences in BC, Alberta. There's every province is a little different. But in Ontario, we understand that many transit systems are making a similar request, and that ours is quite modest in comparison to larger cities. I believe the number from Toronto, if I'm correct, is approximately 10 times more than the amount that we're requesting.
Okay. How did we end up at the number we ended up? Why not just assume $80 million or $120 million? Like, you ended up with predicting we need $39 million from the province. Why not say we need $80 million or $120 million? I'm serious. Like, it kind of seems like a number we've just pulled out. We say it's reasonable, but why not assume we can get more and then use it to invest it somewhere in our transit system?
So, Mr. Chair, it was related to the $53 million shortfall. And so rather than like we did the previous budget, where we just said it's a $53 million shortfall, we're going to ask for $53 million. We came to the table and looked for savings to help to reduce that number. So we're not asking for as much. And so it was a balancing between what we're asking for and what we could actually start to call out and realign based on current operations. So it's between the two.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. When do we expect to know, or should, over the last few years, has there been a consistent date in the calendar year where we get confirmation from the province about that restart funding coming in? Like, will we know by September or by December? What should we expect?
We haven't heard what the timing is, and when they do talk about timing, it often gets delayed, so we can't always count on it.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councillor Leeper is up next on your second round.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got a number of questions. I'm hoping I can get a couple of lightning round ones out of the way first. With respect to fuel pricing, you're anticipating, I think it's a $14 million roughly pressure as a result in the increase in the cost of diesel from $1.08 to $1.48. Does this represent Are we signing a new hedging contract and is it consistent with what the city is doing? I'm assuming so.
So we hedge 75% 8 months out, then 50%, then 25%. So we don't hedge 100%.
Okay.
And this is based on a hedged price.
And is it
If
the,
it was unhedged, it'd be much higher.
yeah, and is the city using the same, is this consistent with what the city is doing? So this is for OC Transpo.
Oh, it's the same. Yeah. No,
Okay.
we mostly hedge actually for OC Transpo.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll ask later. What are the trends in gas tax receipts in Ontario right now?
Not sure.
Are-
We try to get that information from the province to be able to predict our provincial gas tax revenues. And we ask on a regular basis. We haven't asked for a while, but we could try to get that information.
I'd be interested to know as traffic levels increase, it speaks to a restoration of the number of kilometers that Ontarians are driving, presumably, and so gas tax receipts shouldn't be suffering, but it would be good to get a bit of an early warning if that's not the case. There is also a adjustment in the budget, the redeployment of staff for bus refurbishment. There's a cost savings associated with that, but it has an FTE impact of 16. I'm presuming we're not reducing headcount by 16. They'll be redeployed somewhere else within the budget, to Madame Amilcar's point earlier.
Yes, Mr. Chair, they'll fill open vacancies or soon to come vacancies in other parts of the maintenance workforce.
Perfect. The fare revenue, the correlation of ridership restoration with fare revenue restoration is interesting to me. Are you doing a straight line calculation there? I'm thinking very personally of my wife who is returning to work 2 or 3 times a week. She's not going to buy a pass. It doesn't make financial sense. She's going to buy a single and she's going to be spending significantly less money with OC Transpo than she was previously. So are there some assumptions around single fare versus pass numbers?
Mr. Chair, we assume as little as possible. We measure as much as we can. We use the most recent information that we can. I've got a long email here to me the other day explaining how the calculations, what they're based upon. It's not a one-to-one. We do see that there's different fare payment patterns. First of all, as the pandemic eased, we saw that more of our customers were people traveling with a discounted fare than previously, perhaps because they were less likely to be able to work from home. We also see now that the people who are returning because they're traveling at a frequency that encourages them to choose a single ride fare rather than a monthly pass, they're giving us a little more money per trip than they were before the pandemic. So these things are balancing out and we're just watching them all regularly, how people pay, how many people pay of that type every week, every month, and we just regularly update the model.
I think we started the day with Councillor Hill asking about different fares. I'd be very interested. Can you share a commission appropriate version of that email that you received on the assumptions?
Well, I think we can. We'll dig into it deeply and more deeply and see what we can share.
Take out the swear words. Sorry. Okay, so on page 39, there are in our capital budget, there are several service enhancement projects that are in that category. Station customer information over 4 years, 19.9 million. Customer technology systems, 3 million, I think, roughly. Fare technology systems, 8 million is like the 4-year spending plan for each one of those. There are no FTEs associated with those capital projects. How are they happening?
Mr. Chair, our usual course of action is that when we need staff funded from capital, we hire term employees, temporary employees who do not hold an FTE. They're a temporary employee. Other times we will bring in specialist consultants and contractors to do some work where we don't have the skills in-house to do some of the work.
Should we have those skills? It strikes me that we should.
Mr. Chair, I would say no, we should have the skills for durable ongoing projects, ongoing operations. But when we hit a blip in 1 year because we really need somebody who knows about a particular aspect, we want to get great people who are already up to speed on that work. Let them do that work for a month or a year, and then go to their next client who needs their skill as well. These are, when we bring in contractors for these technology projects, these are super qualified people who come in, do the work, and then go on to their next job.
Okay. A legitimate assertion for sure. And then finally, Tunney's pasture scaffolding. One of the efficiencies is to remove that. I remember the press well when the long walk in the weather was being was a matter of press attention. It's a long way to get from one end of the platform at Tunney's pasture to the other. Why would we propose taking away the scaffolding? How much will we save? And can we take the money out of one of those three projects that I just listed in order to save the scaffolding or a temporary shelter for people who are traversing the platform on foot?
So a bit of background, Mr. Chair, for those who don't use Tunney's and Herdman regularly, like Councillor Leeper and I do at Herdman, Councillor Rockington and Councillor Carr at Herdman. During the winter of 2019 going into 2020, when ridership was still very high before the pandemic, you may remember that there was some service disruptions with the then brand new O-Train line that were, making people fundamentally question the reliability of transit service in Ottawa. And so the city collectively cast the net wide, found a bunch of ideas that could be done that could increase comfort, increase reliability, increase convenience. There were things done like activating an extra 40 buses that would stand by every day parked at the baseball field in case the train went down. And over all the months they were there, they were used very little. The walkways at Herdman and Tunney's were widened, as Councillor Carr mentioned earlier, by paving the area which had previously been not part of the council defined scope by adding more walking space and standing space. And then shortly before the snowfall that winter, the decision was collectively made to add this scaffolding as, to provide an extra level of protection or at least keep the snow off of us customers. That's now been, is that 3 years? And those scaffolds at those two locations are continuing to cost us about $700,000 a year to rent. They're very expensive, as you could say. So over those 3 years, we've spent over $2 million on renting those scaffolds. And so our advice and recommendation to you right now is that it's time to take those down, return them back to their owner, and instead use the other money that's in here and in previous years to target where that weather protection is needed, where additional shelters are needed, just along the lines of the discussion that we had earlier on Herdman Station and Councillor Leeper added Tunney's pasture station. So we'll definitely do that work. We'll come back, we'll say this location, that location, here's what the long-term use of Tunney's pasture is changing in just a few years. The long-term use of Herdman Station doesn't change in the future.
Yeah.
The long-term use of Blair Station, as we've talked to with Councillor Tierney before, does change in the future. And we'll bring to you some recommendations and some possible funding sources for doing that work in a targeted, careful, more durable way than this. I don't know. It sounds mean to say brute force and knee jerk, but the quick turnaround decisions that were made a little over 3 years ago.
Yeah, and it is a more significant decision to keep renting it now because, of course, much of that scaffolding would have to come down when we give significant parts of the Tunney's Pasture Station back to the feds for their use when Tunney's Pasture is no longer a terminus station, which we would, I hope will be sometime in the third quarter of 2026. If we're still on schedule, I'll wait for the next update. But okay, I appreciate the transparent reply. Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Just before I get in my questions, I think one point I like to make from a communications point of view is there's a lot of chatter about the number of buses that are being proposed to be eliminated from the fleet and the reductions to the capital line. And I think the city needs to clearly articulate how this will not impact service to the average customer. We've heard our GM repeatedly say that that is the case. And there are people who have been raising questions for a number of days. And even today, even with your explanations, there's a narrative out there that I think needs to be corrected. So I'll just state that. 2 requests for more information, given the time. If we could get a memo from staff with an update on where we are with the baseline rapid bus corridor. Where are we with planning this project? Your predecessor indicated this was the #1 bus project, new bus project for the city. There's this corridor serves 4 or 5 wards. So where are we with the design, with the stages of this plan? The other request for information I have is, in my budget at least, the revenue line for fines and other revenue is 0. And so I'd like to get some information just by form of a memo, in addition to the transit levy revenues and fare revenues. So all other revenues other than those 2 buckets, if we could have a memo that indicates what we're pulling in fines and rentals and advertising and all other revenues, that would be great. And I'm wondering, Mr. Scrimger, if you could just articulate, when do you envision the Transit Commission being able to start expanding bus service in this city of Ottawa? I know each budget maybe have, a little bit of dribs and drabs. When can we seriously consider expanding, the number of runs, the number of routes in this city? Because it's one thing to stabilize the reliability of service, which I do agree is a top priority. The other thing that we don't talk too much about is how do we expand public transit service in this city? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, we've been carefully, it's an overused words to say optimizing, but we've been for many years, probably 12 years now, we've been maybe more than that, I'd say maybe 15 years, we've been moving resources around from place to place to use the same or basically the same resources as productively as possible, and taking service away from places, taking capacity away from places where it hasn't been so used and moving it to places where it has. If the decision of council is at any time to make a quantum increase in the amount of service that we run, that will be a decision that council has to make, and the council will have to determine how that's to be funded. As we remind everyone every year, the transit budget comes from only 2 sources: property taxes and transit fares. There's a small amount of money that comes from other sources like rent and and from gas tax revenue that flows to operations. But for the bulk of the operating costs, and I'm drawing a distinction here from the contribution to capital, which has a lot of gas tax revenue going to it, for the cost of fixing the buses, driving the buses, and answering the phones and all of those things that people use, there's two sources. And so it will really be for the decision of council whether to increase transit fares substantially to pay for it, whether to increase property taxes substantially to pay for it. And that's not a consideration that I can do anything other than provide advice on what are the ramifications of more or less. This is squarely in council's hands.
Okay.
Chair, if I may,
Please.
je vais juste peut-être rappeler que
I'd just like to remind you that we've undertaken a rigorous exercise for reviewing the routes. We have to wait for the results of that study because before we make a decision, we will be making decisions. We need to know if we're providing the right level of service, the right number of riders using such and such a route. Of course, so we'll be making recommendations to you. And as my colleague has just said, the ultimate decision lies with council. But as experts in transit will tell you what's happening elsewhere in the world, what's happening in other cities which are similar to Ottawa. What should we do to continue to attract riders and to improve service to 99.5%? And then the decisions that will be made will be based on new data. And this year, I have a team which has been created to do that work in a rigorous fashion, and we'll put forward the results of that work so that you can make enlightened decisions based on new data, which represents the new reality, which is the post-COVID period.
Excellent, Chair. I don't intend to speak after this comment, so I'll just get it all out now. And that is, I have three significant yellow flags with this budget, and I've addressed them today. And I want to vote in favor of this budget. I'm not going to do that today, but I want to contemplate the things that cause me concern and meet with you between now and March 1st. And the three things are the following. One is I'm concerned with our deficit again and the shaky hope that we have that we're going to get all the money that we need. Second is the reliability concerns. And although I acknowledge that we're making some strides in this area and our general manager is confident that we will see improvements, I have concerns that they will come to full fruition this year. And the third concern I have is what I still think is an ambitious target of a 70% ridership goal. As Councillor Hill and I completely agree, we should be aiming towards the highest that we want, but in reality, a budget needs to be accurate and as close to the end of the year actuals as possible. I want us to get there. I want us to do everything we can to get us there. But those are three things that are causing me significant concern at this time. I do want to support this budget, but I have to reconcile those three between now and March 1st. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Brockington. To a point you made at the very start there, it might be helpful process next year for the next, I guess this fall for the budget. We heard from a lot of delegations and their understanding of this budget was a cut to service. If you look at the operations line, there's 27.5 million more in this year's budget compared to last year, which is about just over 5% increase. So I think it may be helpful. What we heard today was an excellent package, an excellent narrative around what challenges OC Transpo has and how you're investing more and how you improve. I think it might be helpful to get that from the get-go, because sometimes these budget books that we get at council on the tabling of the budget really don't tell the whole story. And that applies to OC Transpo, perhaps every other budget as well. So a little more context and narrative from staff on the tabling of the budget would be helpful. We're going to go to the motions that we have, the three motions from Councillor Brockington, and we'll go through each one. If there's any questions for staff for clarification, we'll just go in the order that Councillor Brockington introduced them. The first one was the free day sponsorship opportunities for free transit days. Councillor Brockington, did you want to introduce anything else on this?
Just, I'll briefly speak to it. This is obviously looking for increased revenues. I know staff look for opportunities throughout the year. I do want to see a push here and free days that are paired with a holiday or other event, obviously good. We want as many opportunities here as possible. I think they should all come with a sponsorship. We should not cover those through our own operating costs, and get a report back by the before we start the budget process for next year. So that's my thinking there, Chair. And again, it's looking to increase revenues.
Any comments from staff on this proposal?
Mr. Chair, just to say, this gives us a new responsibility, but it is within our existing authority, and it is something that we've been doing very regularly every year for the New Year's Eve service, and we've tried at other times of the year, but we're happy to continue to try.
Thank you. So on this motion, is it carried? Carried. Thank you. Okay, the second motion, also from Councillor Brockington, was on reinstating bus service in the Prince of Wales corridor. Councillor Brockington?
So yes, Chair. As I said in when I introduced this, there's a former Route 3. This is not a replacement of that entire route. This is looking at an abbreviated section that has no service at all. In speaking with staff, they believe that we can, with the direction being provided, look at a cost-neutral way to provide this service. And it's something that's desperately needed in this community, and hoping to sit down with staff and find a positive outcome in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for staff? I'll ask if staff have any comments on the motion.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, we understand the motion, and just as we would be, as the councillor says, we've got a concept here that might be cost neutral, and if there are any parts of it that are beyond cost neutrality, we would be looking at them in the same way as service requests all across the city, in the terms of this fundamental review that Ms. Amilcar mentioned, and seeing whether, again, as we will for all other isolated areas, whether there's a role for on-demand service in those areas. But the motion as it reads is, we can action that.
Councillor Leeper?
Just I think a quick comment. Would it be fair to say that this area doesn't receive spectacular bus service, partly because it is it's not very dense? Like what is the population living in this area?
I'm afraid I don't have the information on the population. We'll know that more when we do the work that we'd be directed to do here. But it's an area which had transit service in the past. That transit service was removed by decision of council in 2011, based on a lot of consultation. But it's an awkward area for the grid of that part of, can we call that East Nepean? That zone where Meadowlands and Maryvale don't quite come close enough to the area along Prince of Wales. So they've been beyond a reasonable walking distance of transit service for a long time.
Yeah, I think we have to provide, our goal has to be to provide great transit service to everybody in Ottawa, particularly if they live within the urban boundary. But one of the things that we can expect, I think, moving forward, coming out of the official plan, is that as density increases, it will become more cost effective to start delivering transit service to neighborhoods. So something to keep in mind as we go through our comprehensive zoning bylaw review over the course of the next couple of years.
So I think the motion is fairly straightforward. Also, this sounds like something, though, that we don't always need a motion to pursue. And there have been a few other route optimizations or route changes, route reviews, route feasibilities that have come up today. So councillors don't necessarily need a motion to ask staff to review feasibility of a route. They can go directly to OC Transpo staff.
Mr. Chair, yes, we welcome that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Kitts in particular was asking me to clarify, so thank you. So on this motion, is it carried? Carried. Okay, and the third motion from Councillor Brockington, this is free transit for up to age 12.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as a continuation from last year where the commission and again, council reviewed the motion before us, which moved the free range from 0 to 5 to 0 to 7, which was unanimously supported at both commission and council. And then at least that's my recollection. I have to check the voting record. Wanted to realign our city with what other major municipalities in Canada are doing. I think the benefits of this far outweigh the very marginal cost of foregone revenues that is outlined in this. Again, starting July 1st, only half of that estimate could be realized. I do think new revenues could be a result as families see that now they're not going to have to pay fares for their children. It may attract people to the system who are just foregoing taking transit to begin with. I think this is an excellent policy move. I feel very strongly about this. There are other cohorts I think we need to examine, but this is something I wanted to pursue and complete this budget cycle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. So I like this idea, but clerk's office has pointed out that this is out of order because there's no corresponding offset to the potential lost revenue, which I think would be $87,000 because it would be half of the yearly amount. Do you have an offsetting idea?
Well, Mr. Chair, last year it was approved as is. However, if you are insisting that an offset be provided, one suggestion would be that operational efficiencies from the operations line be pursued. Again, 87,000 would be sort of the hard cap number. There could be new revenues coming in, as I just explained in my introduction, but one area could be from the operations line. And if staff have some finesse wording to that, I would be very open.
Does staff have any comments on that proposal?
Mr. Chair, in our pursuit of reliable transit service, we would not support any reduction to the operations part of the budget.
Even in operations budget, that's the bus and para operations that has 414 million that you could not accept a under $100,000 of difference there.
To draw, I mean, we will accept the decision of Commission and Council, of course, but to put it in comparison, that would mean that we could hire one less person, one fewer operators available to replace service on days when something goes bad. And if the of course we'll follow the decision of council, but we want to be clear that one less person available is 8 or 10 more trips canceled.
Okay, we have a few questions from councillors. Councillor Lowe, I believe, is first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Assuming let's say the fare freeze ends at the end of this year, do you foresee the next fare increase being, it's related, do you foresee the next fare increase being in 2024? Or fare change, sorry.
Mr. Chair, that would be the next time we would bring a budget and would be the next opportunity for council to, under normal conditions, and the next opportunity for council to make a decision on what the fares are.
Okay, so given that, given the budget cycles and everything, and it's good it'd be easier for communications as well. Could this be something that you feel can be better implemented as part of the, the 1st of January 2024 fare changes?
Mr. Chair, I would say that technically we have the ability to implement this within 4 months being made. And so the suggestion here of 1st of July is technically possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. I guess just a suggestion to Councillor Brockington and to Commission that the motion include that the offset is from the tax stabilization reserve for this year. That would allow us to implement this for July 1st, 2023. I don't think it makes sense to delay it another year, given the very low cost and the obvious benefit to a lot of residents, the potential ridership increase. So just a suggestion to Councillor Brockington and staff that would avoid that operational concern staff have raised, and hopefully we can pass something like that today.
Chair, if I may, that's only transit can pay for transit. Tax can't pay for transit.
So that would be a possibility at council where all of those budgets are in play, but not a possibility for us as commission to offset with that budget here.
It's also, we collect property tax for citywide services. Those dollars can't go towards transit.
Chair, if I may, Councillor Brockington a mentionné qu'il y avait trois choses.
Councillor Brockington mentioned three things so that we have to convince him before March 1st. First of all, it was the deficit, then reliability, and the 70% ridership target. Every new addition that was not expected in the budget will actually have an impact on the deficit. So just to take this into account.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington, I'll look to you. How do you want to proceed on this?
Well, Chair, last year this was not an issue. This year it is. You're the chair, and I do acknowledge the process council agreed to this budget cycle. If it's procedurally not in order to pass without an offset, then I would ask we table it and I'll deal with it when we get to committee of the whole. Alternatively, I look to my colleagues to pass the motion, and I will give my commitment to find the offset by the time we get to committee of the whole, which would be my preference.
You don't.
I'm making a commitment that I will at committee of the whole have a motion with an offset.
But it's not. The offset is.
All right. Well, why don't we vote on the motion today and take Councillor Brockington's offer to come back to us before council, and we can make a final decision there. Yeas and nays, Eric?
Councillor Hill.
No.
Pardon me, Councillor Hill?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Curry.
Yes.
Chair Gower.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, thank you. There are no more motions that I'm aware of except for the roadmap motion. It's been a long day. If folks desperately want to wrap up, you can do it and we'll all begrudgingly listen to you. Anyone want to wrap up?
Chair, I do not want to wrap up. I just wanted to identify an item that I'd like to pull out to vote to dissent on. The rest I'll be voting in favor of.
Okay, do you know which item that is, Councilor Menard?
Yes, and I had spoken to Caitlin a little bit about this. It's the operating resource requirement, page 3, that transfers grants and financial charges. It's the $42 million reduction to the capital reserve, as described on page 13.
Okay. We'll make sure that's noted coming out of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Curry, can you introduce the roadmap motion, please?
Be it resolved that the Transit Commission recommend that council, sitting as committee of the whole, approve the Transit Commission 2023 draft operating and capital budget as follows. 1, transit service as follows. A, user fees, pages 4 to 6. B, operating resource requirement, revised page 3. 2, Transit Commission capital budget, pages 7 and 8. Individual projects listed on pages 15 to 42.
Okay, we'll do yeas and nays.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Menard,
Yes, with my dissent on that one item.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Curry,
Yes.
Chair Gower,
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're not quite done yet. We have no in-camera items. We have no in-camera items. We do have at least one notice of motion. Councillor Lowe. You have that?
Thank you, Chair. I'll read this quickly. Actually, I'll just skip to the operative clauses. Therefore, be it resolved that staff studied the feasibility of creating a special fare zone for para-transpo trips originating from locations in wards 3, 22 west of and including Boothfield Street, and 24 ending within the Manotick Village boundary in Ward 21 and vice versa. And be it further resolved that the study assumes trips within that special fare zone be charged as urban fares instead of the current rural flat rate. And be it further resolved that along with any relevant information, the study include the following data. The number of trips taken between Ward 3 and Manotick Village in 2019 and 2022. Number of trips taken between Ward 22 west of and including Boothfield Street and Manotick Village in 2019 and 2022. Number of trips taken between Ward 24 and Manotick Village in 2019 and 2022. The revenue, ridership, and passenger impacts and financial impacts to the city and residents.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lowe. So we'll deal with that in the next meeting. There are 2 inquiries that I'm aware of. Councillor Hill has an inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This inquiry is based on my perception that operational communication is as important, if not more so, than capacity. So the inquiry reads, what is the current OC Transpo operations procedures and practices for communicating live bus location and arrival times to riders? Does the city rely on human operators, live GPS, or other technologies? On a standard operating weekday, Monday to Friday, how up to date is the data shared to riders about bus arrival, delay, and cancellation? How much of the current operating budget is spent on developing or implementing a communication system for live bus arrival, delay, and cancellation information via bus stop number? Given the above, what is the current timeline and total project cost to bring live arrival times via bus stop number to completion? If not planned to be completed in the next fiscal year, what would be the incremental cost to expedite project and complete it by Q1 of 2024? What are OC Transpo's procedures to assess in real time the accuracy and timeliness of bus arrival, delay, and cancellation information provided to riders? And are there any current plans to enhance the communications between riders and OC Transpo? If so, what options are being considered? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Another inquiry, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to read all the questions because it's 5:50 p.m. Just to preamble a little bit of an exposition, I guess. Transit users across the city suffered as already stretched resources were further strained to support R1 bus service back in January when we had the 6-day outage, including during 8 peak periods. My approach with these questions would have been completely different had this been the first, second, or even third major disruption in Line 1 service life. But time after time, we find ourselves back where we started. So without a meaningful root cause analysis, permanent fixes aren't really permanent, even if it's at a new location, a new issue, or the same issue at a new location. But ultimately, it erodes trust in the transit system. So in recognition of recommendation 62 of the Ottawa Light Rail Transit Public Inquiry Report, I do trust that staff will support council's oversight role over the city organization and work diligently to provide truthful and fulsome answers in the public interest, the overarching message behind the report.
Okay, and you've submitted a number of questions by text that will go to staff. Okay.
I don't think it's conducive to our sanity to read it.
Yeah, that would be my question about the level of work involved in responding to the inquiry. The staff have any?
I know it's a long inquiry. Some of the questions I believe were answered today. I can strike those out if anything. But like I said, the approach is not usual, and then that's just because of the issues that we've encountered.
What we can do is we can leave it to staff to assess what level of effort is required to answer those questions. And if it's not within their current resources or within a reasonable time frame, staff can indicate that as part of their response to the inquiry. So,
yep, understood. I have this in there with that understanding.
okay, thanks, Councillor Lowe. So we have no other business, no other that I'm aware of. I missed the last 200 bus home to Stittsville 10 minutes ago. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to staff for spending the time here today, to the public who made delegations, to media. Joanne's the last one standing, and to councillors for all of the questions today. Thank you, everyone. Our next meeting is March 3rd. Be safe out there. The ice is pretty bad. So take care, and we are adjourned.